Ladies and gentlemen, sentients of all kinds, welcome to the 2v2, our official tournament. We've got a fantastic lineup of players who to see today, including some greats from previous tournaments who are here to defend themselves and their titles. We will be looking through all the details with our two guest casters. Can I please introduce Barcast TV and Spreezy?
Hey guys.
What up, what up?
So, Spreezy, how's it going? You've been doing plenty of bar yourself and looking into these recent matches and the qualifiers?
Yeah, I haven't even started playing this game and I'm already casting, but that's yeah, the qualifiers not so interesting, but now we're gonna see some real good games, I'm pretty sure. So let's see what we got in store for today.
Absolutely. And Barcast TV, good to see you again. We've been doing some casting before, lots of tournaments and really interesting games. And the meta's evolving. But what do you think? Do you think players are really sort of looking for some new shady tactics and secret maneuvers? What do you think?
Well, we'll have to see. I actually asked Andy himself if he was practicing anything special or spicy, and he was pretty tight-lipped about that. So I'm sure we'll see some things out of the bag here soon, new and exciting.
Awesome. Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about the tournament. So, prize pool, guys, over $2,000, and not only that, but players winning this tournament will earn the right to have their Viking helmets on top of their commanders throughout any games of bar for the future. So that's real kudos there, and a real nice thing to show off in matches in public. So
who cares about the money, right?
Who cares about the money?
So you can't buy the Viking helmet.
Indeed. So we've got $2,000 just over, and first place will take $700 of that. So two lucky players, $350 each, and then $500 for second place, $400 for third, and we are able to extend to fourth and fifth and sixth positions with the remaining money. So, it's as bars growing, our donations are growing, and we're able to put some, amazing amount of money to these tournaments, which makes it quite exciting. Beyond what bar itself is and how competitive it can be, we've now got some, really awesome prizes. So, guys, what do you think we should be expecting in terms of the level of play, given what is quite a few games to run through? We've got many rounds of the players playing in their 2v2s. What do you think is going to be the game plan when this is quite a few hours ahead? Is it going to be stamina, or is it just going to be play like hell from the beginning? What do you think?
I think players are going to come out of the gate pretty much swinging. Why would you hold back? Trying not to advance to the next round, right? So I'm sure even these very competitive teams like Teddy, Ragna, Andy, Daywalker, those guys will be kind of swinging for the fences here, making sure they advance to the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. So, should we talk about the actual stages involved? So, we have going to the screen with the leaderboard. The qualifiers have been going on for the last few days, and players will start filling into the first stage of the tournament, which will include qualified 6 teams. I'm just getting some chat. Okay. We'll have to keep an eye on the chat as well.
Apparently the music is a little loud on stream.
Let's bring that down a second. So let's talk through the tournament. Yep. Guys, what do you want to read through while I check the sounds? What the tournament involves and what the rounds involve for the players?
Yeah. One sec. I'm just taking a look at the whole thing. Maybe Barkas, if you can take over.
Yeah, I can walk us through this. So 6 players, sorry. Yeah, 6 players qualify for the main stage 1 tournament. And this is going to be round robin, basically double elimination. So 3 teams are going to advance to stage 2. 3 teams advance to stage 3. Both are going to be a round robin best of 1 format, and we can see 1 player advances out of stage 3 into stage 4.
Mm-hmm.
1 player advances out of stage 2 is a finalist, and the 2 remaining stage 2 losers advance to the stage 4 round robin, where we'll seed the next finalist. So the winner from stage 4 advances to the finals. The winner from stage 2 advances to the finals, and that's how we get to the best of 3 grand finals.
So not only are we playing one of the most complicated games out there, we're also playing one of the most complicated playoff systems ever. But I like it. I like it. There's quite a bit going on.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think it's great. There's a double elimination format, so you don't have to, kind of worry about losing one match and being out of the tournament at this stage, working so hard.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's the main thing here. We want to make sure that players have the ability to come back from some of the losses. Obviously, as they get through to the later rounds, it's going to be quite difficult for them to overcome a round robin loss. But as they've already qualified, we've got these guys have already gone through the ringer, and they've played loads of qualifier games to get here. So, we should expect some really high level play. Have we got a game to start looking at, guys?
Let's take a look. So what is the first match that we're going for?
Flash.
What do we decide?
For Flash.
Flash?
So I hear Taku in the background saying we should do the Sabotage Flash Andy Daywalker. It's a toss up between that and IND Club Chisato versus Neza Zhao.
I just asked them to wait so you guys can start with them. I think it would be.
Let's do it then.
Sabotage Flash.
Okay.
So, as someone that is new to the scene myself, I don't know too many players. I don't know the stories behind. I know that Randy is one of the best. Also, some people call him Andy, some call him Randy. He doesn't even know himself what his nickname is, I guess. But can you maybe tell us something about these players that we're gonna see?
Yeah, I can take that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I haven't been in this thing long myself, maybe close to a year now, and there are some guys here that have been in the TA scene for well over a decade, or a decade at least. So names like Andy, Ragna, Teddy, I think, and they've all been kind of shifting between like TA, maybe FAF, Balanced Annihilation, 0K, so all these kind of TA clones, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the big guys have settled here in the bar community, so or have play like switching between the games, playing off and on. But I think a lot of the players are kind of coalescing around bar. We've seen that with some of the big names that just kind of came into the scene, like Blodier, Chisato, Tagada, like Zlo, these guys who've came over from FAF.
Mm-hmm. All right. I think we're waiting for Barcast to join still. Are you finding a game? Like on the bottom of the lobby. There's no password for you.
I'm trying to join Flash's game. I can't access it quite yet. I'll just get some of the. Trying to fix the access thing. Worth mentioning while we wait, guys, that we are fast approaching 30,000 members of our Discord for Bar, and we're going to be doing some celebration events when we reach that. So that's probably going to be in the next few weeks. One of the things we're talking about is doing a dev and core team Q&A, where we'll be asking all of our members for questions that they want to know, and we'll then ask the great devs in the team what they think and what we're planning and what's coming up. There's loads of things in the pipeline, so it's going to be really exciting. And with 30,000 players, like we're growing rapidly. But that's not to say we'll take it for granted. We are really grateful to the community, and guys, now's your opportunity. If you think there's a friend out there who hasn't seen Bar and wants to play and they would enjoy it, get them linked to this Twitch now, and they can see it in action at the greatest levels.
Definitely a unique opportunity. There's literally everyone that is good at this game right now. We're going to be seeing them today playing it.
I always like to think hopefully the best player in Bar hasn't joined the game yet. Has yet to find it and start competing. So as the game grows, hopefully the level of play just only increases and we see more and more quality matches.
We're just waiting for Borg, I think.
Yep.
Randy wants to go. He's impatient. You see him in chat as well.
Yeah, he's in there. Sorry, guys. I might have to just log back in to make sure my permissions are correct. Sorry about that, guys. We've got quite a hefty process for how security works and our moderation, so that players have a decent experience when they play Bar. And that, unfortunately, means that I actually can't just log into someone's game where they've got a password on it, which just one of those things. Just stand by.
All right.
Breezy, you have any predictions for this match?
Predictions for this match. I've played with all four the players, and Sabotage is one of the people that is like a veteran in the scene, right? And he has his own strats. Randy's more like a mechanical, I'll kill you in a 1v1 player, but I feel like this will be a tight match. I don't know too much about Daywalker, but just looking at their ranks currently, it should be a pretty even game overall. So we could expect anything.
Game 3, or it's going to be a 2-0?
I would like to see game 3. I think it's possible, yeah. Oh, we got Borgen. Nice.
We're in. Resistance is indeed futile, Randy. Thanks for that. Persistence is not futile, though, guys. I eventually got in here. So let's load up the game and start the cast.
Let's do it.
So we're now loading into game 1, round 1 of our 2v2 tournament.
So Fallendale, we've seen this map in the qualifier already, right? Quite a few times. What are your thoughts on how this map plays out in a 2v2?
It's kind of dicey. It's like a knife fight for as long as the game wants to go on for. So it's pretty intense for most of the match.
And we have a not a symmetrical map when it comes to what the two players on the same team have. One guy has a Geo, the other guy doesn't. I guess it's interesting to see how that balances out. Like, where do you put the stronger player, for example?
There's a little bit of metagaming, I'm assuming, like who do you put in the top spot or the bottom spot even. So the Geo for the blue team would be top left, and then bottom right there's also Geos. But I'm not sure if the game's going to get to this point. Maybe late game you'll see a team take that, but for the most part at 19 wind, I think you'll see all these players just investing in wind turbines before deciding to go into that.
Yeah, it's a pretty good map for wind, right? If you hover over the wind interface, you'll see that the average wind is 14, which is one of the higher numbers that we'll see in games like this, I suppose. So the choice is pretty clear. What your eco is going to look like, especially since it's a 2v2 and you're going to be scaling on wind power for a long time, right?
Let's introduce these players.
All right, let's do it. So on the top right corner, we have Randy as the red player. And on the bottom right, we have his teammate, Daywalker. They're both representing the Pro Clan. It's like this is their tournament. The tournament is also called the Pro 2v2, right? So maybe we already know the result, but let's see.
And their opponent spawning on the left side of Falindale. Playing as the blue pieces, we have Sabotage. And his teammate spawning in the bottom left, playing as the green pieces, somehow ended up in a 2v2 match. We have Flash, who's an amazing free-for-all player. I think he's number 1 or number 2 on the free-for-all ladder, actually. So. So what is this? Flash shared a tick with Sabotage? I guess he's trusting his micro a little better, but...
That's some team play right there. One tick for you, one tick for me.
No, I don't mind this. Just scouting across the map, seeing which player is where.
Yeah, so we have Flash with Armada bots and Sabotage with core bots. On the other side, both players going core. What are your thoughts on core versus Armada on a map like this in a 2v2? Especially when it comes to bots early.
It probably won't be as bad as some of the other larger open maps where you can kite more with the grunt. So if it goes into some kind of like thug rocket bot phase, from what I understand, ARM has a slightly better rocket bot than core, so perhaps it's not going to be as bad as some of these other maps we see.
Mm-hmm. Some nice radar spots on this map. If you take a look at Randy's radar and just click on it, it covers, wow. It covers almost half of the map, just that one radar.
Andy's known for being a defensive player. I think in some regards, he'll get the radar up and the LLT before the mechs, expanding a lot, so kind of his style.
All right. And there's the signature Randy grunts coming out. So it begins.
Let's take a look at how the commanders move in this tournament here. It's going to be real important to keep an eye on that, or where they're kind of projecting their movements here over the next couple minutes.
Yeah, for sure, especially on a wide open map like this. Make or break the game.
With the pro team commanders of staying inside the main base, just using that build power, which I kind of agree with at this point. A commander has 300 build power at the start of the game, so it's pretty much most of what you have is invested in your commander.
I mean, it reflects in the unit count, right? Look at how many more grunts Randy has compared to Sabotage. But now we're gonna see the first coordinated attack, it seems. Daywalker is coming in with his grunts too, and the pawns that Flash is making, that's always a little bit risky to play against grunts, right? They aren't ranged by grunts, and they're also more expensive than grunts. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, you can kind of pick and choose your engagements here. So Daywalker's going to step forward, take a couple pot shots, and then step back. He sees there's no expansion there, no con, so doesn't need to dive into an attack.
Seem to be trying to get into Sabotage's base, and Sabotage only has, what, one LLT, second one building? Maybe it's a little bit too late, we'll see. Randy's committing big time, but that LLT finishes just in time, and nothing major will happen in that base. The LLT is just too strong.
Force Andy back, and he left a little bit of reclaim there for his opponent, so you see this Resbot's going to jump down, scoop up, was that 300 metal worth, so that's 10 grunts, right?
Yeah, it's almost 10 grunts, which is pretty significant. So I guess overall a win for Sabotage, even though and he traded pretty well. But we'll see. There's a whole new wave of grunts coming. It's not over yet.
Yeah, and this time both armies are together, so Daywalker and Randy are keeping their grunts together. Looks like they're diving towards his Flash's base for an attack here.
This is getting pretty dicey for Daywalker. He's being kind of cornered right now. He had to fight against an LLT. And that army is just going to disappear now, potentially, if Flash can catch him.
But that opened the door for Randy. He's jumping into the main base now. There's just one LT to stop this, and Andy runs right past it, blowing through that.
That is very problematic for Flash. He's not gonna lose the bot lab, but another wave of Daywalker's grunts. It's just Flash is kind of dead. And
Yeah,
that's the problem walking your commander out in the middle of the map in a situation like this, right? That's a big yikes for Flash. Let's see how he can recover from this. Because what's beautiful about bar is that you're never really dead, right? And even your teammates can share units with you. So let's see what he can do with the little he has.
You're never really dead, but he's definitely down a main base. His opponent is happily, content sitting here producing more grunts.
Yep.
And Flash just has an LLT and a couple of thugs. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Sabotage commander is getting wailed on by these rockets here from Andy. He's knocked down to about 50% HP. He's trying to waddle his way back to the LLT he has up, but his units are on the other side of the map.
Definitely, this is looking like a fortifying position now for Andy. He knows that his team is ahead. He just needs to fortify, macro up, and it's a 2v1 essentially. If they can just hold for a little bit. And Daywalker on the bottom side as well, trying to defend, and he's doing a good job at it. But Sabotage, I don't see a window for him to do any damage here. But let's see how this plays out.
Maybe there was a chance there turning right, but he didn't want to commit towards the LLT. He's going to be cornered here, up against a cliff here, and between him and a Daywalker's own grunt, so it looks like these are going to get surrounded maybe. Just barely pulls out in time, so just running back to his commander. But he has to fight against this position here. Andy's trying to entrench himself against these two mexes. Yeah, and he's going to win that fight there in the middle against the two mexes, and it's going to force Sabotage commander back up the hill even, so grabbing more real estate off of this map from him. Sabotage trying to res some of these units here up on the high ground. Flash's commander has moved back up on this hill. There's a lot of metal here to kind of fund them back into this game in some way. We'll see how this goes. Right now that factory is actually getting resurrected by these bots here. It's going to turn back online and get healed back up.
Yeah, that's why you cannot call Beyond a Reason games before they're actually done and everyone's surrendered. We'll see how much they can get out of resurrecting all of this, but you also have to keep in mind that the opponent's team was producing units and they were making res bots trying to res all of this, so it may look okay right now, but we'll see in 5 minutes, or even like in 2. Because they're kind of approaching with the gigantic line of grunts and rocket bots. They're controlling the whole map, our red team.
Gonna try and force an engagement here. Sabotage spreading out his own grunts, anticipating an attack. Andy steps forward, pulls back. Not committing to either team isn't committing to a fight. That's a unique part about bar, is you can kind of pick and choose your battles really closely.
Yep, and now these rocket bots caught out of position, but only 2 of them die. Not the biggest loss, and now Daywalker is kind of claiming the middle for himself. Flash is trying to get back in the game. He's making some rocket bots. He's making some grunts or pawns. There's a big reclaim field in the middle that nobody has taken yet. There's no res bots coming in from what I can see. That will be definitely a point of contention now.
Yeah, the res bots are in the back of Flash's base, still trying to res the units from the previous fight that wiped out his main base. And yeah, there's a huge reclaim field forming underneath these red and yellow grunts that are just kind of denying their opponents that position for now until they decide to attack. Looks like Sabotage moving back towards his main base. Andy's grunts are in between the units, the army, and the main base, so he had an opportunity there to dive in, but just wants to play it safe. Force the game to go on a little longer. All they're really doing is just capitalizing on their eco lead, producing more and more units. You can see them all streaming across the map to these respective fronts.
Yeah, and one thing to note, the metal production currently for the red team is basically triple with the blue team.
Yeah, you can see there in the top right corner, the average wind and metal incomes for both teams.
Yeah. It's quite a big difference, especially the metal is the thing that matters the most, and that's really a lot. And have you noticed how many radars Randy made on the top? He's got like 10 radars currently or something like that, close to that. It's just scary. The whole base is falling for Sabotage. He doesn't have an answer to this. He doesn't have an answer in the middle either. He's got 0 units basically on the field.
Yeah, and he's just tightening the noose at the moment. He's perfectly content to camp these rocket bots as they get their damage off. He's gonna try diving on this commander with an air transport. Doesn't quite take out the comp.
Well, he had to try it, I suppose.
Some last-ditch effort, and yeah, he's gonna type GG. So, game 1 going to our pro team.
GG, well played by our pros. That was an interesting one. Definitely a different dynamic. I usually play at V8, so it's a different dynamic. But it was cool to see some of these small plays make such a big impact. Something that the 8v8 games lack a lot of times, right?
Yeah, the game is maybe not it's not as balanced. There's more potential for smaller amounts of units to do damage, like all across the map, instead of just your respective lanes. So
yeah,
always a lot going on, and very tense in that early game before you get your macro up and these large armies spread out across the maps. It can be very tense and almost like a.
All right, we'll go back to the studio, guys, while we wait for the next match. That was an interesting start. Some upset there, but people, these are players that people would have seen in their public matches a lot, and so they would have no doubt been rooting for one of the two teams, and unfortunately one lost already.
I think we're loading in the game too.
Yeah, we're loading right in.
Great.
The Comic Catcher. From what I've seen, that's one of the most popular maps, especially in the smaller formats, like 1v1, 2v2. What's special about this one?
Comic Catcher is a no-wind map, so you can expect to see pretty much exclusively solars and advanced solars built on the map. 0 wind turbines, maybe no energy converters. We probably won't be seeing any of those, but another unique part about it is just the flat landscape.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's have a look at the match. While we're talking about the map, guys, just so all players out there watching know, if you want to know about the map and who made it, give them some kudos. Bottom left of every map, you can see the author and some details about the map. So if you ever wonder, have a look. You can, send some nice messages to our designers, because there's some beautiful maps here that make Bar what it is. And
Awesome.
Comic Catcher is a real classic. And it's great to see it on this form. So, Spreezy, do you want to introduce the players?
Sure.
On which side and what they're doing?
Bottom right, our red player carrying the last game. It's Pro Randy. And above him, his faithful teammate, Daywalker, playing as the yellow player.
Classic team. And their opponents on the left side of Comic Catcher, we have playing as the blue pieces, going for a little bit of a walk, Sabotage. And his teammate spawning just underneath him, playing as the green pieces, we have Flash.
Where do you see an interesting build from Daywalker and Flash? Same positions, same exact build, mech, solar, and straight into a turret or a laser tower. So why do you play like this? You will never see this in an AV8, right? Why do you have to play it like this here?
Yeah, just a little bit of the walk you end up doing with your commander. So most of the time, if you want to open vehicles, it's best to do a 3-mech spawn. So the LLT kind of lets you protect that position while you walk with your commander. And this is going to protect you from like any kind of 1-mechs, 2-mechs bot opens that might try and really punish a greedy start.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. And in this game, in general, attacking is so much more powerful than in most other RTS games, where one little unit can destroy an entire base of the opponent, right? So you have to be extra careful with your defenses, and I guess the offense is the best defense, and beyond no reason.
I really enjoy that part of the game. It seems like the eco structures are particularly vulnerable to any kind of raiding or harassment. So I think that just incentivizes players to do it, which leads to, really dynamic, intense games, right?
Yeah.
So
All right.
this is kind of the early phase. We're going to just see some scouts and maybe ticks. Well, looks like all the teams are going for vehicle open, so just use scout battles for now.
Oh, Andy's going for bots again, core bots.
Core bots on Comet Catcher. That's an interesting choice.
I guess he likes his core bots, likes the grunts.
It's a beautiful SimCity so far, too, from his commander, making a nice little ring there with his solar collectors, finally moving out into the main, or moving out of his main with his commander.
He's getting harassed by these rovers from Flash. That's one mechs in the back, and that's gonna take a while to fix as well. Especially since he's getting attacked inside of his base. Okay, there we go. Never mind. Daywalker handles that. Interesting.
Bit of an idle factory at the moment, too. See, we're looking at the other side of the map, still trying to clean up these rovers. Andy sharking around, looking for damage. He might find some little bit of a juke there.
Good attempt, but there was quite a bit of offensive units. And now the race for who gets the most mexes in the shortest amount of time. And then doesn't lose them right away, because it's a wide open map. Let's see how it goes. Quite a few incisors coming from Sabotage. And they're in the middle of the map. They're very slow compared to the rovers. What are your thoughts on those?
We'll see both teams transition into these light tanks as the metal income starts to increase. Looks like we have one blitz leading the charge with a couple of scouts in tow. But that's what we'll be seeing more of, blitzes versus incisors until the medium tanks start coming out.
And how many blitzes do you need to reliably kill an LLT, a tower?
I think it might be 2. It kind of depends on the micro, but if you run right past it and start getting flanking damage, I want to say 2 is all you need to take out a single one. But of course, the math changes as more and more LTs come up, or there's a couple of units surrounding them, or structures in the way. It's a nice counter damage here coming on below Flash's base. Daywalker getting some rovers in. He takes out one mechs. I think another one's going to go down before these are cleaned up.
Yeah, this is some very hard micro here because of how the rovers shoot and their turrets turn. Like, it's a little bit hard to make them shoot where you want them to. Sometimes they just randomly stop shooting when they're turning away from their targets, etc. So
it'd be really frustrating, and these rovers are continuing to find damage here in the back of the main base. I think they'll get a couple more mexes, actually. They're gonna find these 2 from Sabotage, but...
Whoa! That was a little bit of a danger there, and one of the rovers exploded when the mechs died. But on the other side, we have Sabotage trying to push from the top with a big force. And he is going to get something. We're gonna get that situation against the lasers. So let's see. We have 5 incisors coming.
This was a nice little move here. Those 2 incisors distracted Daywalker's tanks and allowed these incisors to kind of cut through the middle here. Gonna find a lot of damage, actually, heading right towards the main base.
Whoa. Straight into the factory. No respect at all for his opponent. But Randy came in to help. That's a nice cleanup as well.
Yeah, for sure. He took out a couple of mexes and a radar, but left a lot of reclaim for the opposing team.
Yeah, if you go for a big attack, you got to do enough damage for it to pay off. Otherwise, you're just feeding your opponent. Something that a lot of the newer players don't realize. They think they're fighting for their team, they're doing their best, but actually they just keep feeding like straight up whatever they produce, they feed to the opponent. So you got to be very careful with those. If you're committing, it needs to be a big blow to the opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. He very well could have turned left above the main. I mean, he didn't know where the units were, but it could have just continued trying to shave off economy here. But this is going to give Daywalker a chance to counterattack here. He's got a lot of blitzes here, heading right towards this couple of pair of construction bots.
Yeah. But that's a lot of turrets, which are not that strong against these tanks. But at the same time, like, if you lose time on the turrets, you see what happens here. The blue army catches up with you. And on the bottom side, oof, we have some Janus hits on Randy's commander. So the composition is slowly changing into more of a classic T1 for Armada. In this case, Flash.
We see Andy's got this forward factory here that is kind of vulnerable to these couple of Janus here. And he's reclaimed his own factory in his main base, so that's his only source of production right now. He can't really assist it with his commander at the moment.
I guess it's very popular now to open up with grunts and then transition to tier 1 or tech 1 vehicles. Let's see how Randy does it, what units he makes. He's trying to do some artillery. And on the top side, Daywalker is trying to do a bot lab. And he just degunned quite a bit of units from Flash. But
Yeah,
Sabotage trying to do a big attack again. And this one will do damage.
Yeah,
I think it's
absolutely.
almost guaranteed that they will do quite a bit of damage. So Daywalker is in a bit of trouble right now. And Randy can't even help him.
He's trying to get some units in position. He saw he's pulling back his own construction bot, assisting these LLTs, trying to get constructed. But I don't think this is enough. And we see Daywalker's even power stalling at the moment. So these LLTs might not be shooting as effectively as they can be.
Yeah.
Could be. A couple of blitzes show up right on time. Deal a lot of damage here. Daywalker, excuse me, Sabotage didn't destroy that construction vehicle, so he left that alive there. That's kind of a blunder.
Mm-hmm. That's gonna get going on the reclaim right away, even though all the players, both red and yellow, are floating insane amounts of metal. They can't use it. They have too much. So we need to see a little bit more focus on the energy side, the eco side, more solars, more advanced solars.
Yeah, I think that's where the blue team actually has a bit of an advantage here. We can see they're dead even on energy income, essentially, at this point. So
yeah. And Sabotage's forces in the back are still alive. And wait, the grunts are they faster than the incisors? No, they're about the same speed. Oh, who would expect that?
this is a really nice catch here. Andy was able to get just in front of these tanks and is able to pick all of these off. Oh, just maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. But if you look at the map, if you just zoom out, the top side was completely yellow, and now it's basically empty. All the mexes are gone. So Sabotage damage, it's pretty big. What he did with like 10 of those tanks.
See some medium tanks coming out onto the field now. These slow moving, very high health, low DPS units. So these will be massed up for the next 10 minutes, I'd imagine.
Yeah. And on the just above, we have maces versus brutes. What kind of a matchup is that? How would you rate it for the maces in this case?
Maces outrange tanks, but they have a lot of health and I think can maneuver around your maces or thugs. So maybe in like the early medium tank phase, they can hold their own, but at a certain number of medium tanks, I think you can kind of get overwhelmed.
Yeah, and we see Sabotage trying to abuse the same spot again, just on the top of the map. Like, he doesn't care about the middle.
Nice D-gun goes off. Both players really tight on that micro there.
But I guess the main problem for Daywalker is that he cannot punish the lack of presence Sabotage forces in the middle. Like, Sabotage goes for the top, he doesn't have a counterattack going. So Sabotage just happily going around, not getting punished. Maybe Daywalker needs to find a way to get into the opponent's base with these slow units.
I think he should go for another attacker on the top like he did earlier. Those units are kind of just now getting that back online. Should be relatively undefended, and these maces can't catch up to defend against these tanks.
But Randy's army currently, that looks scary, man. Look at that. That's half of the map covered in just his units, and we have a grunt run by on the bottom. 13 grunts and some T1 tanks coming in. But at the same time, a big battle in the middle unfolding. Just brutes versus stouts. Like one Janus trying to help out. But it does seem like Flash won that one. You just had more.
And that's
one or two
reclaim
more.
Field forming. So, and it looks like Andy's defenses aren't sitting over that. So this could be the boon the blue team needs to get back in the game. And look at this breakthrough, though.
Yep. That's wow. How are they gonna stop this? Maybe these Janus with some very fat hits right now, but with a little bit of spread, and there we go. That wasn't a lot of damage done. Dragon Claw's helping, and there's a beamer being built. Is it in time? Is it in time though?
I don't think so. He's gonna get all this production and solar income here for our yellow player. So really nice trade here.
Wow. And now he's going for Randy's base. He's like, I don't care about Daywalker. Give me some Randy. Give me his solars. He started on energy the whole game, and now this happens. That's really bad for Randy. And now, can they get a counter push going? Our red and yellow players.
I think they already did. If we zoom out, we can see that run by from earlier ran through green's bottom left. There was another counter attack around Sabotage and top left. So those kind of peripheral expansions have been cleared out. But they won control of the reclaim field in the middle, which is now gone. So a lot of metal going towards our blue team.
Yeah, but red and yellow, they're still floating tons of metal. All this reclaim, they're just vacuuming it into the void, I guess. But it is looking like they're gaining map control. More and more of it, they're choking their opponents out.
I think you're right. We can see blue and green really don't have much of a standing army at the moment, and Andy has, what is this, like 12 artillery? He's rotating down to the bottom mid side. So that's his next attack is going to be here, clearing out these mexes.
Yeah, and Daywalker is just going through the front line. He just melted 2 beamers in the middle, twin guards. No problem for him. He just destroyed the whole front line, Sabotage. And now the doors are wide open. Again, more skirmishing on the bottom side between Andy and Flash. But all the tanks.
He's got these pounders in the back, which are kind of preventing a really committed attack from our green player.
Yeah, these 3 pounders can take on probably like 10 stouts, I suppose. If they're bunched up as well.
Yeah, when retreating, they have that impulse.
Yeah. And they're very annoying with the knockback. You can't micro against them sometimes. It's a very good unit in the proper situation.
So we see how confident our red team was going T2 already. T2 con was just shared with our yellow player.
Oh, wow.
T2 con first, so mad respect to our red player giving his teammate the first con, it looks like. So, excuse me, no, I see another one up there just above that factory.
We do have a big run by again on the top. As we for like the 5th time this game, but he is changing his mind. He's changing his mind.
Yeah, he's turning around to deal with this push from yellow. So all these maces have walked to the front door here of both the blue team, but all these stouts are gonna step on top of him, looks like, and might give a good bit of a surround here from our blue tanks coming up from the back.
This is what all the tanks want. They want to be right on top of their target, just go next to them and shoot them in the face. And not a single... Well, one May survived, and even that one is dead. The whole army is just gone. And now the reclaim. Very important. I feel like if the blue team... Oh no, they're getting degunned in the middle. That's like minus 10 brutes right there.
That was
easily.
a lot of tanks.
Yeah.
And look at the army of Randy here. He's got 4 T2 mobile artillery out already, so we see those have made it to the front line. And this is going to put the blue team on a clock, essentially. They need to find some way to either deal with these or win the game in the next couple of minutes here before.
Yeah, this is huge. Just take a look at how big those impacts are from the Quakers. And they're a little bit exposed right now, but...
Tanking damage, though.
Yeah. Luckily for Green, they didn't get any fat hits, but... This is very scary. They don't even see them. They're in the fog of war for Flash, so he's just gonna go in. He's got... They probably know that if they don't stop this right away, they're probably losing this game. So they have to go all in, and they did catch all 4 of the Quakers. So well done by Flash. It does cost him like half of his army, but the main threat is gone.
Yeah, now we see Tiger tanks coming out on the field. These T2 heavy tanks can trade very well against these T1 armies, and they can kite them pretty efficiently too. We see them at the front there getting their shots off.
But what's the plan? What's the plan for Sabotage and Flash? Here we go. There's the plan. Vehicle T2 factory being built, but the metal is quite low for Sabotage. I don't know.
Can fund this, yeah. I think his commander might end up going down on the top side of the map too. Even we see he gets 1 D-gun off.
Well, that's pretty good play. Good play.
Nice
Very good
catch
defense. Yep. But still, 2 blitzes made it through, and they just cleaned up all the mexes. They were up in the back, and now Sabotage has to do something about that. He's also being pushed by maces. On the bottom side, Randy is just destroying Flash with his T2 versus T1. Flash doesn't even have a chance against this, not even with the commander. So let's see what can Flash come up with.
Gonna get a decent engagement here. You're gonna come up against these T2 tanks that start rolling back, so they're gonna be able to kite this T1 army, it looks like.
Yeah, this is a slow death for Flash in the middle. I just don't see these Tigers ever dying. Like, what do you have to do to them to kill them with T1?
Get T2, right?
Yeah. They're just the ultimate weapon. It's not even that expensive against the T1, so... And Sabotage coming for some beating as well from the T2. He wants in on the action. The Tigers are still alive. They only killed, what, 1 Tiger so far in that whole engagement. It's really rough.
Resbot's coming out for our yellow player, so he's gonna be scooping up all this metal pretty much immediately after that fight. Insult to injury. Oh, he's rezzing them, so doesn't even want the metal.
What a great game by Randy again and his teammate. They managed to hold even with all the run bys, and the complete domination in the middle now. Sabotage. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, Andy even has a fusion reactor up, so just showing like 2 times ahead on energy at the moment.
Oh yeah. That's, yeah, Andy's like 5 minutes of AFKing ahead of everyone else in the game. And unfortunately, the whole base is getting destroyed for Flash, and now for Sabotage as well, since these Tigers cannot be stopped currently. There's nothing that can stop them, and Sabotage doesn't have good enough eco to even build the T2 units. And there's the GG call.
GG, well played, yeah.
Well played. That's a nice 2-0. I wouldn't say a quick games, but pretty solid games. Pretty fun games to watch, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. That was maybe a little bit expected. I mean, I would put Andy and Daywalker in contention to win the tournament even, so...
Yeah.
See, looking at these team stats at the moment, you can see just the red line kind of carrying away with it.
Yeah, the opponent team didn't get enough damage in on Randy, and he just secured the middle and won. All right,
Excellent. All right, we'll go back to the studio then, guys.
let's do it.
So we saw a few interesting decisions to be made on maps like that especially new players might not really appreciate. Should we talk a little bit about how they decided to go FUDs, which are the K bots, the walking bots, versus vehicles? What do you guys think, Barcast? What do you think? Would you do that on this map?
I try not to. I think in 1v1s it might be a little different. So in 1v1s, no, it can be a little bit of an uphill battle playing against a vehicle player, playing as bots. So I kind of stay away from that myself.
Well, I think his whole plan was to go vehicles at some point. It's just that I feel like grunts are the easiest way to defend these wide open maps initially. Like you make some grunts, maybe you get a run by, but at home you can defend against the rovers relatively easily. And you saw that he was leaving grunts near the mexes just to defend against the rovers and such, and they just trade really well against him. So he ended up building the vehicle lab on the front, and it worked out. It worked out for Randy.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. Spreezy, playing as the bots, you can defend against the rovers and expand much easier than going rovers versus rovers. I think you spoke to that, even like trying to micro incisors against rovers and getting these tanks to shoot them is just kind of a nightmare at points.
Yeah, even if you have the numbers advantage, sometimes you lose due to how the turrets turn and how everything works out and the flanking damage. There's a lot to this game. Sometimes you have control of it. Sometimes it's a little bit random, let's say. I guess the best player always wins, but it can be frustrating for some people.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, what's our next game, by the way? Let's take a look. What are some of the open lobbies? Also, do we have any of the scores up from the other
Yeah, guys,
team?
I've updated the scores, so you might want to show them up right now.
Let's go and take a look at that.
Okay. So look.
I guess it's the other one.
Let's have a look. Should be able to cut this tournament standing.
There we go.
Here we are.
So I see Ragna Teddy advance through over Crow High Gain, Elmer Fudd.
Would you say that's an expected result?
A little bit of an upset, but Randy and Teddy they're no sleepers, so kudos to them.
All right.
See Jash Cash Mighty Sheep advance over Zek Goopy. That was another match I was kind of interested in seeing. Goopy's a very strong player, so I'm sure that wasn't that was a tough match.
If I'm not wrong, Ragna's team and Jazz Cash's team, they're the top two teams in terms of rating, right?
Was that Team Barcode, I believe, would be like Ragna's team?
Mm-hmm.
Which they carried the trophy of the last tournament, right? We had a 4v4 tournament they won last time, so congrats to them. Have a couple other matches that still need to be finished out. It looks like we have IND Club Sabotage versus Neza Zhao. I'd be interested to see maybe game 3 of that if they're moving into it. And then we have a couple other matches on the other side of the bracket here, it looks like. Just Autopilot, Praetor versus Narnik Lost Dead Man. That needs to finish, and we'd have our 6 qualifier teams.
This IND Club game is still going, from what I can tell. It's 20 minutes in.
What map is that?
It's on Comet Catcher.
So that's game 2. Maybe we'll get lucky. They'll finish this and move on. Maybe like a 1-1 score. We'll get a game 3 we can jump into.
Guys, you gotta see that game.
Really?
Really quick. Yep.
Let's jump in then. The IND Club lobby. We can quickly rewind. So we can just talk about the players playing in this game. So it's IND Club Chisato. It's not loading for me. We say Zhao and Kung Fu Panda.
AKA Neza. Yeah.
Yeah, Neza. Yeah, correct. So I've played with, mostly played with IND Club and Chisato, and these guys are very strong. And Chisato playing weird strats, trying stuff out. In the club, a little bit more of a standard player, I assume, if I got that correctly.
I think so, yeah. Chisato is very much still learning the game too. I'd say just kind of switched over recently, although he did win the FAF Grand Finals a couple of weeks ago. So just a really strong, talented player, of course.
And what about our American guys?
So I believe was Neza is Canadian, no?
Yeah, but that's the continent is America, right?
American, excuse me.
Yes.
So Kung Fu Panda, definitely just an absolute killer in team games. I'd call him a macro player for sure. And Zhao is kind of a wild card. I think that's a testament to their clan name Flip. It's kind of a coin flip if they'll show up in the game or not. So, but he has some strats for sure.
Let's see.
Click the statistics tab if you would. You can take a look and see pretty much quickly in the medal produce column. You can see, the blue team up about 15k medal so far, so our red team's down just a little bit. It's a lot of medium tanks, but we're about 10 minutes into the game.
Guys, sorry to interrupt. I think that the game has just you couldn't catch up, so it's paused, but the game has ended. So
Yeah. In the club in Chisato won. Yeah, I just caught the end, but like it said, the game ended, so you can rewind all the way, I suppose. All right. All right, we're just checking if this is a 1-1. It is a 1-1. All right, so we should just stay here, right?
Yeah,
this is the
doing
decider.
Yeah.
Also, a weird map, Shallow Straits, that they'll be playing, but we're still not ready to go because they have something going on. But or are we? We can, I think, join this one already. I think it's already started. Yep. I was curious if we're going to see some water on any of the 2v2 maps, because I haven't really checked out all the maps in the map pool, but this looks like a water map or like a hover tank map or something like that. See once it loads on stream.
Yeah, this is going to be Shallow Straits, which played in 2v2s is pretty tense, considering the distance between the main bases. You can see those two boxes are almost touching each other, so...
And there's a mountain in the middle.
Yeah, there's this large central island that's kind of choked up in the very middle by this large mountain, so that prevents units from rotating around them. But everywhere else is kind of free to rotate. You can see commanders can walk up and down those coastlines. Of course, there's water and these shallow channels everywhere, which block submarine movement. So you could see hover play, air play, maybe comm walks, comm drops. I mean, this map's kind of crazy. What is this? What am I watching?
Yeah, the puffin is gonna get him. Yeah, let's do that. It seems like they had some trouble loading the maps or whatever. They were waiting for
Could be
one of the
Zhao.
players. Yeah. So they quit this one. They're gonna reset it. But yeah. So we got more results. X Factor and Kuchi won against 8D and Emre. I feel like that is. I wouldn't call it an upset, but 8D and Emre were. They're grinders. They play quite a bit in the lobster lobbies, in any kind of lobby, and they're very solid players, like macro players, both of them. But from what I've seen, X Factor, he has been one of the top players before, but then he dropped when he came back recently. I think he had like a big break. That's what I know, and I guess he's coming back to his shape now. You can see here.
Yeah, that's good to see. I know X Factor has been finalists in previous tournaments before, so or made deep runs in tournaments recently. So X Factor is definitely a really strong player.
Do you know his teammate?
I'm not
Do you
sure
know
who
anything about
Kuchi
him?
is, to be honest. I think he's a German player, from what I understand. I could be wrong on that. So he's sharing a team with his countryman. So I'm sure they've got some good cohesion, of course, and I think a couple other teams are like that. Well, maybe not. I'm trying to look. I actually can't think of any other teams that share. Oh, Jazz Cash and Mighty Sheep. They're both from the UK, so I think that's the only team.
Okay, we have this game starting, it seems. We can join it.
Yep,
It
loading
just
up
loaded
now.
in.
Yep.
There's one more matchup. On the top right, we see Praetor and Autopilot versus Narnik and Lost Deadman. Lost Deadman, obviously one of the most popular streamers of this game. So what are your thoughts on that matchup?
Like who would advance? Perhaps I think.
Yeah.
I want to say Lost Deadman Arnuk. They're both very strong players. Autopilot, not sure about him and or his teammate, right? But I definitely know Narnuk and Lost Deadman. I actually think I played a match with them over the past week.
Narnik is German, I think, and Autopilot is Swedish.
Yep.
And Praetor, is he Polish?
Not sure about him.
No.
I think are we loaded into our 2v2?
Yeah, loaded in, just waiting for the game to start.
This is an interesting decision here they have to make, though, about commander placements on this map. I'm curious to see how these teams are actually going to spawn in.
Yeah, Borg, did you get to load in or?
Yeah, I'm loaded in. I'll transition to the match now.
All right, sounds good.
You can see a little bit of drawing on the map from the. Is that the yellow player drawing?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's interesting. They haven't coordinated this before yet. They're just kind of figuring it out on the fly, right? There's a lot on the line here. I mean, they're going to be qualifying. One of these teams is going to be eliminated, so there's a lot riding on the line here. I mean, there's a couple $100 they're playing up for grabs here, at least getting into the round of 6, I suppose.
Yeah. I've noticed, I guess this is a little bit interesting, but I've noticed during the qualifiers that some teams were not even on voice. I suppose they're all on voice now, right? Because you see them writing to each other in game during the games.
I would doubt if Zhao is on voice, because I'm pretty sure this is Claret. So I think that's the meme that's around right now, is Zhao's Claret. and is just memeing the whole time. Hello. Or anyone knows, he just types hello in chat whenever he kind of shows up. The one L.
Coochie's Canadian. All right.
Yeah, so here we are, going into game 3. Just started.
So yeah, starting with one mix in the club, and Chisato with the triple mix start. Whereas Zhao started in the corner. I wonder if this means that he's going to try to play air, maybe? Or what's the play for our top team here? Starting in the corner with the commander.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This is kind of unorthodox even. He might be going into a hover lab up there, but he had the triple mech start just below him. He could have spawned out there. We can see Chisato in the club kind of doing something a little unorthodox even.
Yeah.
On the other side of the map, we see Chisato's got this 3-mech spot, but Inda Club is going for a little bit of a walk here, so he's just capping the mechs, adding a couple solars, getting an LT, and then walking right towards this island.
Yeah, can the club stop any aggression with like a double sentry on this gap, little water bridge? Can you stop the whatever yellow is going to do at some point with just turrets?
He can, but I think as we saw some kind of meta developing on this map, you could see a lot of players open air first, one of the two players opening air first and getting a transport out, and you just have commanders flying around in the first couple of minutes. So a couple of LLTs right there in the middle isn't going to stop a commander landing on your base.
Definitely, yeah. And we see an aircraft plant coming out of Zhao on the top right, our red player, and it seems like the yellow player is sharing a construction bot to him as well, so he can get the rest of the mexes.
He's going to get scouted here. We see blues coming in with a rover here, so they're going to be privy to this air factory starting. He might even get a mex if he's lucky or on top of his micro.
Yeah, that's a very good scout off. Yeah, very good scout.
First. Yeah. So we're going to have to see, is he going to share it with his teammate, or was he planning on moving his own commander? He's going to have to deal with this single scout that found its way back behind the mexes. Oh my gosh, this is...
Yeah, that's pretty annoying, but the transport can grab it, right? It just grabs it and reclaims it with his commander or something like that. After that. What? You just dropped it on the grunt? Well, it works. That's a really interesting mechanic in this game, that you can transport the opponent's units, render them useless, especially if you have multiple transports.
Yeah, kind of the reverse of what you would expect a unit to be doing.
Yeah. And the club is trying to just take full control over this side of the middle island. And that is 4 mexes. It's quite a bit. Like, that's a significant portion of the econ of the whole map.
But see, he has a slider down though, so he's sharing all this metal with his teammate Chisato. So really cool one factory open here, shared between the two teams.
Very interesting. I guess you do this on the so-called poverty maps.
See, Kung Fu Panda is getting up a jellyfish torpedo launcher on his coastline here. He's going to be denying a commander from trying to walk across this narrow channel here and into your main base.
Yep.
So really nice play there. We saw a lot of that going, a lot of these kind of like commander rushes on this map, so he's trying to shut that down.
Look at what Zhao forced out of Chisato in his base. That's the 3rd nettle that he constructed already. The anti-air tower. That's a lot. And they have no protection in the back of the base, so there's a bomber coming. The scout sees all the nettles, so the bomber's going to be like, okay, I'll go around and I'll get all your mexes instead. That's fine. He's going to try it at least. Yeah, he found a way in.
See, the first bombing run goes off. He's going to drop his payload, get one of the mexes. Nice play.
Yeah, and the laser tower shooting the bomber, but that's just not going to happen. Not going to happen. Hopefully the bomber doesn't run into the anti-air now. No, he micros it perfectly. Perfect execution there from Zhao. And he's just going to continue on the mexes.
Bit of a tense situation going on in the middle. We see these 3 commanders are walking really close to each other, so a bit of a fight starting here.
And there's a tug on top of the mountain. Just dropped on top of the mountain.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, actually, plasma units get a range increase with the height advantage, so you can definitely shoot farther.
It's battling against a laser tower, and it's probably gonna be... oh no, it's dead. No! By the way, the bomber is still active. Unbelievable. Oh, it's finally... it didn't even die. So it's still alive after destroying the whole bottom side. Everything that was there. Everything. Just one bomber. Very good play by Zhao. And Zhao is transitioning into shipyard and destroyers. Wow. That's the only shipyard in the game currently. He's going to have full control over wherever the destroyer is. But at the same time, look at the top. Pincers going underwater. We'll see what happens to that because there's 2 commanders guarding this. I doubt they can do much.
I think this is kind of a bad position for our red team here. We can take and see, like, IND Club and Chisato have so much pressure on this position at the moment. These 2 commanders, there's Janus and missile trucks here.
Yeah.
This game could be over in the next couple of minutes if one of these commanders goes down.
It's about the Janus micro, I suppose. But there's a lot of units. These aggravators are... they can get the Janus. If you have enough of them, the Janus can't really fight against them. Right. They just run into their own deaths.
So Chisato's commanders moved into the water, and these destroyers have really nice depth charges at that track at even, so...
yep.
Can't get the D-gun off. He actually is stalling on E at the moment.
It's not looking great for Chisato. He's kind of stuck. The other commander can also help.
Yeah, he can't get back up on the water. The Kung Fu Panda's commander's right there, so he's not gonna give him the chance to trade commanders. And yeah, first comm goes down, Chisato.
Remember, guys, if you lose all of your commanders, your team is dead. So it's all on IND Club now and his commander. They're gonna have to play a lot more careful in the middle because of this mistake from Chisato. Chisato wanted to do like a D-gun on the shipyard, I suppose. But this is problematic. And they can't take the risks in the middle anymore that they wanted to. But at the same time, the club is controlling this. He's got a lot of whistlers out, which are a great counter to rocket bots in general. Well, let's see.
Yeah, these vehicle numbers are really increasing. I'd like to see him repair these 2 Janus. They're so low right now. So... and those are the main damage dealers in the army. The Thistlers outrange everything and can kind of kite these units, but it's the Janus that are going to kill a commander.
Oh, very good damage on the commander.
Nice shots there, taking out almost half of Kung Fu Panda's HP
but
there.
At the same time, he traded for like 4 or 5 vehicles. And now we see the power of the Navy on this map, because I was just going in between all the bases and just destroying whatever is in his path. And he can't really be stopped by vehicles on T1, at least. The destroyers are very oppressive, as their name says, oppressor. They're the best T1 unit.
Yeah, as you can click on one, you can see the range they have. They're able to bombard a lot of this main base and a lot of the eco even. So, but I think the real story here is they're choked off on either side of the strait here. So these units streaming across these medium tanks can just be shelled by this destroyer the whole time. I see one destroyer was even shared with Kung Fu Panda even, so both these players have a couple of naval units to use.
And that's a big push coming out from IND Club on the top side, and it kind of looks bad for Kung Fu, but then the destroyer shows up and the Riptide, and it's like, okay, I mean, you can push me, but I still have the water. You can't go across. You can't even secure these mexes. And Zhao is building some LOTs on top. He doesn't know what else to do. to try to secure this, but you can always run to the water, which is a nice bonus for the red team up there on top. They have the control. Look at this army in the middle water, in between Green's units. It's just annoying to deal with. He's just in there, and there's really nothing that they can do to stop him at this point in the game, other than going to shipyard themselves, I suppose.
It's going to be hard to get into the water with this many destroyers already mad. I think they have 4 destroyers at the moment, so it's going to be really hard to push into anything.
But I really like this map. This is a completely different dynamic from some of the other maps that we've seen, just because of the delicate balance between the water units, the air units, the vehicles, the bots. We're seeing everything that the game can offer currently, and this is only T1 as well. And some res is coming in from Kung Fu on the top. He's resing the Armada vehicles.
Yeah, he's raising the Janus, which I mean, it's smart. That's probably one of the better units in the game, and he doesn't even have access to it, playing as a Cortex bot player.
Yeah. Oh, Zao has found a way to attack the factory. Chisato's factory might just go down now if he focuses on it. I'm not sure he is currently.
He's ferrying some build power to the main island where IND Club's commander's in, so he's kind of evacuating.
Yep.
Moving his construction turrets across the water, so he's going to try and get a factory up here any minute.
That is the safest spot currently, unfortunately for the blue team, but that is the safest spot. So I guess he kind of accounted for this base dying anyways. We also have an aircraft plant. They're only using it for transports currently. What is they going to do with the transports? They have 3 transports. They're transporting some pincers on the south side.
Gonna drop it right on top of an LT. I mean, the real tense point here is this reclaim field that's been kind of being fought over for the past couple of minutes.
For sure, especially since it's a poverty map. Very low income for all the players.
I think this T1 army is starting to get whittled down, though. Blue had a pretty nice mixture of Whistlers and tanks and Janus, but I think finally those numbers are starting to get thinned out by these Destros in the water. And that's going to be pretty much close to the end of the game. I think I mean, you don't have a T1 army and your opposing team is just free to macro up as they please, you're in a bad position.
Well, we do have to say that this T1 shipyard doesn't have infinite range on its units. Like the destroyer is 710 range. So if the green and blue player, if they can hide their eco like they're doing on the bottom left now, like maybe they can stay alive long enough to transition into something better and then crush the opponent's base. They're also doing the pincer attack. It might work. Or at least for a short time. They might deny some of the mexes. They run away from the grunts coming in. But there's no micro, so maybe not. I still think there's a pretty good chance for the blue team. If they can manage, yeah, they're doing it. They're doing the Mauser. They're gonna try to get Mausers up, but they're doing it from just one factory, and the blue player has nothing actually. He's just feeding whatever he has to green, so it's gonna be tricky to pull this off, especially since they have no energy.
They need some of the wrecks in the middle, but those destroyers are preventing them from reclaiming any of this metal here. I think one of them might actually be even able to get in range of that T2 factory, but this is a really tough position to fight from.
For sure, and Zao is he did so much this game. He destroyed so many buildings. Really good plays by Zao.
Yeah,
and
the anti-air. I mean, that bomber had 7 kills and they made like 7 anti-air turrets, so it's like
true. And Kung Fu holding. He's just still holding. That's his job this game. Don't let them come to our island. And Chisato is trying to harass with the pincers still, but lack of micro, I think, is costing them more damage on that side. We... That's how that... Okay.
The game ends when you lose both your commanders, so that's going to be it. Yeah, Kung Fu trades his commander to get the win there.
And you blink and you miss it. Wow. Wow. That was... I guess he knew that the commander was low, and that if he just walked in, that he would get the explosion on the opponent's commander, which is obviously great play, but what a way to end the game. Literally blink and you miss it. Wow. All right. So Zhao and Kung Fu win, and they go through straight to stage 3, right? If that's the system, or further in the bracket. Further in the bracket. Yeah.
Well, we have our 6 qualifying teams now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's have a look at them now.
Yeah.
So here's the finals 6 teams.
Mm-hmm. Like we said, Ragnar Teddy, Jazzcash Mighty Sheep, Kung Fu Panda Zhao, Narnik lost Deadman. That's the match that we were missing. Congrats to them. X Factor and Kuchi and Randy and Daywalker. That wraps up our qualifiers.
Yeah, so congrats to all the players. These are our 6 qualifying teams. We'll be moving into a double elimination round robin format. So we're going to have a lot more games, so stay tuned.
Yeah, we're making good progress already, guys. So on track for our timings. We should hopefully be getting to the grand finals at about 8 p.m. UTC. So, there's plenty of games to watch up till then, guys. But that's going to be crunch time. So, we've seen some interesting tactics. That map really lends itself to some, new play. And with the vehicles not quite having the same dominance when you've got those ships being able to shut off the Straits. Really interesting. I expect we'll see a lot more of that. But do you think there's some other interesting strategies that perhaps some of the teams have kept back for later in the tournament? We've seen that before. What do you think?
I mean, they surely have something prepped. This is one of the biggest tournaments this game has had, and it's the right chance to show those big strats that people have been practicing. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see the best in the finals at the end.
Yeah, it was interesting actually because we did actually have the winning team drawing out their strategy at the start of that game, didn't we? So it appeared that maybe not, that they hadn't actually decided what they were going to do, but it paid off in the end.
Yeah, but not every team is great at every map, right? Maybe they practice their home maps more than some other ones, although here it's like mostly preset maps from what I understand what is going to be played. Also, that map it's kind of like freestyle map, I would say. Anything goes if you do it well. At the end of the day, I guess on that specific last map, the Navy is the big play, but getting there is the tricky play. It's just very hard to get destroyers out, but very expensive, and not die at the same time. So it's hard to plan. It's hard to even know how to counter the opponent when you can play in so many different ways. So adaptation, I guess, is the main point. They need to be creative.
Can we get a shot of the map pool heading forward into the round robin rounds? Because that'd be interesting, like you said, Spreezy, about not being able to practice every map, and you have different home maps you would maybe be more comfortable on. So
I'm not sure if we have that ready, right?
Perhaps not, but I can see what we do have. I mean, we have the list of the maps. Obviously, it'd be nice to be able to show them quickly. We might be able to do that.
So looks like we're going into stage 2, right?
Yeah.
So first map is going to be CCR, or Comet Catcher Remake.
So we had that earlier. All right.
Round 2 would be Theta Crystals, which is a pretty popular, I think, team game map. Pretty solid. And these are best of one formats, right? So we're going to have all these teams playing a best of one on CCR to see who advances out of stage 2 to go to the grand finals, and then who would go to the losers bracket, so to speak.
Yeah, maybe we can take a look at the whole system, what is in front of us now, the round robin, the stages, etc.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the leaderboard. I think Taku's got the seeds ready to add to it, so let's have a look at that now.
All right.
So we've got
right.
we've got the hyper advanced quantum random number generator that's picking the team matchups. Is that correct, Taku?
Yep, I just used that, and I've got the seats ready. So, do you guys want to see them?
Excellent. Yeah, let's go.
Right. So, our top team from the first qualifier round, the qualifier finals, Ragnar and Teddy, is going to go against X Factor and Kuchi. So, let me just update this real quick. Here we go. Now, in the second bout, we've got Jaskash and Mighty Ship going against Narnik and Lost Dead Man. And the last bout, we've got Kung Fu Panda versus Zoe. Kung Fu Panda and Zoe versus Randy and Daywalker.
Ooh.
Take it away, guys.
All right.
Well, so we knew it was going to be interesting matchups no matter what, but now we've actually got some. So Ragnar and Teddy, veterans of against X Factor Live and Kushi. X Factor in particular has been playing this since as long as I can remember. So really interesting to see those guys matched up straight away. What do you think about Jazz Cash Mighty Sheep? I know those guys really well. They've played in many tournaments. I'm not sure so much about Nanak and Lost Deadman. What about you guys? Have you seen them play much?
Well, Jazz and Mighty Sheep I think that's one of the favorites to win the tournament. And I think it's an uphill battle for Lost Deadman and Narnik, but I'm pretty sure they're going to give their best, and they'll try to surprise them. I think it would be surprised if they won, but at the same time, like, who knows? These guys everyone's a good player here. Like, there are no weak players anymore, and especially in this stage. So anything can happen. But I give the advantage to Jazz and Mighty Sheep.
Interesting. Barkas, what do you think?
Well, it's a best of one too, so you might say, 90% of the time, 80% of the time, you might expect certain teams to advance, but given the format, there can be a couple upsets here. I'm looking at maybe
this stage they'll have a best of 3, and then they'll go into a round robin of 1, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. So, and we've also got Kung Fu Panda and Zhao, who we've just seen in that match, and our first match we streamed today, we saw Randy and Daywalker. So we know these are the two teams we know the best so far, from what we've seen in this tournament. What do you think? From what we've seen, what do you think? Who has the edge? Spreezy?
It's a tough call, that one. We've seen good plays from all the teams, so anyone can take it, if you ask me.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna go with Neza and Zhao. I think they could pull an upset here, realistically. So I'm gonna go out on a limb, say they'll win that qualifier stage 1, 2-1.
Yeah, they brought some interesting strats that last game. I was really impressed. So yeah, I think that they can take it. But Randy, he is like top 3 easily on any mode. In this mode, he might be one of the best, like first or second best, like as an individual player. It's gonna be rough to beat him on the lane. So if they can take on Randy, they can take on anyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, let's just remind all the viewers on the cast what the prizes are. So these guys, as you can see, they're going to get towards the finals, and first place will be taking $700. Second place, though, not to lose out too much, $500 for second place and $400 for third. We do have some run-up prizes as well for through to the 6th place. So, you know, no one walks away now with nothing. We got to thank OP Man for a big part of that donation. So, you know, really generous. Thank you, OP Man. I know you're watching. And also the teams will they get the right to wear the Viking helmets on their commanders in game for any match forward from this once they've won. So you'll be able to see that any of the players that you play against in public matches, you'll see if you zoom in on their commanders, they'll have the Viking helmets on, and you know then you might be in for trouble. Okay, I think we're just waiting for the games to get arranged. Let's go back to the studio.
Let's do it.
And let's find out when the players are going to be ready. I think they should be pulling together now.
So
Yeah, they're trying to get some last minute strats in now that they know who they're playing against. It's really tough to prepare for this because you're playing against so many different opponents. Even though it's the finals, like you're going into a best of 3, then a round robin, then potentially another round robin, then another match, and then the finals. There's quite a bit there, and you can't really prepare for a best of 1 either, can you? I mean, you can practice the map that is being played, but you don't know who you're going to face. You're literally playing against everyone now. Unless you win against the first few that you play, then you don't see the worst teams, let's say. But like, it's an interesting format for sure.
Well, I suppose it'll come down to how well the 2 players on each team know each other and what they can rely on. Like we just saw in that match, they were able to react, the blue team were able to react quickly enough to try and establish a T2. In the end, the T2 factory went down to the commander, but that quick thinking and coordination to say, right, let's get this going, we might be able to pull something out of a hat here. Those sort of things you need to be able to know ahead and rely on, and good communication, which we will see more and more, I think, as we go through these matches.
Yeah, and in this game, what they call the communism, where you pool resources from multiple players into one, that's kind of unique to Beyond Our Reason in general because, for example, in Age of Empires, there's a tax. When you want to send resources, there's a tax. So people usually don't do it for that. Sometimes someone needs urgent help, so you send them something, or you're floating resources. But here, there are specific builds that focus on one player pulling resources, and they can get out super early tier 2s, like 4 or 5 minutes in, and that changes how this game is played drastically, especially in these like pro games where people can pull these strats in like 10 out of 10 times and be very successful.
That's a good point, and we'll see more of this as we get into further rounds. Maybe these special tactics coming out, or things we might not necessarily have expected or seen before, like air plants on maps that you might not see them on, or like shared factory rushes. I think that's something we haven't seen yet. I mean, we might have seen it in that shallow Straits match we saw. IND Club didn't make a factory; he just gave all his money to Chisato, so they're on one fact for 2 players for a large portion of that game.
Yeah. I think we have the game, the Randy and Zhao game ready, so maybe we can join that lobby. I think that game is going to be the closest.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Or if you want, we could go for Lost Dead Man because we didn't spec him yet and his team. Maybe we could spread it around. Oh yeah, Jazz Cash, Mighty Sheep, and Lost Dead Man Narnik. Maybe it's better we go for that because we haven't cast any of those guys yet, right?
Yeah, good shout. Okay, let's get into that match then.
They haven't started yet. But maybe we could have a little chat about just different game modes and in terms of player count in Beyond Our Reason. What is your favorite player count to play this game? Like casually and then like competitively, let's say. What would you say?
Marcus, I'll let you first.
I think casually, I like doing 2v2s to 4v4s. I think that's where, not quite the chaos of 8v8s, but definitely you can like coordinate with your teammates or you might have a little bit of a lane, something like that. So for casual, I'd say those smaller team games for me, for sure.
Where are you, Board?
I don't know. I really enjoy 8v8s in general. They're chaos and they're fun, and you see the full-fledged end-to-end of like the tech tree in most games. I think in competitive 1v1 has something quite special to it. But then after playing that, sometimes I'm not very good, to be honest. I'm not I don't I can't say I've got the skill, but then I like to rely on another teammate or two. So 2v2 or 3v3 is a lot of fun because you can work on something else. You don't necessarily have to be on the front line and keep going while you maybe tech up and share stuff to your teammates. And that's just something that lends itself to so many more playing styles and exploration of strategies, like we're seeing today in the 2v2. So yeah, I think if I have to pick one, I'm going to say 3v3.
I think the game has just started, so maybe we can join it. So the Last Dead Man, Narnik, the lobby. It's like it's loading in.
Breezy, you found bar recently, right? What's your favorite format, or what have you enjoyed the most?
Well, I think 8v8 is by far the most played game mode, especially if you take into account how many people are playing, not just games, but like there's 16 people in each game, right? So, and I'm enjoying that a lot, but I think the other game modes are a little bit harder to get going, so I haven't played them as much. Like a 4v4 game, that's a lot rarer than just an 8v8 lobby. You jump in and it goes. So right now, I've mostly just played 8v8. I would like to play the other modes as well. I hope in time I will. But the 8v8 has a special, has something to it. Like you don't get to play 8v8 strategy games. Like that doesn't exist. Let's be real. Other than here, and it works beautifully. Like there's no lag, there's no anything in the game. It runs pretty well, like 60 FPS in super late game and stuff like that. Before that, runs very smooth. So I think 8v8 for now, but I would definitely be open to trying these other modes, and maybe we get some games as well, Barcast, at some point, and 1v1s, 2v2s, whatever.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm just loading up into the game now, guys.
Yeah.
And I'll mention one of the events we'll probably be using to celebrate 30,000 members of our Discord is likely to be something akin to a 30 versus 30 team match. We're really pushing the boundaries on like what we can do, and a lot of it takes a lot of network and bandwidth, and we'll be stressing your computers, guys, if you're playing that game. So there'll be thousands of units. But we'd love to test the extent in which Bar can handle these massive games. So we'll be doing things like that, and perhaps free-for-alls with 60+ players as well. So look out for that announcement, guys. We're about to hit 30,000. All right, let's get into the game. We've already started.
Correct.
Let's go.
Let's quickly introduce the team. So top right, the red player, Jazz Cash, hailing from England, and Mighty Sheep below him, yellow, hailing from the UK. It's our UK team.
Yeah, and their opponents spawning on the left side of Fallendale. Playing as the blue pieces, we have Lost Dead Man. He's a notable streamer here in the community, and his teammate spawning as the green pieces, we have Narduk.
All right, then the game has already been pretty hectic, but small grunt raids left and right. Like all the players are playing grunts from what I can tell. Yeah, 4 out of 4. No surprise there, I would say. Really, no surprise. That's the thing you would expect here on this map. This map is all over the place when it comes to harassment, right? We've seen it already.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, they're getting access to the Resbots early game here, so don't think we've seen too many of those harassed, but there's quite a bit of metal reclaim available at the start of the match, so probably why we see so much bot play.
Yeah, but talking about res bots, we don't see too many res bots with grunts. Is that because it's very hard to keep them alive against the enemy grunts?
It kind of depends on how far you are into the game. So like once we start getting, these T1 battles going on, then yeah, they become a little more important and perhaps easier to defend if they're, just behind the armies or where the engagements are happening.
Yeah.
But on most maps where there's available reclaim, it's like you'll see players go resbot first and just try and get the metal, get the energy. We might see that later on in the Theta Crystal matches we'll be observing.
Right. All right. We have a big clash in the middle and a little bit smaller clash on the top. But the middle one, LDM is committing to this fight, and Mighty Sheep is guiding, so LDM has to go back. It's relatively even. Also, the commanders are very active this game too. We can see all 4 commanders are moving towards the respective opponent. And so far, so good for everyone. I can't really say that one team has a huge advantage of any sort. The geos have not been taken. Geothermal spots in the corners.
It's going to be a while before we see those, and there's, such a tense way of spending your money at this point. I mean, if it's not a grunt, you might be losing the game at this point, so it's going to see just a big commitment to getting LLTs and grunts up and trying to split this map in half. Nice exploiter here sitting in the middle for our green player.
Right, that's the armed metal extractor, which is technically like a tanky laser turret, laser tower. It is also an extractor. Pretty good against the grunts, I suppose.
Yeah, kind of set it and forget it, base defense and eco in one unit, so really nice. You see Jazz Cash is going for an attack here against Nurnuk. He's ran around the base. He's got these grunts pressed up against the cliff. Takes a really nice
Very
trade
good
there.
play, yeah. Very good play, and this is gonna be deadly for green.
Misclick there.
Yeah, miss micro there by Jazz. He kind of missed the opportunity, but I still think he has enough. He might have enough to completely roll over green right now. Is it enough? No, just barely not enough, I guess.
He took out.
Why is he making a constructor? Narnik, what is going on? No. He's going to lose quite a bit more wind turbines because of this mistake. It should have been one more grunt, and it would be an easy defense. And now he's just losing stuff in his base. Yeah.
A lot of metal to reclaim. He's walking his commander back up, too, and there's more grunts showing up here. So I think the rest of these wind turbines are going to go down.
This is problematic. That's all of his energy. Everything. And even the grunt on top was alive with 1 HP. This commander walking back is kind of a disaster for Narnik, unfortunately. He has to reclaim all of this, but he doesn't have any energy to do anything with the metal. So he might as well make solars. Because how else is he going to get out of this? I'm not sure.
Yeah, a bit great here in the middle. Lost Dead Man's doing a good job of kind of keeping Mighty Sheep back. He takes out a exploiter in the middle, a couple of grunts, and can maybe pressure Jazz Cash's base? We'll have to see.
Yeah, LDM he's fighting. He's rezzing the grunts in the back, which is very important in this case, in this situation. And quite a few of them are getting rezzed and instantly repaired. Very good play. But is that enough? Because he's playing against 2 now. They don't care about green at the moment. Green is out of the game for the next 2 minutes. He's not going to be a threat. So let's see what LDM can do in the meantime. He even got the exploiter, but to no avail. Because when you resurrect a unit, it starts with 1 HP. And you have to repair it right away. Otherwise, it's kind of useless.
Instantly went down there. Yeah. That was a big catch, though. Yeah, LDM lost most of his grunt army there, so Jazz Cash and Mighty Sheep aren't under a threat at this point, really. I mean, Narnik's been out of the game for a couple of minutes, and they're perfectly content to just sit here and eco up for the next minute.
But I guess LDM felt the pressure. He had to do something because his teammate was out for a little bit. Yeah, but great recovery from Narnik, by the way. Look at this. He's got something out. He's got some rocket bots out. He got some of his eco back. So pretty good job.
Yeah, forcing Jashcash to take a couple of steps back. He's got a lot of LLTs to retreat, though, so that's going to be hard-pressed for our green player to kind of push in or gain some value with these units here.
Yeah, I think this is the dream situation for Jashcash. He wants to be in this position. We saw this from Randy. Like, you get a big push in, and then you secure the map. And then you transition into better units, and then you push again. Like, these timing pushes, and then good defense, good frontline pressure. That's the way to win. And he's doing just that.
Really like Lost Dead Man's position here on the bottom of the map. He's getting a decent trade against yellow, forcing a little bit of a fight there. This scene looks totally different than the one on the top side of the map. So you got rocket bots versus rocket bots, grunts versus grunts, kind of mirroring each other's movements, rotating up north.
Mighty Sheep is, I guess, struggling a little bit with his eco. He can't really keep up with the LDM. I don't know why, because LDM didn't even reclaim the metal field in the bottom left. Like the whole, like 300 metal is just sitting there for nothing. Yeah.
I didn't notice that. That's actually a pretty big deal, and 300 metal is like, what, 10 grunts, right? So, I mean, this commander would be dead with 10 more grunts, like, surrounding him, right? So Mighty Sheep's gonna get out of there, and he's got like 10% HP, 15%.
That was close. That would have been a disaster if that commander went down. But both players are... It's relatively equal. Like, they have similar amount of units. The problem, though, for the blue team is that Jashcash is trying to get into green's base again. And he's committing hard. This is not going to go that well for Jazz. Yeah, I mean, he's going to get some damage done, but you make like 3 res bots, they res everything. They resurrect the whole base and the units that you just lost, so probably not worth it.
He might not have time to res these units, and I think he might be better off just kind of reclaiming it and giving the metal to his teammate even. So he doesn't have the build power or the eco to support that many res bots.
Big fight, LDM and Mighty kind of won that fight in the middle. And they're securing the extra metal extractors in the middle. That's also problematic for our blue team. The Jazz is just trying to fortify on their side. It's kind of a no respect play. You know, these these extractors are mine. Come and get them.
He's got superior rocket bots here on the top side, pushing Narnuk back. So really, I think Lost Deadman has to commit to bringing grunts up here to defend his teammate, and that's gonna take the pressure off of Mighty Sheep, who his base is wide open essentially. There's no units between Lost Deadman and his main base, but he's forced to keep his grunts up here to protect Narnuk.
Yeah, but Narnik is not having the best game of his life right now. He's really struggling with all these attacks from Jazz. Mighty Sheep doesn't even have to help. Like, Jazz just has so much more. And look at that wall of aggravators in the back. Narnik is considering doing a suicide bombing with his commander. He doesn't know what else to do. He just canceled it. It wasn't the chance to go, but he's gonna do it again now. His commander is about to die, and it's gonna get not HP, and it still blew up. That's the worst possible thing that could happen right there. And a great play by Jazz. Great play by Jazz. And Narnik is in just a world of pain right now.
There might be an opportunity here for Mighty Sheep's base to kind of be pressured here, but Lost Deadman doesn't have enough grunts down here on the bottom right side of the map really to finish this trade.
Warden? Do you reckon it's gonna go up?
It's getting close, but the Dragon's Maw is already there, so I think that might shut the push down, especially with the commander's D-gun.
Yeah, this whole push is about to get shut down by one unit, by one defensive tower. That's just how it is.
That's like the Warden gets up, so I think that's kind of close the game out of our blue team's hands here. They can't trade or punch back and get Mighty Sheep's main base. So
yeah, Narnik is dead, and we have air units from Mighty Sheep. That's why he's kind of playing defensive now. because he has the shurikens out. But at the same time, LDM smartly building anti-air on the front line to deal with the little shurikens. And, well, what happens now on the backside, though? Because Jazzcash, he's looking for more. He's not satisfied with only killing one player. He wants to kill both. He wants to be the hero of this game.
Yeah, this is the situation you get yourself into. It's now 2v1 against two of the better players in the game, so an uphill battle here for Lost Dead Man.
Yeah. Even though he's been having a very good game overall. Like, he's kind of winning against Mighty Sheep, although Mighty Sheep chose this turtley into aircraft strategy, but how is he going to defend two front lines now? He's getting pressured by Artie. Like, this is an APM issue as well. You can't control over your units the way you want them to. There's just too much happening.
Even the main base is getting threatened here. Jazzcash is gonna do a repeat episode of what happened to his teammate here, just encircling his opponent with the rocket bots here. Grunts behind.
If we may just take a moment and take a look at the middle of the map with all the laser towers. Jesus. What is that? 22 in the middle? Even more than that? That's insane.
Yeah, that's a TT factory, right? You know?
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, and Bomber's coming out of Jazzcash. He really wants to end this game right now. He's got no patience left. LDM, again, lots of anti-air. He knows that this is coming. After all, Mighty Sheep is making air units. Whoa, LDM going into the opponent's army for some reason.
Yeah, steps forward, eats all the rockets. And that's gonna reduce his grunt count here. There's no standing army between red and the main base of blue, so he's just gonna be able to step forward here.
He's doing a Warden. Rip GG. Yeah, not too happy about that performance, the blue team, but they've showed that they could play against one of the best teams in this tournament easily. And it'll be interesting to see game 2. Game 1. Pretty good show from our red team, and no surprise that they won it.
That was a well played. Taking game 1 here on Fallondale. I think the second map is going to be played on Shallow Straits again, so we're going to see another game on that spicy 2v2 map, 2v3.
Yeah, it's very spicy. I really like that map. It goes to show how great this game is. You can make so many different compositions of units and buildings and pooling strategies, and micro comes into play, everything. I want to see more of this map.
By the way, guys, the other two matchups have just ended their first round, so you can also pick any of those second rounds there,
all right,
if you wish.
Very good.
Thank you, Taku.
I'd like to see the Neza Zhao Andy Day 1 game, if we can see game 2 on Shallow Straits.
As you wish, guys. I wouldn't mind watching this one as well, but whatever you want.
Oh, Mighty Sheep?
Yeah.
We can stay here too.
So we follow the narrative, let's say.
Yeah, let's try and follow the narrative then. And then we'll see. There's hopefully another game, then it will go to the third best out of the 3, and we'll go to that one.
Yeah, we can do that.
Cool.
All right.
Wait in the studio while they get ready for the next match.
So just for the viewers, I want to say that Ragnar and Teddy has won their first round against X Factor and Kachi. And also we've got Randy and Daywalker winning their first round versus Kung Fu Panda and Zhao.
I guess all the favorites winning.
I'll bring up the tourney. The tourney leaderboard should reflect that now. There we go, yeah. So thanks, Taku.
The little yellow lines, right? That represents the wins.
Excellent.
All right. This game is ready and it started, by the way.
Yeah, let's get in. Loading up.
All right. So, what can LDM and Narnik come up with? They are creative players. I'm sure they have They have something ready, because they need something unorthodox to surprise these two. Because the opponent's team, they're not easy to break. We'll see what they come up with. It's gonna have to be some kind of C play, because we saw how dominant that is once you get a destroyer out and the scout ship out and stuff like that. Let's
Yeah, I
take a
think
look.
that's the that like pocket position. The backline player has a chance to kind of tech, if you will. I like to see the air opens into C, because like what we saw with Zhao doing, right? You just make the single bomber, kind of force some anti-air, and when you reclaim in bar, 100% of the metal is returned to you. So there's no cost for switching techs if you have the build power, of course.
So
Right,
if you
guys.
were to open aircraft plant, you would reclaim it after the first bomber. Would you make a tier 1 constructor at all?
No, I would probably just ask. I think the metal, like what you pay for the T1 air constructor, you could just buy one off of your teammate and
Alright.
feed them the metal. I think that'd be slightly better.
Anyways, the red player Jazzcash starting for our UK team, and right next to him is Mighty Sheep as the yellow player.
He's rolling Arn, it looks like. So I think he made a comment about that. Don't know why it made him Arm at the start of the match. So
I guess you don't want to play dolphins on this map too much. Maybe it's too narrow.
their opponent spawning on the left side of Shallow Straits, we have representing the blue team, LDM or Lost Dead Man, who's already has a factory up and a destroyer coming out. And his teammate spawning directly next to him, we have playing as the green piece is Narduk.
All right, so LDM going for the little island on the top left with his commander. He's gonna do some turrets as well. And Mighty Sheep, he's going for the main island with his commander. So it's gonna be a 1v2 on the main island for a little bit.
Great pick off there. The little frigate taking out the con here from Narnok
Oh
for
yeah,
moving onto the
definitely.
island.
Can't believe he's already there, but LDM decided to go for a destroyer first. That type of opening is usually risky, and it has to pay off pretty fast. Otherwise, yeah, you lose a lot of map control with it. That's the problem. It's very slow. But here we go. Destroyer versus the frigate. Destroyer not even shooting because its turret turns slower than the ship itself.
Is this frigate? I mean, it's doing a decent amount of damage to that destroyer.
Yeah, definitely.
Doing what you can.
Narnik is losing a lot of HP on his commander by not really microing it. And the red team is, I would say they have the control of the main island so far. But LDM can still move in with his commander from the top, so this is far from over yet.
I like where he has his destroyers too. They're kind of blocking that channel from Trashcast. A lot of times you'd see commanders just walk right to like the green player's base and just degun the factory, but
yeah,
those destroyers are preventing that kind of movement.
Yeah, it seems like the blue and green strategies are not as synchronized as the opponent's team, because the slow destroyer kind of lost them this low bridge. That's the problem. And the frigates were faster on the bridge, even though it's probably even further away for the yellow player to get there. So that's the problem of the destroyer first that we were talking about.
They're gonna get a couple of shots off against these res bots or rocket bots here from Jashcash. So I mean, they're doing what they can holding down this position, but we can see, like looking at the map, the red team has the control of the middle island. Even Mighty Sheep's capping the remaining mexes, and they're pushing up to their opponent's island. So really strong position.
Yeah, they were a little bit late on their own island to cap the mexes of the red team, but now they're getting them. So I would say it's still a relatively equal game, but there's definitely more map presence for the red team. And let's see how this battle on the bottom unfolds. The problem for Mighty Sheep is that he is Armada, and his ships are just straight up weaker than the Cortex ships, especially in a very narrow sea game like this one. But at the same time, he does have 5 ships versus 3. If he can get the destroyer down, that would be amazing. But it seems like that's not going to happen right now.
Destroyer's just doing work right now. He's trading pretty effectively. He's going to get this construction ship even, so denying this reclaim.
Oh, but he's going to get it trapped. Potentially. Well, yellow is a little bit indecisive. He got the last frigate, but the destroyer is alive. That's the big important thing for our blue player, who's also doing a big swing around the top with an other destroyer and a frigate. Although he's losing the one on the bottom now. That's
so
unfortunate.
Close. Yeah, the resbot wasn't repairing that destroyer on its way back. He could have got that resed up, and that's going to be all of the naval presence gone here on the bottom side of the map.
How does he even get this back? And now he's super far behind on the count. And Narnik, is he about to lose his commander?
I think he might be going down here. He could have retreated back underneath.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, LDM is gonna be... He's freaking out in voice chat right now. Oh no. Okay, so that's 1.2k metal sitting right there. The green player has no army, technically. And the worst thing about this is that the grunts are uncontested on the bottom. They're gonna lose their whole production. LDM is about to lose all of his mexes, uncontested, completely. If Jazzcash realizes that.
The big problem, I think that's the one advantage Blue had in this regard is, you know, he had a time to eco most of the game. He's got a decent amount of naval units out, and this is a big problem now, though. Jazzcash has, like, moved onto the team's island.
Where is he going with the commander?
Not even focusing on reclaiming that metal sitting there. They're just more concerned about getting in a more advantageous position. Right. Looks like Lost Deadman is winning the naval battle here, so he's kind of cutting off Jazzcash even from Mighty Sheep, who's trying to get some of these torp launchers up.
Correct, but like, what is happening with LDM's eco? That's the problem. Because if you look at the bottom left, like, yeah, that Hero one grunt, yeah. And Jazz is just protecting that. That's why he moved in his commander. Just, he doesn't want to allow any units to cross this way to try to protect that. LDM on, well, if you look at Red's base, you see an interesting Destroyer versus Warden fight.
Classic matchup, of course.
Yes,
sure.
Yes, exactly. And there's 1 HP. Goodbye, Destroyer. Never mind. No 1 HP Destroyer. He's just dead. LDM's commander AFK throughout the whole game, unfortunately. That might be one of the reasons why they didn't have enough pressure, because he went for the greedy mexes on the top island, whereas the other team didn't even claim those yet. Like, they completely ignored it, because then you don't have your commander in the game. So maybe something for LDM to think about next game. But that one grunt, how many kills? 15 kills. And there's mostly buildings. That value is, yeah, this is it's looking really bad. And we have probably the final naval battle right now.
Yeah, except this time it's Mighty Sheep who's got the destroyer and Lost Deadman outnumbered, so he's going to be forced to pull back with his frigates. And I want to say, like, the red team's kind of running away with it. Jazzcash reclaimed his bot lab, is going into air at the moment, and they were able to get all that metal reclaimed from the commander. So.
Oh, what a big play. Shurikens catching the Riptides on the bottom. Oh, boy. What? I've never seen this before. They had to run away without doing anything because they got destroyed by the frigates. Come on.
Yeah, that's one of the interesting mechanics in Bar is a lot of units can target air if
yeah. Maybe you have to micro the shurikens a little bit differently in that situation, but I don't really see that happening a lot. Well, one ship got EMP'd, and now the other two are not going to get EMP'd because there's anti-air. Here we go. But still, LDM is trying to do some kind of run-by with his commander, but he just ran into a guard tower that almost killed the commander by its own. I don't know what the blue team can do at this point anymore. Jazzcash commander, look at that, bottom left. 1 HP, cloaked and running. Cloaked and running, and he can still stay cloaked. That just goes to show how much ahead the red team is.
I think he's gonna go down though here. Yeah.
Yeah. He tried to rescue him with the air transport, but now he's just gonna steals the constructor. Oh man. Oh no. And now there's bombers coming in from the red player. It's just total domination from the red team. They have their number for sure. And LDM trying to hold on with 5 ships. His commander is still AFK. Like, he hasn't played with his commander the whole game, unfortunately for LDM. And that's an expensive mistake, I think. He might have to rethink his opening. If he doesn't play with his commander, he's just gonna lose 2-1 battle with the commanders. I think it's pretty simple maths right there.
Yeah, you have to get that build power into the game somehow. You have to get the D-gun. You know, the pressure of it, the position of the commander can just dictate so much of these smaller team games.
Yeah, maybe it's just he's not too comfortable with this map, and maybe he didn't really find a good way to claim these extractors or metal spots, but the other team has not claimed those at all. They had no problem controlling the map anyway. And now the shurikens completely freezing the opponent's army. This is just style points right now for the red team. This is just, it's hard to watch.
Yeah, there's more shurikens than thugs, and they're gonna be paralyzing this army.
Yeah, Narnik got killed. Oh, they found LDM. They found LDM's commander. And that's how this game ends. They found him in the corner with the destroyers. Alright. If we take a look at the graphs, you can see that the blue player had an edge in metal used, or metal produced. For a little while, just a little while, that's the extra mexes that he had. But the lack of pressure because of not having the commander in the game, yeah, that just got them killed. But probably one of the main reasons, right? Also the little bit lack of sync in that controlling that bridge, the water bridge. All right.
Excellent. Let's go back to the studio then, guys.
All right. Maybe we can catch a different game.
Yeah, let's have a quick look. All right, while we're looking for that, just talking about that game a little bit more, it's really interesting, and we're likely to see these sort of tactics again. Getting a destroyer out early, very costly unit. But
yeah,
if he could have got over to those Straits and stopped their commanders getting over, could have locked them down for a lot of the game. But it obviously takes a long time to get that unit out, so what's the alternative?
Well, we saw what the alternative is. The alternative killed him, right? You just make the frigates that can still kill all the T1 units, that are faster to make, that are faster ships, and that don't even trade that poorly against the destroyers at the end of the day, until there's bigger numbers with the destroyers AoE and all that kicks in. So the frigate player, or even the lighter ships, might be the better play in this situation. The destroyer play has to be some very tight, specific build where you want to go for that.
Yeah, definitely. We're just looking at the leaderboard now. We've got the results being updated. All the games are completed in this stage. So we've got Ragnar and Teddy have gone through 2-0 against X Factor, Live, and Kuchi. As we just saw, Jazz Cash and Mighty Sheep were prevailed over Lost Deadman and Nanook. unfortunately, to see Lost Dead Man go. And I think he was streaming the tournament as well. And the pro guys, Randy and Daywalker, have made it 2-0 against Kung Fu Panda and Zhao as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I have a question for Jack if he's here. I'm watching the Ragna game right now against X Factor. Is that game done or?
I think it's as good as done.
Okay.
yeah. I just seen that you're showing the brackets, so I just updated it to the
All right.
very probable.
Yeah. So the situation is it's not fully done, but they're like pretty much winning. Okay. I guess we can jump into whatever game in the stage 3 then, because this is the elimination phase, right? The 5th and 6th teams are going to be eliminated. We won't be playing anymore after the next round.
Yeah, they just have one life left in the tournament.
Yep. So we should definitely catch one of those games.
So let's before we look for the game, who do you think we should look at? Should we? Well, we've seen X Factor Live and Kuchi. No, we haven't seen them yet, right? So maybe we should watch them versus whoever they're playing.
Yeah, I agree with
Let's
that.
have a look.
But their game is not done yet, technically. There are some players in this game, and that's in every strategy game, that they have very long GG timings or times, let's say. They don't give up until they're dead by the game's objective, like the official one, right? So we might be facing something like that right here, but that's why we already have the bracket update, even though the game is not fully done. So we're waiting for that game to finish up, and then the round is going to start, unless Narnik's team and Zal's team start playing right away, which might happen. So we might just jump into that if they start before this one even starts. If you guys are up.
Yeah, I'm happy watching the Zhao matchup. I was looking forward to seeing some of their games today. So
yeah.
To your point, Spreezy, about players kind of hanging on or not GGing out early enough. There definitely is a little more of a comeback mechanic built into the game, like as far as like eliminating the commander goes. So, I mean, you can be 2x the eco ahead and lose your comm and lose the game, right? So
yeah, that's for sure. But I think that these more experienced players, they probably know that they are dead, but I don't know. In 2v2, it's different. But you're right. If there's one con alive, there's always a chance. And in this specific game, I think that's also the case, which is interesting. So yeah. Maybe while we're waiting, we can jump into this and just see it end. But at the same time, if there's another game happening, maybe better we watch an actual game.
Yeah, let's load into this game. I've caught up now.
Oh, you did? All right.
Yeah, so we can have at least see if it is a done deal, as Taku suggested.
Yeah, so the situation here is the blue team lost one of their commanders. So it's a 1 versus 1 commander fight. Even though the blue team has like triple the eco. So I guess the red player, he's trying to just snipe the commander somehow at this point. Like that's the only way back in. And the other team is just macroing up, and I guess X Factor's controlling the sea to a degree. So that's why he thinks he can still win.
They could rotate around with those destroyers here. I mean, Ragnar's commander is on the coastline, so...
True, but this is Ragnar. Is he gonna let him win just like that? I don't know.
He already has a crown on, right? So
exactly. This is like the best player in the world.
Do they stack the extra crown you win on top of that one, or I'm not sure how that works exactly.
I don't think we have any way of doing that, but it might be looked at. Dude, if there's popular demand, I'm sure we could do something.
Write it down. Write it down.
Need some like fat shoulder pads or something like that. If the crown gets too heavy. So they're just buying their time. Really, I think the clock is on at this moment, and they have control of the Navy here. But Ragnar's doing a great job of kind of turtling up, adding on some coastal torpedo launchers, some torpedo launchers in the water, and has got his own shipyard constructed.
I mean, let's be real. This game is not over yet. It's really not.
Not.
My apologies then. Yep. This looked much different 3 minutes ago.
Yeah. X Factor proving everyone wrong. And Coochie. But let's be real. The blue team is still... They have a huge advantage. If you just take a look at the resources, they have double, like almost exactly double metal produced of the opponent's team. And the energy. All right. It's literally double. But where is that? Where's that double? We don't have a huge army marching across. Teddy is making a fusion reactor in the corner of the map. He also had a T2 lab, a bot lab, that he reclaimed in the corner. So they're playing this very slow game of trying to just have a huge eco advantage and then win instead of trying to push it on T1. But like they're prolonging it to the max. That's why the opponent's team, they think they have a very solid chance that they're doing well. They don't know the exact numbers that we know. So this looks completely different from X Factor's and Coochie's point of view. And Ragnar's also donating quite a few units, which is not helping, but...
Yeah, this is a really nice engagement for the destroyers here. So all these frigates are going to go down. Is he going to lose that one destroyer? It's so low. It's 10% HP. Just a couple more shots.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the units he needs to actually kill the commander. So each one of those that gets eliminated is pretty much kind of sealing their fate in some sense.
For sure. And I mean, look at the eco for the red player. Like, he's still relying on solars on this map out of all maps. Like, you really don't want to be building solars where you have to be building frigates and destroyers. Like, you really don't want to be in that situation because solars are pure metal cost and the ships are almost pure metal cost. But, well, let's see what they can pull off. We're still waiting for the win condition from the blue team. I don't know why Teddy decided to go for a fusion reactor. It feels unnecessary from what we can see, at least. Like, they have full control of the middle. Has not claimed the extractors in the middle yet on the top side, but so yeah, very bizarre game, I would say. Totally slowed down. Grindfest.
Looks like Ragnar was able to kind of push X Factor out of that little bay there, so all the pressure is off of him as far as losing his commander goes.
Yeah.
I think that was the win condition, really.
But at the same time, he did lose his initial island, or peninsula. And even the T2 extractor is getting targeted. I don't know why they're playing without units. Maybe it's the right way to play it. It just looks ugly from their perspective. And now there's a duck that is being pinged out. It's trying to make its way around the map. And the duck can even kill the commander. Technically. So X Factor's just not going to go for it. I guess he knows it's a duck. So he's just going to try to snipe it with the commander.
Yeah, he has to take care of this somehow because it's going to wreak havoc like we saw. Maybe not like a 21 kill grunt like we saw last game, but definitely can do a lot of eco damage. Yeah.
But that's the deal. I feel like Teddy... Okay, now he has a fusion, but like... He made the bot lab level 2, tier 2, made 1 or 2 constructors, reclaimed it, and then made a fusion reactor that took like 10 minutes to make. Because on this map, you just can't afford it. So he was kind of useless, let's say, for his team for a long, long time. And only now they can start making units again. But does Teddy even have a lab? That's a no. Teddy doesn't even have a lab. He's
bottom left.
Yeah, he's just feeding. He's just feeding Ragna, I suppose. Yeah, they have their sliders on the bottom, pretty much. In the middle.
Yeah, so both green and blue are going for air labs here. So I think we'll be seeing just a lot of bombers being made, essentially, kind of try and close the game out that way.
Yep.
Ragnar is rotating his navy into the separate channel here, so kind of going to be putting pressure on Red's main base even. So
yeah, Red main base is about to die. Because Red is making a T2 lab and he's making scuttles. Can he do that? Aren't scuttles super expensive in the energy? 26,000 energy. How is he ever going to finish that scuttle? He's not going to finish this. Even if he does. Can he even afford the cloak? 400. He can't even afford the cloak. And he won't be able to with the extra loss here. Maybe a little bit too ambitious. Maybe that's his plan to kill the commander, right? That's the snipe.
So does one scuttle kill a commander or
one? I don't think so. I think there's a multiplier. I'm just reading up on that. 41% of the damage. Death explosion and self-destruct is 13% on the commanders. So if we were to calculate that, I think you need... How much HP does a commander have? You need a few. You need like 3 or 4, I think. Yeah. So... No. Unfortunately, you would need a bunch of scuttles hitting perfectly, and now there goes the T2 lab. And I think we might just see the GG call, and there it is. So Pitaku was right. X Factor was wrong, but it could have been. It looked a little bit dicey for a sec there. Like it wasn't looking that pretty. Teddy was a little bit too greedy, I suppose. But look at that graph. Look at that graph. That's insane.
That metal produced showing pretty much doubling the opposing team, just the one green player.
Exactly.
Yeah, not much time there available for them to take any advantage. I think only for a brief time where the red team are even slightly ahead, and there's just no opportunity to do anything with it. Interesting game. All right, let's go back to the studio. See what's going on.
Let's do it.
Hey.
Right. So could we take a look at the matchups again now, just so we see who we got? Maybe we can. Pick and choose who we're going for.
So, here we have it. So, confirmed Taku's entries into the leaderboard. So, stage 3 round robin, which is the runners-up, shows correctly now. The X Factor Live, Kuchi, Nanak, Lost Deadman, Kung Fu Panda, and Zhao. But stage 2, the winners from stage 1, Ragnar, Teddy, Jazz Cash, Mighty Sheep, and Pro Randy and Pro Daywalker. So I expect one of them. We can pick any of those. I think they're going to be ran in parallel, stage 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
So, which of those sets do you want to watch first, guys? Presuming it's going to be Ragnar, Teddy versus Jazz Cash, Mighty Sheep.
I guess we should watch stage 3 rather, because these guys are getting eliminated. Or maybe...
Yeah. So I expect then it will be X Factor Live, Kuchi versus Nanook and Lost Deadman.
Yeah. If that's the matchup. I don't know who plays against whom first. But yeah.
Just so to explain, so the first one is going to play versus the second one in stage 2, and the same goes for stage 3. They play in parallel, so X Factor versus Narnuk team for the first round.
All right. And it's for the viewers, this is best of 1, and it's round robin. So one has to play against. So we're gonna have 3 games. but all different matchups. And of course, we're hoping that it does end up with a full draw deadlock, so they have to do it again.
Yeah, if there's a draw deadlock in either one of these stage 2, stage 3, you could just basically start over at the beginning and play another round until we have some eliminations.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, so potentially we could end up with quite a few rounds depending on how it plays out. So we're currently on track with our schedule, guys. So we're hoping that if it continues to stay on track, we will have finals kickoff sometime around 7:30, I think, UTC. And yeah, we're hoping we'll keep you updated, guys. The other thing I just want to mention, some of the main points about the tournament. We've got a tremendous donation towards the prize pool, over $2,000 up for grabs. First place $700, second place is $500, and third place $400. So, it's still all to play for, and even the runners-up get some prize pool. So everyone has something to take away. And also, we're about to hit 30,000 players on our Discord membership. So there'll be some celebration events when that arrives, including some epic matchups, something like 30 versus 30 team games, which we'll make sure are streamed as well for those players who I saw in the chat earlier who are worried that their computer would not be able to cope in the game. You'll at least be able to watch it and not have to fork out £5,000 for a PC, as someone estimated. I don't think that's the case. I think Bar is quite well optimized. You'll be surprised at actually how, even though you might lose some frames, you can still play in these epic games with thousands of units. And we might be also doing a developer interview Q&A session. So at some point we'll arrange a date for that and ask the community in our Discord for questions they want to ask the devs. There's loads of amazing volunteers that are making Bar what it is, and many of them have been doing this for years and years. They love the game, they play the game, and that's why we're seeing Bar going from strength to strength, because there's a lot of love here. So keep that in mind, guys. Hopefully we've got a game about ready.
Right, guys. I think the X Factor and Kuchi game is gonna take a while to start. But so if you wanna stream right now, we've got Ragnar Terry, Jaskash Mighty Ship, and it just started.
Hi.
All right.
Great. Thank you.
Just gotta find it, I guess.
Hey, there we are.
I'm struggling to find the game.
It's called Jazz
list.
Cash Private Battle.
Uh-huh. Okay.
And I'm loading in now.
Awesome.
And we'll transition over to the game once that's loaded. Trying to keep an eye on the chat as well, guys. So any comments or questions you have for us casters, then do put them in the chat. Hey, the game has just started. I'll get us into the game stream.
All right. Is the game paused or?
Game is underway. Just started. We're in.
All right.
1 minute in.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, in the top right, the red player Ragnar just winning that last game with his teammate, the yellow player Teddy.
Absolute killer. And their opponent spawning on the left side of Kama Catcher. We have playing as a blue pieces, Jazz Cash. And his teammate, reigning Alpha Cup champion, Mighty Sheep, who's opening armed vehicles.
Alright, so what is our distribution on the factories? I saw Teddy opening vehicles as well. Ragna opening bots. That's Cortex bots.
4 bots and no LLT in the back, so he's moving those grunts behind his mexes like we saw in the previous hand.
And Mighty is doing Armada. He's the only one playing Armada, from what I can tell. That's interesting. Might be a comfort pick thing.
Oh, Arm's pretty good in the vehicle matchup. The scouts are slightly better, and of course they have the Janus, which is pretty strong vehicle there. It's got that a nice splash AoE damage. I think they're pretty microable too. If you can kind of like rotate them in and out of battles, you know, get those shots off and then pull back. So
right,
definitely a lot of utility in those units. You see Ragna is trying to expand behind his base, so you have these first initial little scout scuffles going on. I think we're going to find a little bit of damage here. Yeah, this metal extractor is going to go down, so first blood going there to the blue team.
Yep, and we have a little bit more aggression coming with the Rovers. But Teddy's got that covered. We're going to see some top-level gameplay and then how to defend this. Like, if you take a look at Ragna's base, he's got his radar completely closed in with solar collectors, for example.
It's a nice radar position, too. Sees a lot of the map.
We're going to see a lot of these little details that you usually wouldn't notice. I mean, Jazzcash did something similar, too. This is technically the finals before the finals. If we were just to take a look at the ratings that are playing in here, look at this: 61 and 58. So that's rank 1 and rank 2 in the whole game in team rating, versus like rank 4 and rank 5 approximately, maybe even 3 and 4. So this is the most stacked match that we'll see today, and we might see these guys in the finals as well. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, just a couple more of these teams that are at that competitive level we found here. So, and we get to enjoy all the games, so it should be some pretty good ones here leading up to the finals.
Yep. All right. So it would be nice to analyze this. Look at this. Ragnar has 5 construction bots right outside of his lab. And, well, again, Jazzcash similar. It has 4. So no need for construction turrets. Those things just get killed. Like, just make more construction bots. Pretty simple. And a lot of little skirmishes, but nothing major happening. Players are probably playing safe, respecting their opponents a lot more than they usually would, I guess.
Some pretty interesting commander movements here. Teddy rotated underneath his base and then headed towards the middle of the map. We saw Ragnar did a little bit of more of a moving up and diagonally across the map, so really securing everything behind it.
Right.
I gotta say, I really like Ragnar's position here. He's got, he's got units covering on both sides. He's putting up exploiters even, kind of covering the expansions behind it from being taken. And look at Teddy's commander. He's just going for it, man. I mean, what is this? Crown versus crown, right? I mean,
this is... Well, they both have to multitask here, so the commanders are just doing their thing, and they're fighting with their armies. Then, uh-oh, my commander is under attack. What is going on? Ragnar getting quite a very good value here. In the middle with that 1 grunt surviving, he got 2 mexes, he got the LT, he's getting more mexes now.
Yeah, hero grunt for sure.
Yeah.
Like a tank versus tank battle here in the middle, Mighty Sheep versus Teddy. They're both kind of standing off against each other here in the middle of the map too, just making their LLTs even.
Yep.
I think Teddy has an opportunity to push here, but he kind of thinks better of it, pulls back to more like the middle center part of the board. He's got a lot of tanks that are pretty much uncontested here, sharking around looking for damage. I think he just been waiting on a couple of rovers to pop out. We see that one trailing behind the army. Should be, skirting past it, scouting forward. Mighty Sheep doing what he can to move backwards and maybe cut off these tanks, but that's not going to happen. And now these tanks are through. This is quite the leak.
This is dangerous. This is dangerous. This might end up being a disaster for, well, either player, depending on how this goes. But very good blocking from with the construction vehicles from Mighty Sheep. And these incisors are not gonna get too much done overall, except feed a lot of metal. But look at that, Ragna coming in with some extra grunts, and even the one rascal doing some damage. So that's a lot of things that Mighty Sheep has to fix now, and he has to be fast. And keep in mind, he doesn't have any res bots. He's playing vehicles. When you play vehicles, it's much more devastating when the opponent attacks your base, because you can't resurrect it that fast. So maybe Jazzcash sent some res bots over, but Jazzcash is just making 1 million construction bots. He has 11 currently, even more than Ragna.
That was huge damage. It took out most of Mighty Sheep's economy there. So a lot of mexes went down, a lot of solar collectors. We see both these teams have their metal bars on share, but it's just Mighty Sheep who has the E bar being shared between these two players. So I mean, he's going to be out of commission for the next couple of minutes, but
I think Mighty Sheep has a big energy problem. If you take a look at his production of energy, 150 compared to 633 from Jazzcash. And he's just struggling to finish even the construction turrets that are here to reclaim all this metal that got destroyed. And it doesn't seem like his teammate is sharing any of the res bots with him. Maybe that would be the right play in this situation. But at the same time, he can just reclaim with the construction turrets and just build new solars. But we have a big fight on the top.
Yeah, Grunt stepping forward, getting a decent trade here. They're going to take out one of the construction bots even, so they're going to slow down that expansion from Jazzcash. And I don't think he's going to go too much farther forward. Yeah, it just took out that little, shaved off that little piece of blue on the board, and then might pull back. We'll see.
Ragnar is still winning this pretty convincingly, and now there's a field that he can reclaim. Mighty Sheep's still struggling with energy. He's still not where he wants to be. He did make the 2 construction turrets, which was smart, because he can reclaim everything with them as well. But that delayed his energy production, and well, he's now catching up to his needs. But Ragna pushing the top side. We see this every game on this map. You just push the flank. You get like 6, 7, 8 extractors, and you might go behind the main base and even get some damage in there. And Jazz doing the same thing. These guys know what they're doing.
He's going to run past, but even in the middle of the board, Ragnar took all his medium tanks and just ran through Jazzcash's static defense there. So took out a couple of cons, a couple of LLTs, some X's, and breaking up that position in the middle of the board is going to let our red team kind of strike anywhere from there.
Yeah. And what is our yellow player Teddy doing? He's just trying to stabilize this. He's going for air in the back of this. Very cool. He's going to be the first one doing this. The blue team is just under too much pressure to try to switch into something. They're just trying to hold on right now, trying to stabilize. But Aragna is just not letting them. Aragna is... He's one step ahead. He does have this little brute in his base, yeah, right there, but Ragnar has... it's just gone. It got reclaimed by the turrets, so it's fine.
Little citizens arrest there.
Yeah, Teddy is trying to do some damage, but actually it doesn't have to. He just has to hold. They're the greedier team right now, also with the bombers. If they can get away with a few bombers right now, there's nothing to stop them. Nothing. But where do you go with the bombers? Like, what's your primary target with the bombers on a map like this?
It's either the construction turrets or the power. Like, so there's like 6 solars, like all grouped together. I mean, you can... I think it's only 3 or 4 bombers really to take out a solar. So once
Mhm.
they've hardened themselves up and they put the shades down, D-gun's going off, getting a lot of tanks there, but this commander is pretty vulnerable. Medium
Very
tanks
good. Yeah, very good
outrange your
D-guns.
commanders.
It's hard to get D-guns like that. That was like 6-7 brutes from what I saw, which has stopped the push for a sec. But that's a huge army. And Teddy playing with these incisors in the middle. And now the bombers, and they're like, oh no, that's what's happening. They knew Teddy was cooking something. They just didn't know what exactly. And now he's going for all the solars.
So 3 go down so far off a couple of runs. Not the most damage in the world. That was cleaned up pretty well, actually.
That is true, but this is not over yet. That's a beautiful line. The problem with bombers versus solars is it takes a while to get anything done. Very big leak of grunts coming on the top side, by the way, right in the corner of where we're at. And
yeah, they took out a pounder and a couple of these missile trucks, and they're not done getting damage, so...
Some incisors coming out to try to stop that. Just panic mode for blue now. He's also getting wrecked on the front. That's an even bigger problem as well. Let's see how this goes. Can blue hold? Can Jazz carry this to the win? Because his teammate has stabilized. His teammate is okay now. It's all on blue to hold. But what does Ragnar have behind us? Nothing much.
There's a lot of metal on blue's side of the map, and there's resbots already out, so...
Teddy has a T2 lab. So unexpected from Teddy, seeing how he played the game before. And he's going for 3 T2 constructors. Very greedy. Wow, that's super greedy. And then a Banisher. Wow.
Yeah, fast Banisher is so good on this map.
Yeah. And he's really bunkering up now because this Banisher is going to be completely uncontested for who knows how long. Green doesn't have anything ready. Blue doesn't have anything ready. This is going to be a pretty... They're up for a rough time in the next few minutes, the blue team. But if we see the mini-map, or just the map in general, all the colors are in their respective quarters, almost perfectly. Look at that. The map is split in half and in quarters. And the next stage is about to begin. But the red team is definitely ahead. The red team is definitely ahead. Not just in terms of metal produced and stuff, but in terms of technology as well. So this is gonna start snowballing now. But are the Banishers doable on this map with the lack of wind? Just energy production?
Enough advanced solars, actually. We saw Teddy even reclaiming his initial solar collectors to get these up, so pretty smart move. Balancing your eco that efficiently, but like these Banishers should just never die, essentially. They're just gonna kite these T1 units, hopefully for the rest of the game, and get their value that way.
Yeah.
Big fight in the top side of the map.
That's a very big fight. Oh, wow.
I think Ragnar's turtled up just enough. Jashkash has enough to kind of step forward a little bit. He's getting some value with these resbots even, but I don't think he can push farther.
The Shuriken's catching the army in the middle for free picking.
Yeah, grabbing a couple of tanks there. Really nice catch. I think that's the first time we've seen these used even, but they've been threatening, kind of shutting down attacks the whole game. Yep. Look, he stuns off, doesn't lose them, pulls them back.
Yeah, but the fight on top is still happening, and Ragnar's kind of clumped up a little bit too much, but at the same time, Shuriken's coming in, helping out quite a bit, and locking out these tanks and getting them destroyed for free. That is big for Ragnar. So very good team play there. Mighty Sheep is still the weakest player in this game, I suppose, but he's trying to make as much as he can to just help Jazz. He's facing the hardest player to beat in the world right now, and let's see what they can do.
Detected, man. There's a T2 Tiger tank that have just made its way to the front line, so our blue team definitely knows the situation they're in.
That's 4 Tigers on the front. Now what? There's still no... If you take a look at Jazz base, he has 3 different factories, T1 factories. He's kind of all in. Mighty Sheep only playing bots right now. Vehicles T1 with the rovers coming out. It's rough. Like, they need to go all in. They need to go for the production, for the factories. Somehow whittle down the big force of Tigers, and that's going to be a huge D-gun. Oh, no. Yes and no. Probably not worth it, but...
They tap out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunately it. Ragnar and Teddy win this game. Pretty convincingly, I would say. They had full control from start to finish, pretty much. At the same time, it wasn't a raffle stomp of any sort. It was a solid game from Jazz, but they're gonna have to do better if they want to beat them later on. Because right now, this is a best of 1, right? So they're not gonna be facing anymore right now. They might meet later.
This is a solid game. I think it all started going downhill with that first little run by there from Teddy, getting a lot of those solar collectors in the first counter.
Yeah.
If you guys want to jump quickly to another game, then Lost Dead Man, Narnuk, and X Factor.
Let's do it.
It's pretty stable right now, so.
The Lost Admin lobby. Got it. All right. So we're going for the round 2 of stage 3. Or is this round 1 still? Or this is round 1, I guess. Of the stage 3. The first game.
Yes, this is round 1 still.
All right.
Yeah, so just to explain, guys, we're looking now at stage 3, round robin. So X Factor Live Kuchi playing Nanook Lost Dead Man. And then we'll be doing the stage 2. And I think, Pataka, is that going to be Ragnar Teddy versus Randy Daywalker? The 1 versus 3, though.
Jaskash and Mighty play Randy and Daywalker now, and the next one is, it's Ragnar versus...
So yeah, every team plays every other team once, and then hopefully there's a winner from each of those brackets, stage 2 and stage 3. Okay, we've got the game. Let's go to the game.
Really like that format. You see, you don't have like opposite sides of the bracket, so to speak. It's more like you just play all the best players and try and make it through. No like group of death or anything like that.
As we get into this game, I saw an interesting comment on the Twitch chat, which was, we could make these stages a free-for-all with the 3 teams playing. What do you think of that?
Well, that kind of changes the whole tournament. It's like a multi-discipline tournament. I don't know if free-for-all is a competitive thing. Oh my god.
Devastating.
That's how the game ends. Well, we tune in at the perfect moment. Well, X Factor, and Kuchi taking this game by killing the last commander that was alive. And how much did their commander have HP? Like half HP. All right. Unfortunately, that game ended really fast. That's a loss for Lost Deadman and Arnik.
Interesting. If you look at the metal produced, it suggests, although we couldn't actually see the detail of the game, that they were behind in economy. So to take that, towards the end, they obviously made a big difference in catching up. But Kuchi in particular, very low metal produced. So yeah, interesting. We caught the end. Nice one. Okay, let's go back and see what's going to be next.
The next is Jazz and Randy. And the bottom one is Narnik and Kung Fu. So maybe Jazz started this game.
Yeah, they're just buckling up for the game, so
Awesome.
you wanna go there.
Okay, let's go back to the studio while we wait then.
All right. So we were talking about 8v8 and stuff like that. 2v2s. I think the main thing is most people, when they start playing Beyond Horizon, they see the 16-player lobbies on the top of the list and they just join that, right? So all the other game modes or the player counts are kind of stuck behind that or under that. And it doesn't seem as appealing to join a game that has 4 players in it compared to a game that has 16 players in it. That's at least how my brain sees it. I know that I can join a smaller game, but it just feels like I'm missing out on the big action if I don't come into an 8v8.
The
I
game
know
is
it's
on,
not
by the
like
way.
that. Yeah, let's join it. I know it's not like that, but that's just how it feels sometimes. And I guess matchmaking, once that's in, it's going to completely change how all of that is being played out, or just how you feel as a player. But I guess
Yeah, absolutely.
8v8 is... It's also nice to play casually. Like, you can do whatever the hell you want. And I guess that's why a lot of people like it. It's more relaxed.
Yeah, you can sit back a little bit, let the others take the front line, and let them deal with the stress while you tech up. But you've got to make sure when you do that you help your teammates eventually, share the tech too, or come and save the day. But you've got to remember, you've got your part to play. You might be one of 8, but that's still an important 8 for the team. So, right, we're in the game. Let's start having a look at the game.
I do think those 8v8s really contribute to the popularity of Bar in some ways. It's like not many RTSs are known for like a casual format that's so popular. So I think it's definitely a way to get newer players into the game for sure.
Okay, over to you guys to introduce the players.
Here we go. The red player, Randy, undefeated today, as far as I know, as a red team. And yellow player, Daywalker, his loyal servant. No, I'm kidding. He's also an awesome player.
Yeah, and their opponent spawning on the opposite side of Comet Catcher, we have playing as the blue pieces, Jazz Cash. And his teammate spawning just below him, the reigning Alpha Cup champion, we have Mighty Sheep.
All right. So, we have Armada coming out from 2 players. So we have a symmetry on the Armada. And Cortex, it's a split, 1-1. And we're seeing Randy go for vehicles this time around. All right. Last time we saw him open grunts, and then in vehicles we were discussing that he was the only guy playing bots. And now everyone is playing vehicles except Jazz. Jazz is playing grunts, Cortex bots. So let's see how that plays out. He will probably switch to vehicles himself at some point. Because when people are explaining vehicles, bots, the relationship between those two, people always say vehicles are better. They're just stronger, they have more HP, they're better. But they have their own weaknesses, especially in the early game. So it's usually safer to open bots and then transition to vehicles if you can afford it, especially if you can put the lab on the front, the vehicle lab. So that's most likely what we're going to see from Jazz this game, while everyone else is going to be playing their own vehicles from their own bases, and maybe then put a bot lab on the front if they want, or do air. We'll see.
I'd call it a little more stable playing bots. You think you can defend yourself so much easier. You have access to earlier res bots, which can make a big difference if you take an early trade that goes your way. Well, suddenly you can kind of pick up units or just scoop up the metal. But I just personally, I think it's so much easier to defend and expand and through this early part of the T1 phase.
Sure. And we're seeing right now, Randy, how is he going to defend against this one rover? He can't catch it. Unless his opponent makes a big mistake like Mighty Sheep did there. You just let him get killed. But these rovers are still getting some value, because whatever they kill, it's worth more than they are. So
That's a third radar going down. Wow,
Yeah.
a really nice catch there.
That's 60 metal every time you kill something like that. So on the other side, though, there's a rascal from Randy as well. But not much happening. Very good harass from Mighty Sheep. That's a 4th radar, by the way. It just got denied again. Randy doesn't even have a single radar up on his side. Still.
Finally finishing one with his commander there in the middle. He's trying to fix his E at the moment, but doesn't have the most metal to finish that. See Daywalker doing a good job expanding here along the top right side of the map. He's moved his commander to these little like 4 mechs position. You see a lot of commanders move to that off of the triple mech start. And all these commanders are moving towards mid, so
The golden rule for moving your commander is use your metal and then move out from your base. That's what usually works. It's not always applicable, but in most games, how you know when to move out with your commander.
Yeah, that's a great way to practice the game, I suppose. Spend that starting middle.
Mighty Sheep has a nice drive-by in the back that is completely uncontested, and that's -2 mexes on that side. I think he's getting into Randy's head right now. Like, these harassments, it's very hard to get your focus back when you're getting harassed from the start, non-stop. Your opponent is like 1 step ahead. It doesn't even have to be economically ahead. It just gets to you. He's destroyed like 7-8 buildings already, and that's painful. But Randy is an experienced player. I don't think he's gonna he's not gonna get into his head that easily. And this is Incisors versus Blitzes. I guess Incisors, they win these fights, right? Usually.
The Blitzes started on top of the other Incisors, so they got a lot of their damage off. Blitzes have more DPS, but I think Incisors are a little like tankier.
Yeah, they're a little tankier, and maybe if they're right on top, then the laser drop-off is 0, so maybe they even have more DPS when it's right on top. But usually, I guess Blitzes have more DPS. And on the top side, Daywalker and Jazz. Not much happening except that one grunt in the top right, the harassing. Actually getting quite a bit of damage. Yeah. What?
That's a 1 grunt snuck by, and it's gonna get 5 mexes, it looks like. 2 already down, 3rd one goes down.
Yeah, that's 5 mexes. Very impressive damage, and that's gonna take a long time to fix. He's also playing vehicles. Let's see how this plays out, but Daywalker is just getting pushed right now and just getting punished. Even though he's playing vehicles, he doesn't have any map presence. He's being pushed into his base, and he has to play off of the sentries, the LLTs. And Jazz might smell that there's an opening here, and that's... He has a good nose.
Nice little catch there, though. Those blitzes kind of sandwiched half of those grunts away, so there's just 3 left. There's another blitz waiting for it to kind of get out of the crater here. So it's like
honestly, yeah. Honestly, I expected those grunts to win that, at least a little bit. Lose it a little bit less convincingly, but yeah, the grunts are still alive. That's the main thing, and they're going on to get the metal extractor and everything else.
Yeah, if blitzes can get on top of the grunts, it doesn't go very well for the bot player. But if you can kite and maintain some kind of range, I mean, you can kill like infinite blitzes with the grunt.
Yep. So on the other side, we have Randy doing a forward vehicle plant. He's most likely going to... I don't think he's even going to reclaim his at home, necessarily. Because he might want that anyway. But we have a little drive-by on the bottom left. Nothing much. It's just a little bit of feed. Free metal. for Mighty Sheep, so well done. And
that
on
did
the... Yep.
I was gonna say that did let Andy get the factory up, but yeah, we see another run by here on the top side. More grunts coming through, and this time they're gonna get the con with it too, I believe.
Yep, that's... I don't think the yellow player sees this at all. He doesn't have radar coverage. He has no clue what's coming. None whatsoever. Where is his radar anyway? Oh yeah, it's in the back. He's not gonna see this until all the mexes are dead and probably part of his main base.
Yeah, he needs to get another LLT put up to protect these solar collectors in the back of his main, but he's trying to bring a couple of medium tanks back to the line, but that's not what you want to deal with grunt run-bys. You need those at the front dealing their damage.
He still doesn't know. He only now knows, and the main problem is the guy that's gonna get in trouble because of this is Randy. He just reclaimed his T1 factory in his main base. But it seems like he does have enough of these LLTs to defend that part of his base. But the bottom X's might fall. Jazz with a very nice play. He's spreading his opponents thin.
Yeah, these two grunts are going to get so much damage done. I think maybe 6 or 7 of these mexes are going to go down. So huge value for 2 grunts.
Yep. And it seems like our red team is getting surrounded. Kind of, they're choking them out of all the resources. And we might be able to see it. Yeah, we can see it in the metal produced now. We're talking like 2K per player difference. That's significant at this point. That might allow the blue team to transition into a better composition soon. They also didn't commit to more labs. They're still playing off of their initial labs. Except that vehicle plant by Jazz, but we knew that was coming. All right. Lots of LLTs coming down from Jazz. He really wants to secure this side. He feels that he has the map control. He just needs to maintain it, and he's going to go into T2 most likely very soon.
Yeah, this line of LLTs is just going to give him access to Daywalker's side of the map. We see another run by queued up. These grunts leaking through the line here while this battle rages on at the front.
Yeah, they're taking more and more of the map, and the the dreaded flank is still open and still no coverage from radar. He can't see. The yellow player just can't see. If you go in his player view, like, he cannot see that there's something coming again. And that's very problematic for him. But at the same time, Jazz doesn't see what he can hit, that there's no mexes rebuilt yet, but alright.
Oh, I mean, he can hit these constructors, so there's 3 of them that are going to go down to these 6 grunts. Meanwhile, another run-by attempt is getting kind of cleaned up here. These grunts making their way to the crater, but I mean, we're getting a shot of it right now. That's 3 dead cons, and, you know, a third of the mexes he can take that aren't even capped right now, so just further contributing to the deficit they're fighting from now.
Correct, and the pressure is piling up on Daywalker right now. Pretty tricky to keep up with this many units. And we might be able to see in this game the difference between what a 50 rank player is and like a 40 rank player is in this game. There's little things that add up over time, especially in these smaller formats where the 50 ranks, like the top 10 players in the world, they punish every mistake. Like, they see the mistakes and they know exactly what to do. And it feels like Daywalker is not covering his flanks, and that's costing Randy as well. That's why this is a team game, and we can see exactly that. Like, they're getting crushed. They're getting slaughtered from the back for the most part, and now it's piling on the front because of that.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate, really. I mean, it's just that one angle that these grunts kept getting, you know, slipped around through. And it's like you might have said, okay, well, Jash Cash was kind of beating Pro Daywalker in the 1v1, but those extra grunts slipping by, taking out Andy's mexes, just put him at a deficit versus someone who was probably winning against Mighty Sheep, you know, so.
Yeah.
definitely a team game aspect here, and you got to be able to rely and cover your teammate to prevent those kinds of leaks. Here come the paralyzer drone stepping forward.
Interesting way to micro them. A line first and then attack, so they spread their attacks, I suppose. Randy's trying to help on top now. He's got this reclaim field kind of under control. With the pounders are very strong at this point. But do we see any tier 2? Not really. So Jazz is doing the triple T1 factory play. We're seeing this more and more.
Yeah, 1-1-1.
Nobody's deciding to go T2. I mean, Daywalker can't. Randy is going for T2 now. Like his banks are full. He needs to spend his resources. That's probably the best way to spend the resources. Now let's see. Can they hold until level 2? And what unit does Randy make? I guess just Tigers. Nothing else can
Tigers and T2
survive. Yeah.
I think that was the best trade we could have gotten here in the middle. A big push here. These medium tanks from blue kind of pressing forward, but really being steered away from Daywalker's main base.
Yeah, correct. But if the red team wanted to do a counter push against Mighty Sheep, for example, do you see how many Dragon Claws Mighty Sheep has?
Yeah, there's so many Dragon. It's
There's
wild.
17, from what I can see, 17 Dragon Claws.
We kind of missed a little bit of it, but there was a run by from Mighty Sheep cleared through Daywalker's top right quadrant again, and just got cleaned up in the back of the main. So they lost that eco, but they won a big reclaim field in the mid, and I think that let Andy get up to T2, right? So he's got the cons coming out, he's got Tigers making their way to the front line.
It's just stout versus stout, so whoever has more stouts is doing better, but at the same time, any good unit transition could shut down that whole composition. And that's what's happening on the bottom. So the Tigers are just destroying the stouts. They're just straight better. They're more tanky. They have double the DPS. And maybe something like that's going to happen on the top. Jazz has 2 vehicle plants now. T1. He's just rolling that T1 game. He smells blood. He wants to go for Daywalker's base. He wants to completely crush him, kill his commander all at once. And I think we're going to see something like that happen just now. There's fighters, a lot of fighters. Against what? Against nothing. But I guess preemptively, he's just making a lot of fighters.
I really like Andy's position here. He's kind of clawing the team back into the game in some regard, but Mighty Sheep was able to get up to T2, so kind of the tech advantage the red team had is going to be gone soon. He's sharing T2 cons with his teammate, and I think that could even up the game for now.
Yes, but where are these Tigers going to go? Oh.
So close to the commander. That would have been a juicy D-gun, but he's waiting for it.
Well, the Sneaky Pete is right there behind the commander. He's playing the sneaky strat of the invisible commander into a D-gun and all the best units. That's what the Tigers are susceptible to. And there's another drive-by on the back of Daywalker's base. Daywalker is just exhausted at this point. He can't. It's just... Talking about getting into someone's head, well, Jazz definitely got in his head this game. He just can't anymore. He doesn't even know what to do, what to protect this with, even.
I think he finally got a radar up in the back, but those tanks have ran by and they're going towards Andy's main base, or what was his main base. They have a big T1 push here from blue, forcing the red player to bring back his Tigers. And is Daywalker's commander in danger? It's staring down some tanks. He got a couple of good D-guns off. He forced our blue player to kind of retreat and pull back. But, I mean, the story is here in the bottom right side of the map. Look at this run by here. Freaking couple of LLTs desperately trying to go up. This T2 con is even at risk. I think this might get cleaned up. So, really nice catch there even again. So, mitigating that. And we see Daywalker moved his T1 army to the front here, and that gave Blue an opportunity to sneak in here. He's coming up against the crater. Daywalker's trying to get his commander in position, gets off a couple of really good D-guns there, shaves off half of those tanks, and I think really stops the run by attempt. I think the real problem here, though, is just the T2 transition, the T2 eco transition that's going on behind the lines for our blue and green player. I mean, they're not able to win the game outright from this position, it looks like, but we can see these T2 mexes are starting to pile up for both teams, and Jazz Cash is even transitioning to a T2 lab himself and reclaiming those two T1 mexes or T1 factories. There lies their drone, step forward. Blue tanks just behind them, trying to get their shots off. There's a lot of whistlers in the back. Those drones go down pretty much immediately. And this T1 army might be evaporating. Considering
this is so close.
So close.
I'm just curious where this Tiger army is gonna go. Because they can go anywhere, but this mines, there's shurikens, there's a cloak commander, there's dragon claws. Mighty Sheep is just, I wouldn't say trolling, but he's kind of playing with him. Like, he's got the 4-layer cheesecake waiting there. You know, the opponent doesn't know what's coming.
This is definitely his style. Like, very defensive. Once he gets to this T2 stage, he's really content getting these consoles out, turtling up. I mean, 17 Dragon's Claws. I mean, he just.
Yeah, but this map is pretty wide. I'm surprised that this playstyle can work on a map like this. But it's also his teammate helping out a lot to relieve the pressure on him.
Yeah, absolutely.
We still see the attacks coming from the back. Daywalker is kind of holding on right now. He's finally defended one of the attacks, but at what cost? He doesn't have like more than half of his base. What is supposed to be his base, he doesn't have it. He's working off of just a few mexes. It's a little bit rough.
I think the reclaim has been driving his eco for the large part of this game, but it's going to be cleared up here, and we see a fusion coming up from Mighty Sheep. So, I mean, once these come online, he can reclaim all his solars, feed that metal back into his economy. How are these starlights we see making their way out into the map? So these can outrange a lot of T2 units. I mean, look at the range on these things. They can start putting pressure on any of these units.
Yeah, Randy must be annoyed that even with everything that he's doing, that he can't push in. Like, he just can't. Mighty Sheep's got too much. These annoying units just now harassing him with the starlights. I mean, it's problematic. So Randy has moved to the top, but this map is just, it's locked down. There's a million mines. There's static defense everywhere. There's shurikens waiting as like the third line of defense. And then you have these long-range mobile units. Well, one of them just got destroyed. But and don't forget the sneaky Pete's and the commanders. That's another deal. Like, that's a whole different thing that you have to be careful of. That could be anywhere. Very good play by Mighty Sheep, but what is the end game? Yes, they've claimed the map, but they still have to win. And Daywalker is slowly crawling his way back. He's showing that he can play against these players. As chat says, rating is just a number. Apparently Daywalker is very high rated in 1v1. I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, Daywalker is a fantastic player. Just super strong.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we might see a pretty big battle here coming up. Cash committed a lot of resources to these res bots, but there's nothing really for him to res here at the moment. And he doesn't have that large of a T2 army. We see one Banisher kind of getting a couple of shots off here and there. Daywalker needs some anti-air built into his army. I just see a couple of these Whistler anti-air trucks.
Look at those Janus hitting the Tigers. It's like nothing happened.
I think here we go. Drones stepping forward, getting some shots off. turning back, and we have more paralyzer drones coming up. Just off the screen to the left, we have them kind of locking down Andy's army. He's trying to get up into position. Huge fight going on right there. Really, really nice for Daywalker. I think that's going to give him a lot of the metal he needs to continue funding this T2 factory.
Definitely. This is the best that could have happened for the red team. And due to the lack of the metal, they need every little bit that they can get. And they've just been given a few thousand metal. Let's see what they do with it. We have Mausers coming out. What is this? Supreme? Wow. We haven't seen those today yet.
Just a couple of Mausers. I think on this map, it's the Banishers that might be a little bit stronger, but I mean, you have to get close to these defenses to be able to use the arties, and I think you have to kind of get through these T2 armies. Even.
Yeah, but if we take a look at Daywalker's energy eco, let's just take a brief moment. 500 energy compared to everyone else's 1.6, 2.2, 2.4k. He's so far behind. He doesn't even have advanced solars. This is his third advanced solar that he's building right now. Like, he can't do anything else but something like Mausers right now, and that's even stretching it.
They're getting some value though. He's built quite a few of them, and really, I think kind of keeping Jazz Cash at bay for now. I think he's developing more pawns here on the top right side of the map. He's going to go for another big run-by attempt even, so I think with all this fighting at the front, Daywalker has forgotten about what has been keeping him down this whole game, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
He's just stretched pretty thin, and this might just be it. He's going for the Mausers. He's going to get them. What about the factory? Is it going to survive? Let's see if the blue player focuses the factory down. No, he doesn't really care. He thinks he can just win. And he's probably right, because he has the 5 bulls on top that are destroying everything else. Oh, this is rough for our red team. Randy is coming in with everything that he has. And he doesn't have a lot anymore, it seems. He really doesn't have a lot. He has to play with the grunts. The shurikens are stopping most of the reinforcements. The shurikens just allow you to trade really well against anything. They don't cost as much, and they stop a big tank. You get it for free, and we see that this is just... they're just crumbling right now. Daywalker is completely out of the game. He only has his commander left.
Yeah, that was a really nice push. I think taking Daywalker's base out of the game here is really going to seal the fate of our red team. On the other side of the map, we have more advanced solars going up, more production being made.
And the GG call. There we go. Very solid game from Jazz and Mighty Sheep. They're showing why they're the main contenders, like we said. And there we go.
That was a clean victory. Really, really well played by both teams. I think those constant run-bys just built up over time, and we never saw Daywalker kind of get secured in that top right quadrant and really develop a good eco.
Yep. All right, do we have the second game running still? The round, sorry,
nope,
stage 3.
It just ended with Zhao and Kung Fu Panda coming on top.
All right.
Very nice. Congratulations, guys.
So LD and Narnik are out of the tournament. They're number 6. From what I understand. Because they lost against X Factor. Yes, correct. So they are the sixth team.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Maybe we could watch X Factor and Kung Fu Zhao then as our last game for this stage.
It should be a good match for sure.
Yeah. Because it's fight for survival. You either go to stage 4 and keep on playing, or you're out as the 5th place team. All right.
What is the difference in prize pool between the 5th and 4th place?
4th place is $200, and 5th and 6th are $120 each.
Double.
Yeah,
Did you say 200 or 250?
200 for 4th place.
Okay.
So, yeah.
It's not double.
over $2,000 prize pool together, guys. And big
Borking,
thank you to Open Man. Yeah, go on.
Borking, if you go to the multi room, you can show the prizes. By the way, I think we were supposed to do it.
Multi room. Yep.
I always feel really happy seeing these guys win and kind of get their check at the end of it. We've got a lot of talented players here in Bar, so seeing them work so hard and getting paid for their endeavors, I think it's really enjoyable.
Yep. All these players are basically full-time Bar players now, right? They grind it all day. It's no joke. It's nice to see them rewarded.
There's a little visual of the prize pool, guys. I didn't add our streams to the cast window, but there we are. Okay. So are we ready to join the next match?
We are ready, but is the match ready?
So what are y'all's predictions for this? Who do you think is going to come out on top? Who's going to be eliminated?
Ooh. I think we need to see X Factor win, because he's like the household name here. But the Americans have been playing well. The American and the Canadian. So I think anything is possible.
I'm gonna call 2-0. I think 2-0 Kung Fu Panda Zhao are gonna advance here. Well, sorry, it's just the best of one. So I think they're gonna advance here for sure.
All right.
Depends on, I guess, if Zhao shows up or not. I mean, definitely it's a coin flip, but they seem to be playing well together, and I mean, Neza's a pretty talented player as well. So especially if the game goes on past 15-20 minutes, you'll see the macro skills shine for him.
All right. Let's see. Who do you reckon is going to be hosting this?
I think you should join Randy. They are about to go, just waiting for Teddy.
Oh, we might as well.
Okay, I'll load that up. Oh, they actually aren't in game yet. Just waiting for Teddy, I think. In that game. So guys, while we wait, do you want to say a little bit about what you do with your own casting channels, guys? So Spreezy, where can people find you, and what do you do with your streams?
Well, I stream on Twitch and I stream on YouTube as well sometimes. I guess I was known for my PUBG gameplay back in the day, but these days I've actually mostly streamed Age of Empires 2 and now this game. And I'm also streaming Escape from Tarkov now. That's very popular, also very fun. So I'm kind of jumping all over the place, but I'm definitely keeping up with everything and Beyond Horizon. And I've started playing this game like around 2 months ago. And I've been playing it for a month straight. Now I've taken a little bit of a break because I'm playing Tarkov. But the game is awesome. And I've submitted like 50 different tickets or something for the bugs and suggestions and everything else. So I'm really trying to contribute as much as possible. This is an open source game. So yeah, I'm definitely invested in this game, and I would love to play more and get better at it and learn more from all these players.
Yeah, awesome. Podcast, what about you?
Yeah, I'm Parkcast TV. You can find me on YouTube. I post mostly things after the fact. I don't stream too often. So I cover a lot of things like guides or build order reviews or just 1v1 matches, small team games, stuff like that. So, come by, check it out. We'll have a good time.
What about you, Borg?
I don't stream or anything, but I'm the data scientist for the core team of Bar Development, and you'll have seen me mainly hanging out in discussions around balancing the game, balancing the lobbies with open skill, our algorithm for balance, which is basically like true skill for that Microsoft developed for a lot of their games. It's an open source derivative of that. And I'm generally trying to look at what improvements we can make to the servers and just generally helping out. But I've been working on what was the precursor to bar. I think my first code that's still in the game was written about 10 years ago, so maybe more than that. So, you know, I haven't committed as much as some of the other devs here, but you know, I've made a little bit of a mark. So,
well, thanks for
All right.
thanks for doing that. And we have started our
let's get into the
match
game.
here.
I think we're about to start. Oh, we have started. Yeah, let's go. Okay, over to you guys.
All right, here we go again. Red player, Randy. They suffered their first defeat today. Can they come back? Can they defeat arguably the best team in this tournament? Him and his yellow teammate, Daywalker.
And their opponent spawning on the other side of the map, we have playing as the blue pieces, Ragna. Just an absolute monster here in the sitting at with 60 true skill, and his teammate Teddy, the reigning Bar Pro League champion. So congrats, Teddy, and I'm really looking forward to this match.
All right. We see that Randy made a mistake. Going factory first last time, like vehicle factory. It's like, I'm never doing that again. He's back to his grunts. So they're gonna win this game. We can already call it. Next game. Let's go.
See, his opponent went for core bots as well, so pretty balanced here. We have double core, arm core on either side.
Yeah, that's true. But well, we'll see how this is going to play out. Usually the positions are a little bit different. Who goes bots, who goes vehicles. This game, it's all flipped. So maybe it plays out differently. But Ragna here, getting the first blood, I guess, on another radar that Randy made. So we're going to repeat of last game.
Yeah, that's really a nice catch there. Kind of put your opponent on tilt in some ways, maybe.
Yeah.
Probably harder to put Andy on tilt, taking out a single radar, but I mean,
Yeah, it
it's
was
damage.
playing all right last game, even though he got harassed, right? They're sharing these grunts and constructors in between them. It's always nice to see this team play. And sometimes I don't even understand why a certain thing got shared, but I'm learning by watching this, trying to understand all of it. There's quite a lot that goes into these high-level plays. You can't even see all the details, so...
Yeah, you really have to come back and watch the game over again and just like key into like what one player is doing in some ways to kind of pick up on all the little nuanced things. But you know, trying to catch everything that's happening in a 2v2 is no easy feat.
Yep.
I think that con got shared specifically because Daywalker had moved out of the main base pretty quickly, and he had an unassisted factory sitting there, so saw that build power being shared. But yeah, now a con goes back, so we're kind of repaying the favor.
Shout out to Lost Dead Man. He's in chat right now. He rated the stream, and great effort. Shame that you didn't go through, but 6th place is a pretty good result, isn't it? I would say that anyone would be proud of that. So well played to you and your teammate. And I think we also know that he doesn't really play these smaller formats. He's usually an AVA player.
Yeah, it's a good showing to be able to kind of move to another format and compete at this level. So yeah, really well played.
All right, we have Ragna. Ragna just looks scary with how he moves these grunts and kind of covers the whole map. He doesn't have any holes. You can't just sneak in and do what Jazz was doing last game. It just doesn't work that well against him. And he has a lot of units. He always has a lot of units, a lot of constructors. He's spending his metal. So is Teddy. So let's see. Daywalker is going to be extra careful this game not to leak on the flanks. Right?
They look like in a good spot right now. We see the red team is up about 1k metal so far, and Daywalker, I mean, he's naked expanded top right, but I mean, if you look at how much faster
Yep.
this scaling is going on for him, I think he's in a really nice spot.
That's an impressive amount of metal to be ahead of your lane opponent. I'm very surprised by that. It's full 1k.
Yeah,
How does he
Ragnar
even
might
get it?
be trying to even up the score. He's trying to find some damage here with these grunt attacks in the middle side. It's like Teddy's commander's getting a little brave, trying to tank some LLT shots to the face, just finding
Yep.
that maximum range.
Well, Ragnar at least got some good scouting off of this. He knows where the buildings are, what's happening. So at least that. But he's not too happy about losing half of his army for basically nothing. Also, he's fighting these LLTs. Very good target fire by Randy on the LLT to get all the low HP grunts first.
Yeah,
and
that was great.
and it survived. Look at that. Wow. These small
And-
little details, like the play in itself is not that huge, but when you take it into account how many other things he's doing at the same time, so it's a pretty good play.
We see the Resbot's starting to come out now, so all this like early raiding attempts from Ragnar is gonna come back to kind of bite him in some sense. Looks like we're rezzing the radar, but maybe moving into reclaiming. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and Daywalker is securing the top side really well. Look at all the turrets on the top side.
And he's got Dragon's Maws coming up behind them, so really locking down this part. Teddy's done a good job of kind of punching through here, but seems to be surrounded at the moment, and a couple of Janus are moving in. I'm kind of worried for Teddy right now.
This looks dicey, yeah, indeed.
They're gonna step forward, get one of their shots off, maybe another one.
What a block, by the way. But the third Janus ruined the party, but Teddy blocked the shot with like a blueprint of a tower, just to wow. He's losing
Taking
too much
some
HP,
damage though. Yeah.
yeah.
Lose like half of his HP to a couple. It just shows like how powerful these Janus actually are.
I think it's 6 hits, 6 direct hits from the Janus to destroy a commander, and that's like half of the commander deaths in the first 10 minutes are due to that attack, basically. All right, let's see. I mean, Daywalker's army is the scariest on the field by far currently. Like, there's nothing that can even touch it. So, let's see how much further he can take this. If he can get the Whistlers out and protect them, it's going to be very hard for Teddy to stop this push, which will eventually get to his base. So let's see.
I see medium tanks coming out here for Ragnar, heading towards the center to kind of reinforce Teddy, like you said. But Randy's doing the same. He's got his forward factory up again. He's hasn't reclaimed his bot lab yet, but we should see that pressure kind of piling up in the middle here. And Teddy found a break here in a chink in the armor. Actually, he's got 4 tanks running free. He's gonna get a lot of these mexes in the back. Daywalker naked expanded through, so he might be able to catch head off some of these. We'll see. It's so close. Is this forward incisor gonna go down? Yeah. So the blitz is gonna catch that. Really nice job shutting down this.
Exactly. And Ragnar trying to punish Randy for having no units out. Being pretty successful at it. He's really pressuring him, and it seems like Ragnar wants to go for Daywalker together with Teddy.
And
he thinks forward. He can do it, but I don't think he can currently. I don't think this is a good move, and I think he realizes that himself now. Daywalker just has a million units. And if you're trying to push into Janus, that never ends well.
That was huge run by there. So many grunts. Like this 1 pounder's got 9 kills. The LLT behind it's got 6. That was just a massacre. It was a nice attempt there. Like Ragnar had all of his grunts towards the middle of the map. Andy thought he could get a good trade there, but there was 2 pounders waiting.
True. So now we have Daywalker with a huge push cleanup on the top. He had enough. He's clicking all the way back in the corner of the opponent's base. He wants it. And he's going to get quite a bit. Like, this is what we were waiting for, but now Ragnar wants to punish this play. Ragnar's been waiting for this.
Paralyzer drones are coming out here, so they're going to be kind of slowing down this run by attempt. I don't think they're going to be able to get all the tanks, but more and more are going to come through and shut this down in time.
Yeah, this looks very good for Teddy, but he still needs to kill these tanks. It's not over yet. Ragnar on the other side is trading well against the blitzes.
Huge run by bottom right.
Ragnar's going for the safe play and also doing the big play on the bottom, so yeah. He's pretty satisfied with this situation. They stopped the push on top without any losses. Great play by Teddy to stop that easily, just with shurikens. Goes to show how good that unit is.
Yeah, they got like no damage. I mean, that was half of Daywalker's army, and I think really ceded the position to Teddy even in the top mid. And like, look at this run by attempt from Ragnar, still getting damage. I think he's gonna get a lot of these P-gens.
Oh boy. Yeah, this whole wall of solars is just free feed right now. But the the grunts are acting a little bit weird.
He finally,
yeah. There's 3 grunts. I don't think that's enough. They're just gonna get reclaimed. I can't believe 1 tower stopped this. Just like that. 0 damage done. 0.
Like these 2 grunts might find some extra damage, but Ragnar gave all the tanks to Teddy here in the top mid side, and suddenly the roles are kind of reversed. Teddy's got this nice position here. Daywalker's on the back foot all of a sudden. And still damage getting done in this top right. The leaks keep happening. I mean, a single medium tank is trying to stop this, but Ragnar's pretty good at splitting up the units. He's going to get a couple more mexes.
Very good plays from all sides. Daywalker needs to find a way to stabilize. He has no production again. It's very rough, and now the big attack from Teddy. Teddy finally has enough units to strike into Daywalker, and Daywalker might lose his commander in all of this.
Yeah, meanwhile, we're getting a shot at bottom mid. Ragnar's pushing here against Andy with so many of these paralyzer drones showed up and just took out like half the army. That was such good value out of here. Andy is sensing the situation here. He's bringing his commander forward.
Very risky play, bringing this commander here. Oof.
Those are some nice D-guns.
Yeah. Could have gone either way, though, if Ragnar noticed a little bit earlier, but so far so good for Andy. And Andy's going to get the reclaim. That's the big deal. And there's the anti-air. Snipe all the shurikens. No problem. Uh-oh. Not good for Ragnar, but we know Ragnar. We're looking at one side. There's 2 more things happening. Teddy's pushing Daywalker. Ragnar's backing him up with grunts.
And there's so many grunts heading towards the front line now. So Teddy might be pulling back for now, but he's just waiting for these reinforcements to show up. Look at these grunts.
Look at that reclaim field. 4.9k metal just above Daywalker's base is insane. And that's a GG call. That's a GG call. That's probably like a respect GG call. They would stay in the game if it was anyone else, but it's Ragnar and Teddy. Yeah, you don't beat those guys from this far behind, right? Well played. Well played.
That was a really strong showing from both teams, really. I think it fell apart pretty quickly there at the end, but that was a tense game for all of, 10, 12 minutes.
Yep. Well, Ragnar and Teddy, they're the favorites, and so far, so good for them. Everything going according to plan. Randy and Daywalker, they're going down into stage 4, if I'm correct, right? Because they're the team that are the last from that group. So we're going to see them play more games before the finals.
Let's have a quick look at the leaderboard then. So, as you say, Andy and Daywalker now in stage 4 round robin. And we'll see what the results are from stage 3 as well. See, those 2 are going through. Have we got the results of that game yet? I'm not sure.
Kung Fu Panda Zhao versus Kuchi X Factor.
They're still going, so we can share them if you want.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Congrats, Ragnar and Teddy, for locking up $300 in prize pool, making it to the grand finals. So we're still waiting to play down to our second finalist. And not who you want to run into the losers bracket, Pro Randy Daywalker and Shash Cash Mighty Sheep. So
That's
what
stack right there.
Hey, loading, catching up to the game now. I'll get it on the stream so we can see some of the action.
Who's the host of this game?
It's called IND Club. Fire Battle.
Thank you.
If you add me as a friend, Freezy, in the bar lobby, you can go on your friend list and right-click on me and join my battle. Which all players can do that. If you ever want to play with your friend and see where they are, and you can do that.
Mm-hmm.
So here we are in the game. We've caught up. Over to you guys.
All right. We have the red player, Zhao, and the yellow player, Kung Fu Panda, aka Neza. So our American team, the only American team left in the tournament.
Yeah, playing against their two opponents here, X Factor and Narnuk, excuse me?
Kuchi.
Kuchi, excuse me. And they're playing on Sir Tagada here. This is one of my favorite maps. Too bad we don't have a chance to introduce it here, but this game's well underway and it looks fairly even. If we can get the statistics menu brought up, you can kind of see where the medal incomes are at. So fairly even.
Kung Fu's having some issues, and also there's a big run by on the top, which is going to bring him in more issues. I guess that's the main thing that is happening. And also, Kuchi is raiding the bottom as well.
A couple of exploiters here to kind of shut that down. But yeah, there's a huge reclaim field here in the middle, but I'm kind of worried about that run by, like you called out. That's going to do a lot of damage here in a couple of minutes, and I'm not sure if they're quite aware of that happening.
But indeed, this reclaim field is gigantic for this stage in the game. It's over 4,000 metal.
They went for the comp snipe, and they kind of traded out their army there. They could have camped the reclaim field for a minute.
What's going to happen now in Kung Fu's base? That's the question. That's a lot of units, but not a lot of damage done with the shurikens as well. Very good shuriken micro. Look at that. Easy cleanup, easy reclaim. That might put Kung Fu back in the game. Let's see, he's on 10k metal right now. Let's see in like 30 seconds. If he starts to reclaim. He's sitting AFK. He's got problems on the front. That's what's going on. Kuchi is going in. Kuchi's going in, but same thing happens again. Shurikens instantly stop everything. And Shuriken's they're just uncontested. We need a solution, guys. We need something to happen. Kuchi's losing everything. It's been pinged out as well. It's like, come on, man, do something. It's like that meme with the dog. The boy with the stick. Like, do something. And there's a fighter coming in. Or two or three. They're gonna clean this all up. And now there's a gigantic ball of tanks rushing forward. Although the blue team is a little bit indecisive what they want to do. But it seems like they're just committing.
I think they've
trying to save.
They concluded that a comm snipe might be needed. They're going all in.
Yeah. But they're not even close to that, unfortunately.
This is one of the key elements of bar that makes it really interesting is these massive wreckages. The metal that's left there is now worth so much they need to fight for it.
Exactly. But how do you fight when you have half the units? That's the question here. And all the units are getting resurrected from the blue team. You can see on the side. It's a bunch of resbots working away, and hopefully they can find a way, claw back in. Meanwhile, no respect from the blue team. He has exploiters on the bottom left built. That kind of shuts everything down. Any kind of play coming from that side.
I expect he resurrected them, destroyed them, and resurrected them.
Yeah, that could be the case. Yeah, you're right. Can this constructor build it even? Nope. But huge fight in the middle. Still going on, just trading all these T1 units.
Yeah, now over 5,000 metal in this whole patch of wreckages.
Yes.
They know what's on the line.
And X Factor is like, I'm not resing anything. I'm just gonna claim everything. That's it. I'm reclaiming. No point in resing. We're going T2 most likely. Or we're going bombers. Green is going bombers. He's got units everywhere on the map.
A quick look at the statistics. Yeah, blue team are way ahead with 53,000 metal produced versus 35,000 for Team Red.
Yep. Quite a significant difference. Kung Fu is like on half of the production of all the other players. They are fighting back, Zhao and Kung Fu. But then there's this annoying transporters picking up the Janus. Oh my. What is he gonna do with them? He should reclaim them. You shouldn't drop them because then they're gonna blow something up. I guess just reclaim. Let's see what he's gonna do with the transports. Yeah, there we go. He's reclaiming.
Meanwhile, most of the wreckages are now being resurrected by Kung Fu Panda. He does have to worry a little bit about a little raid on his west side of his base. I think he's got that shut down.
So they're starting to recover, but what about these bombers? That's the question now.
Yeah,
look at the bombers.
What was that, 7 bombers? They've got no response to that. And they're going straight for the base. They're going to probably get these wind turbines.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
there we go.
horrendous.
Big boom.
Horrendous.
And now red space. Yeah, that was the deal. Like, we knew something was coming from the blue team because they kind of started falling back slowly, and the huge reclaim just enabled this very powerful play. Because you can't stop it with Antire. Antire doesn't do anything against this. It's just too weak against the T1 bombers. Very good play.
Looking for a closing move, and there it is. Very well done. And it's going to be very hard for them to recover now. I expect GG will be coming out shortly.
There's all the bombers dead, pretty much. But there's nothing left. Zhao's floating the max amount of metal. He can't do anything. He has 50 energy. His teammate has 97 energy production. That's like 4 solars worth. And now the big push again.
He doesn't have enough energy to D-gun, does he?
Probably not.
Trying to get up the fusion or Geo on the hill there.
But how long can that Geo stay alive? Can anything shoot it up there? I'm not familiar with this map.
Those thugs can walk up there.
They can climb up, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think Kung Fu Panda could use a D-gun, but with only 100 income of energy, you'll have to only fire one every 5 seconds. D-guns cost 500 energy.
Alright, there's the GG call. This game was done like 5 minutes ago, but they tried, but they couldn't. It was just too much. Congratulations, X Factor and Coochie. They just got themselves in the next round, right? Well done.
Nice.
So we have all of our players in round 4, right?
Yeah, let's have a look at the tournament standings then, as they are. Okay. So just getting that updated. A couple of questions. Again, who are the announcers? Who are the casters? So I'm Board King, one of the core team for bar development, focused on the data science element, but I've been contributing for a number of years. We got Spreezy, he's a streamer. He streams a lot of different games, and he's come to find bar and now sharing the love with us. And Barcast TV, who's been casting and streaming, well, casting and then showing videos about bar games for a long time, and joined us on the tournament cast before.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions in chat? We'll try and get to them as we now get to the final standings for stage 4. And as we can see, we've got Ragnar and Teddy who have gone through to the grand final already. That will be either a best of 3 or a best of 5, depending on what the agreement between the players are. And stage 4 is now another round robin between the teams Pro, Randy, and Daywalker, Jazz Cash and Mighty Sheep, and X Factor Live and Coochie. So each of these, again, will play one game against every other team. And hopefully it won't be one each, so we won't have to do another round. And we'll have the winning team pass through into the final. We will also have a third place runoff match between those two last places. So let's just remind all the viewers that we have a massive prize pool of over 2,000 US dollars. And first place will be getting $700. Second place will be getting 500. Third place 400. Fourth 200, and fifth and sixth $120. So yeah, really generous donation from OP Man that's put a massive amount of that
Legend.
prize pool. Yeah, so you know we really can't take that for granted, guys. It makes a big difference that people can see and how much enthusiasm for the game is, and then actually something to play for that makes some real world difference as well. So it's not all fun and games. It makes that amount of money is really helpful, especially if you want to upgrade your PC and have more frames per second in bar. Can't argue with that. So where are we, guys? What do we want to do now? We got a
Well, I
game
guess
ready.
we're spectating the matches one by one because we don't have any parallel matches anymore.
Absolutely. Okay. I'll go back to the studio for now while we wait for that to get going.
The match has already started. If you want to go,
Excellent.
It's Randy Daywalker, Jaskash Mighty.
Awesome.
Here we go. All right, let's get in.
Yeah, so I've been streaming Age of Empires for a while, and that game was also funded by individuals from the community, like OP Man. For a long time, the tournaments were funded by just community members, and that game was kept alive and it even grew because of people like that. It wouldn't be possible without them. So this is obviously huge, and it would be great if more people were able to contribute like this, but anything goes. Everything is great, so keep it up, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
And thank you, OP Man, again.
Right, let's get in the game then, guys. Over to you.
Give us the game. Yes. All right.
Yeah, so this is Lavender Blender.
What the hell is this?
Made by our own Johannes, or Mitvit, as you might know him in the client. So thank you, Mitvit. I think he's produced quite a few of the maps we use here in Bar. So once again, just another way of people in our community making the game better, right? So thank you.
All right. Let's start with the introductions. So Pro Randy, we keep talking about him. He's had a rough couple of games. In red, and his teammate Daywalker in yellow. Can they come back from this losing streak? I mean, it's not really a streak, but we want to see them do better. Let's go.
Yeah, their opponent's spawning on the opposite side of the map. We have playing as the blue pieces, Jazz Cash. And his teammate playing as the green Armada commander, Mighty Sheep.
All right, so this is a rematch from like an hour ago, right? We had Mighty versus Randy and Jazz versus Daywalker. It was a very fun game. One of the best games today. And what is this map about? There's a lot going on here. Just some hills that you cannot like cross over. There's a lake of some sort. There's a river on top, a winding river. Very interesting.
This is a newer map. I haven't seen too many matches played on it, and I'm really interested to see these spawning positions. Look how close these commanders and these bases are from each other.
Yeah, it seems like this player that is closer to the corner is the one that is gonna have to turtle a lot, defend the whole team as the team expands on the top side. From what I understand. Totally different map dynamic from the other ones that we've seen so far. A lot more closed this map, so we might see higher tech units, which is interesting. Maybe I wanted to discuss while the game is still a little bit slower, like, why are all these 1v1, 2v2 maps so open? Why don't we have a little bit more closed maps being more popular in this format?
There's a few. I mean, of course, it comes down to the tournament organizer picking the maps we're playing on. So maybe that just kind of shows their bias in picking maps in some sense. But like personally, I enjoy the more open maps. I think you get to see more like more unit interactions. It facilitates like small battles all across the map as opposed to like really concentrated points of interest. So I think it's a good thing personally, but I could see how maybe coming from AV8 it might be a little jarring or what you're not used to seeing.
Just in terms of the unit variety or the tech variety, just so we have a different display of skill, let's say, available, even in 1v1, 2v2.
The second part of the turn is going to be much different in this regard, so watch for that.
All right. Looking forward to that. We have this this grunt being extremely annoying. It got two grunts killed the LLT, and now this one cleaned everything up. And Mighty Sheep is probably mad about this because that's the triple mechs being denied and delayed for a very long time.
Look at this, two more cons going down. We see one going down to the Blitz here, and even a second one in this triple mech spot. So
wow,
huge catch there.
And the triple mechs. And this is already very rough for the pocket player. Let's call Mighty Sheep and Randy the pocket players because they're the ones that are going to have the huge eco this game, right? Or at least they're supposed to. Randy is working on it. He hasn't expanded this aggressively as Sheep did. So he was the aggressor, and now it seems like it paid off. He was a little bit slower in the eco, and he's going to be ahead now.
Yeah, that's huge damage. And there's even grunts running across the map. So these scouts that Mighty Sheep has out to maybe find some kind of counter damage. It's going to be hard pressed to do that. We're getting a shot here now of like the two commanders in the bottom right, creating a no man's land, so to speak. Janice got a really nice shot off there. A good repair micro there too from our yellow player. We got these Thistlers in the back kind of tickling or whittling away at these defenses, rocket bots that are coming out.
Randy's still in Mighty Sheep's base, but now he's going to run into the commander. That's going to be in the end of his grunts.
That was a nice catch, cleaning up that run by attempt.
Meanwhile, Jazz versus Daywalker, we have something resembling 8v8. Very similar to our 8v8 starts. You got your whistlers, your turrets, your artillery.
It's like Daywalker's ahead on the commander HP. Jash Cash's commander looked to be like 70% HP there, so really good repair.
Oh, huge D-gun incoming in the middle. Here we go. No, he didn't have enough energy or something? He just didn't want to do it. Strange play by Randy. He just didn't want to commit
Cortex
to it.
commander can misfire on the D-guns. That's a bug in the game, but looks like he got it at the end of the day there. So
Okay. Really? I haven't noticed that. Maybe I should have. Is that why people complain about the commander, like Cortex commander?
I think so, yeah. I mean, that's the only reason I can think of to complain. I think Daywalker won that little lane battle there. You see Jeshcash is pulling back with his comm. He's down to about 50% HP. Trying to hold the line here with the rocket bots, but
yeah, it's the rocket bots versus whistlers difference. Like, it's very hard to play bots in that situation. You can't even out micro them because they have the homing missiles, so you need a different solution. You need something else here. Unless your opponent falls asleep.
Janice gets a shot off. Nice pullback there from Jashcash, but ended up losing one of those rocket bots.
If we take a look at the eco, it's about the same for both teams. Mighty Sheep has a little bit more mexes than Randy, but it's in flux, let's say. And he's trying to secure this whole side of the map right now, Mighty Sheep. He doesn't want to let Randy in. There's these chokes that can be sealed, and no bots can go through.
I love that radar going up on the hill there for Andy in the middle. Actually, both hills have got a radar and LLTs being built here, so...
Honestly, this looks like a rattlesnake game or something like that. We might see something of that sort pop up. T2. Even on T1, we might see the gauntlet. Is it a gauntlet?
Yeah, I think the gauntlet's the T1 artillery.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to get to that point. Daywalker's moved into stout production here, so rockets kind of tickle those tanks, and he's just gaining more and more ground, forcing Jashcash's commander farther back.
Yeah, he's playing with fire there. Like, you miss micro for a second, your commander is gone here. Jazz is in a lot of trouble, and he's literally in his base. Daywalker. Look at that. 24% on the commander? What is happening? He's just making rocket bots. That's not the solution here. Something else needs to happen. I don't know what, but it's not rocket bots.
Well, Sheep needs to bring his own units to maybe flank behind this, right? But Andy's commander is right above it. Is he going to walk down the hill in time and get some D-guns off? We'll have to see, but, you know, blitzes aren't too terribly good against, you know, what we're seeing here.
We might see an overcommittal by Daywalker. This might be pushing it too far.
Look at those D-guns. Skits up. All the tanks go down.
Ooh.
Some juicy D-guns there. And the medium tanks have found their way behind Jashcash's main base, so he's going to be taking out most of the eco. We see a couple of tanks kind of moving up from Mighty
Jazz has given up. Jazz has given up. He's running with his commander in the water just not to lose it, because that would have set his team even further behind. What a great win from Daywalker. Complete domination on this bottom lane, showing how good Armada vehicles are against just rocket bots. Like, that's what you want to play against. That's the ideal.
Oh. Huge EMP there, taking out a lot of these grunts.
And these grunts are kind of free to do whatever they want, but respecting the Janus.
I think Mighty Sheep did a really nice job recovering there. I mean, if we can, like, zoom out and just look at the overall side of the map, he did pretty much secure half of, like, what half of the map was his. I just think it was a little bit too late. We see Andy's, like, pouring units through the middle. Grunts are able to rotate down off of this hill any direction they choose, and they're going to find a radar and a mech for starters here.
Yeah. But that's the deal. It was too late. Like, everything from Mighty Sheep was too late this game, because he got disrupted so hard at the start. And he couldn't contribute to his team. He's just trying to get his stuff up, but
Yeah,
Jazz is dead. Oh, but Jazz is going for... Does he dare to walk in the opponent's base? No. He sees the sentries. He knows that that's not going to happen. Actually, he doesn't even see them. He knows.
He's getting the radar up. Yeah, you would have to anticipate those.
So now Randy is getting all the initiative together with Daywalker. But man, it's so hard to stop the Whistler spam. Once it gets rolling, ooh, super scary.
Nice cleanup there, taking out the grunts. But I mean, the real threat is this medium tank army that's barreling down on this main base. These blitzes might get a little bit of a flank off, but I mean, you just have to pull back with your units and kite these blitzes till they're gone, and then move back into your position.
Yeah, like, what are they exactly going to kill, these blitzes, even if they make it for a sec? Like, they're going to run into the choke anyway. He's buying time, but this game is over. Now, officially, this game is over. Well played. Well played. These guys show that they're masters of this game. They pulled it back. Well played.
Yeah, it was a nice recovery.
Probably better build choice for this map, too, or Armada play versus the rocket bots, etc. And again, a very good start from Randy and Daywalker with the harassment. Really kicked Mighty Sheep out of the game.
That was a pretty classic win there. You can see, how much you can struggle bots versus whistlers on those kind of like lane positions.
Right.
Yeah, we're back in the studio, guys, while we wait for the game to start. So, what we have in next?
Well, it's
I
going to
think it'll be next two, so 2v3? Team 2 versus 3?
Exactly.
Excellent. So, actually, let's look at the tournament standings then, as they are. There we are. So, it's going to be Jazz Cash, Mighty Sheep versus X Factor Live and Kuchi next.
Oh boy.
Yeah, now we're talking serious players in every game at this stage.
Yeah, and it's a best of one. They must be a little bit nervous about all of this. You don't have too much room to make mistakes, or any room to make mistakes.
No, and like you were saying during the casting of the previous matches, the players are really trying to make every little play that gives them a slight edge, targeting the weakest units, or always looking for the flanks or the run-throughs. And when the stress starts coming on, talk through what that feels like in the games you've played. Like, how does it affect your mentality?
I mean, you usually have your own flow, your own plan of how the game's supposed to go, how you're going to win, and then something keeps happening that is interrupting that non-stop. And you just can't focus on your plan, you can't focus on defending that, like everything is happening at once, you just fall apart. And I feel like we had some players kind of fall apart eventually. When you have the same attack work against you 5 times in a row, do you know that it's not going the way you want it to go? So maybe you need okay, well, we're going to resign this one. Next game, I'm not going to allow that. And we saw Daywalker really improve from game to game. And now he's just completely crushed his opponent that did the same thing to him the other game. So obviously we're talking about the best players in the world here. So no surprise there.
Yeah. So in terms of how the player base is growing so quickly, like we said, there's going to be players out there who, haven't got into the tournament yet, but are potentially going to bring in some crazy extra dimensions of focus, resilience to stress. These little things that make a big difference ultimately. Barcast, what do you think is going to happen now in this game where we've got Jazz Cash and Mighty Sheep, who I think are actually brothers in real life, and their communications versus what we've seen in terms of Kuchi and X Factor Live together?
I think it's going to be another hard match for X Factor and Kuchi to advance. I mean, Mighty Sheep and Jazcast are definitely, contenders to even win the tournament, despite, losing a single game isn't a testament to their skill level, of course. I think it's going to be another hard press to advance to winning another match. They say if they win this one, they have to go through and beat Andy and Daywalker before getting to the finals.
Yeah, this is all very hard to call. Anyone can win, especially in a best of one. But we hope to see good games and the best display possible. And like Tuck said, we're gonna see the best maps in the finals, and we're really looking forward to that. Hopefully, people prepare the maps that are going to be played in the finals. They didn't just prepare for the round robin and such. Hopefully, they did.
Yes.
I'm really looking forward to if we get to round 2 of stage 4, we can get to Sky Island is the map we're going to be playing on with some pretty interesting spawning locations too.
Yeah, actually, while we're waiting, I'll see if I can get the map overview up, so we can talk about them a little bit.
All right. So the maps that are being currently played, I guess it's a mix of like classic maps and some new maps.
I think so. I'm looking at what we're kind of heading into here. So, grand finals, we're going to start on Incandescence, which maybe is kind of gaining a little more popularity, but it's like a smallish kind of map. Not as open and a lot more lanes. We're going to be moving into Azurite Shores, which I think that's a newer map that was just published, actually. More of like an 8v8 map. So that's like an 18 by 16.
Mm-hmm.
Fairly large map. And then round 3, if it goes to game 3 in the finals, we'll be playing a 2v2 on a 24 by 24 failed negotiations, which
What the hell? That's
really
a gigantic map.
Yeah, we could see like some T3 units even, maybe some nukes going off. So that's going to be a wild one if it goes past 20, 30 minutes. We could be in for a pretty long match on that.
Yeah, that map is big even in 8v8.
I've played a couple of 2v2s on it, and it's like we definitely had all the theaters being played. You have like the front lines being fought over the island. You've got like air battles going on, and even like the game gets into Navy at some point if it goes long enough. So it's going to be hard to keep track of.
Yeah,
Shout out to Borg King, who isn't just hosting this; he's also our observer. So thank you for keeping up with all the action.
It can be a bit tricky, but I'm trying my best. That actually makes me think about the fact that we will want feedback at the end. So any viewers who want to make suggestions, any comments about how we're doing this, in particular how the tournaments run, we're very open to that. But that extends to bar in general. So come and join us on Discord. Look at the channels. You can see all the activity that's going on in terms of development and what we're doing with the players. So we're really open to that, and that's what's made bar what it is today. Is people coming in, seeing what they see, and giving feedback, and then sometimes helping us improve, which is what I did. Many years ago now, but I started off very small, and I only do a little bit now, to be fair. But it's all built together, guys. Come build it with us.
Exactly. I mean, there's a nice feeling of contributing, and people are much more responsive than like big dev teams and AAA for AAA titles, and I don't know what would take years to get the minor changes. Here, everything is done in like hours. If something is a good suggestion, it might take a few days. It's going to be in the game if it's easy to do. So that feeling of being able to contribute and someone listening is amazing for an online game, for sure.
Yeah, it is satisfying. But then you've got to also acknowledge, like, even though there's a lot of people who've made small impacts, there are also a lot of long-term devs who've put in, I wouldn't even like to think how many thousands of hours, perhaps, that they've actually put into bar. And real shout out to them, really. They've taken, if you've seen how this has changed over the years, the way it looks even graphically is phenomenal. And then obviously the play style and the balance to it and everything. So that's a big part of it. And also we got to thank Taku for putting the tournament together. He's had help, but you know, a lot of all the visuals you're seeing and the arrangement of all the teams, that's down to Taku and some of the guys helping him. So thank you. Right, I think we got the game, guys. So let's transition to the match and over to you guys.
Look at this start. What am I seeing right now?
Let's quickly do the introductions before we figure out what's going on. X Factor as the red player and his teammate Kuchi. They're fighting to stay alive in this tournament. With Kuchi doing something weird, but let's go to the blue team.
Yeah, we have our blue team here, Mighty Sheep, representing the blue team here, and his teammate spawning directly next to him. Playing as the green pieces, we have Jazz Cash, who they are also fighting for their tournament line. So one of these two teams is going to be eliminated here. But what's going on? What am I watching?
This is called communism V2. This is modern communism. They're not going to build a second factory. I don't see it happening. Kuchi might just run his commander straight forward as well.
This is Janus Rush. Look at what they're doing. They have Janus coming out already.
Here we go. Some special builds for the special games in this tournament when you need them.
Or, I mean, they're on a clock, really. I mean, two teams right now are macroed up on 6 mexes, right? So this has to work so fast, right?
Yeah, but how do they deal with rovers? Oh, with their own rovers. Okay, let's see. Another builder.
Does he have a radar? Okay, so radar just came up. Jazz Cash is going to move his commander kind of forward here, continue assisting the lab.
It's like Jazz knew that something was coming. The way he was acting with his units. Wow. Now he can do the friendly fire trick with... Oh, hold fire on the Janus. Wow, great
Really
micro.
nice play. Takes out all 3 of those.
Wow. That was unexpected. Yeah, they need some kind of other unit here to support. The rock is just flying everywhere.
And the commander is walking up, so it's just behind these Janus now. They're going to get repaired up, and I'm sure we're going to see one of these comms go down.
This is very hard micro for the Janus player, because if you let up for a second, you might lose everyone, but the commander is here. That's the trick, right? You just walk the commander in. They need to be able to defend against these grunts. The 3 Janus is still alive. The commander is going into the opponent's commander. This is going to be a suicide. Wow. Is this enough?
And the factory, right?
Yeah. Everything's gone. Okay, so they reset the game. Let's see. Who can get the calm Rex? What are we witnessing right here?
So Kuchi can still micro, though. So he's got 5 Janus. He can still micro. They're going to have to head towards Mighty Sheep's base. X Factor is continuing to assist the lab. I mean, I don't really think you have to go for the metal here. You just go for the kill, right? Or
just look at the production currently. Look at how much more metal the opponent team has. The red team has.
Oh, they snuck out a con. Yeah, it's expanding the back. I'm not sure if they've got an LLT going up, but yeah, they're on 6 mexes now. These Janus are gonna get cleaned up, though, are they?
They have to survive. They will. They're so strong, because 5 Janus can kill anything. That's the deal. And it's very hard to micro against that, unless you have like 30 units, 20 units. Then it's an easy win. But
so X Factor is snuck out another con. It's heading towards Jazz Cash's base, so he's gonna start reclaiming these 2 commanders. Does he have the build power, though, to kind of spend all this metal he's about to get?
This is going to snowball so hard right now. We're going to see 10 million units out of this factory. Like, that's why the X Factor still has his commander in. He needs that build power for this to work. Otherwise, it's just no point in getting all that metal. Even now, he's floating metal almost.
He's trying to add on extra titles here, but look, this is the real battle. 5 Janus. How do you stop this? Is Mighty Sheep. So he's got the thugs in the back, but you can't outrange these units.
He can't really snipe the commander anymore.
Yeah, that was a great
micro this. Yeah. And the thugs are a good solution. Pretty good solution to the Janus. Look at that.
They're really stable unit. They're really easy to micro, stepping forward and backwards.
They can tank a shot. That's huge in this situation.
He needs to rotate around with these blitzes.
But I would still give a huge edge to the red team. Like, we're talking how much more metal? This is already 3,000 more metal. That's a lot of units or production or whatever. This is looking so good for them. And on the bottom left, we have a blitz run by that's going to get all the extra mexes. So Sheep is stuck on 3 mexes again.
3 mexes, yeah.
That's terrible for Sheep. And he doesn't have a way out. The thugs are going to show their weakness now. And
I think they're about to win this game here. That's it.
that was a
GG.
rage quit. That was a rage quit right there. No GG. Wow. Wow. We saw a very good cheese. A specific map build that works on this map only, with the titles, with the super short distance. Very well done. That's what we wanted to see.
Those are
Some
those
creative
practice builds. Yeah.
Yeah. Really well played by X Factor. And Kuchi. Well done.
All right, back in the studio, guys. Yeah, that's interesting. We you won't see that often.
Yeah.
But these are exactly the sort of tactics we expected, right? Some things they've clearly thought about beforehand and then decided, right, this is the time to execute.
Yeah, and the strat has a lot of layers to it. It's not just make Janice and win. Like, you have to position your units correctly. Like, the commanders have to be in certain spots at certain times. You gotta have some support units to counter this and that. So,
making
real well played.
Scouts.
Yeah, and I think you pointed out actually as well, and just clarify a little bit more for maybe the newer viewers. Janus have such a slow fire rate. He had to actually hold fire and fire only when ready to hit the things he needed to hit. That is some really good micro play that it's actually hard to keep track of when we're watching it. You guys are obviously pro streamers anyway, so you're used to keeping track of it. But for the average player, that's just something they haven't even considered.
Yeah, especially that initial micro against the first 3 or 4 rovers. The way he held fire and then fired just at the moment when they grouped up, that was perfect. That's what won them the game. Because the rovers, if they managed to split at that moment, they would be able to attack and this game would go totally differently. But what a great way to get into finals. They're very close to it, right?
Yeah.
They just have to get through one more team, right?
Yeah.
So podcast, what do you think they could have done to counter those Januses? If they had, say, got a scout out slightly earlier to be able to see that was coming, what could they have done? Anything you think of?
Maybe you could have conceded that position and just pulled back, because you know they're on one factory, right? You know, because of the commander's position, he doesn't have a base either, right? So maybe you can stand behind your factory, wait for tank some hits, reclaim it, give the metal to your teammate, and then just keep walking back and kind of take it from there. But
Play
I mean, other than
game.
that, I don't think you're gonna win or match the firepower they got that early in the game with your own units, right? So
I also think this makes this game unique. You can't really do this type of strats in other games because the resource sharing works differently, and you cannot transition out of resource sharing, I guess, in other games. But here you can resource share at the start, and then you can be given a constructor, and you can start your own base and just play on normal, let's say. So there's a lot of different ways to play in these situations, which is really cool. And I think we haven't even seen all the creative stuff that will come over the next few years in this game, because as the game changes, the strategies open up for all these players.
Yeah, we talk about the meta in a lot of other games, and there's a lot of layers to bar, but the meta in terms of sharing, like you say, is a key one for these, especially these smaller team games.
Yeah. Now, whether that's a good thing that sharing is this powerful or not, I guess time will tell, but at least the guys that are working on the game can act accordingly. If that needs some sort of fix, it will be done. So there's no fear of, oh no, this game is ruined because we can share resources. No, it will be addressed if that becomes the meta that everyone hates in the end. But this right now, what we're seeing, this is fun because it's new. It's not something they see every day, and we want the players to break the game, right? That's the most fun way to play it. To try to break the game, the devs fix it. You try to break it again, and that's the whole cycle of players versus devs versus players and all of that. That makes the games fun, in my opinion.
Okay, guys, let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. So, as we can see, cheese awarded for that strategy. So that means that we've got 1 win for Andy Daywalker, cheese for X Factor Live, Kuchi, but they now need to play each other to decide who goes through from stage 4.
Yeah. Well,
go on, Barkas.
I was just wondering if that was their plan from the start, like going for that strategy against that specific team, because I mean they're playing on the same map again now, like against Andy and Daywalker. So it's like, do you do the same thing again, or do you go into a macro game against these two guys, or?
It's rock paper scissors time. Is he going to play rock twice in a row, and am I going to do paper or scissors? I don't know. Let's gamble.
We should do a poll on stream or something. But it's unlikely that they'll do this specific strat, but maybe they have something else prepared. Like, do you guys think that these guys are amateurs? Come on.
So make a call then, guys. Breezy, Janus again or not?
No.
Barkas?
I don't see it.
Maybe we'll see like an air first or something like that. Maybe it'll just transport a com bomb or something wild like that. But I mean, why play standard against two guys presumably you more than likely would lose to in the long game? But I mean, I don't want to disparage our competitors too much, but I mean, you have to feel anxious about your chances going up against these players.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh my god.
I'll
wait for you guys to load.
Let's get in the game then.
So presumably they saw that last match, right? Andy and Daywalker, or?
I mean, they did. It was just live on stream.
So,
they should have. Unless they were discussing other tactics in detail, I'm not sure.
Well, how they're going to spend their prize money, right? I mean,
this is why delay on stream is important. Because we can talk about this stuff right now, and we can show this even before the game begins. But maybe even 3 minutes isn't enough just for feedback for the next one.
Well, hypothetically, once the match starts, these two players wouldn't be in the stream anymore. So
yeah, they shouldn't be watching the stream anyway.
They shouldn't be.
So looking at the placement, it might be that perhaps not Janus spam, but they do work on one factory on something else, perhaps.
Yeah, it does seem like it's going to be a one factory thing again, but maybe not Janus. We don't know what is it called? Civ race faction they picked.
Faction, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do, guys. Let's see what they're building.
That's double arm.
All right. Seems the same thing, right?
I'm surprised this is the first time we've seen this in the tournament, because I think this is like a whole meta that hasn't been explored yet. This whole one factory start in a 2v2 game, or even like larger team games.
Nice chat. Randy's asking, like, how did you guys beat Sheep and Jazz? We weren't watching. The X Factor says, nice try. They were definitely watching. They know it's coming, and it seems like it is coming again. But this time, maybe they'll do it even better. I'm curious what the counter is to this. I guess just like rovers and blitzes, or stouts, or
Daywalker is kind of countering it a little bit. He's putting his factory a little farther back, so that's a slight adjustment, I'd say. And secondly, I don't think he's like, if he sees Kuchi come in to sack the commander, you just have to separate your commander from your factor. You can't let them get that 2-for-1 trade essentially. I mean, you can, because you can read the move, you can read like what's happening in the situation. He's just going to continue walking forward with Janus and a commander. So
This is reminiscent of like 2011 StarCraft with like 4-gate from Protoss. No matter what map, no matter what opponent, you just do the 4-gate strat and that's it. If it works, it works. So let's see. But these guys, they know what's coming. That's the problem. So don't trickle units. And that beamer is probably a shutdown of this whole strat. Maybe they have to change where they're going. Because look at that beamer. Like, it covers everything.
they can still rotate around though, right? So he'll see the beamer with the scout perhaps, and then yeah, it looks like they're going to go to the other side of the mountains.
Well, X Factor did this drive-by last game too. But it takes a while to get there.
And he doesn't have access to beamers though either. So, and he's stuck on these core bots, right? So how do you? I mean, he's got seven grunts out versus 3 Janus and a bunch of scouts.
Yeah, look at what happened. Daywalker has no units because of the super hard committal to static defense. Like not a single. There's the first Janus. So Randy is in trouble. Potentially.
It's only 3 Janus though, so he's gonna step forward with the commander. A couple shots go off.
That's good for him. This was the critical moment to survive, right? From here on out, he's fine.
Yeah, well, we don't see Kuchi bringing up his own commander. Now he's finally turning around. Just kind of have a little bit of indecision here, maybe. He's trying to keep Daywalker in his side, while the Janus on the opposite side attack Randy's base.
There's also so many questions for blue team. Is the opponent gonna all in? Are they expanding behind this? We can't see anything. We have no scouting. Do we expand? Do we attack? What units do we make? It's very hard to figure all this out on the fly against a new strategy. But if someone can do it as these players, they're the top players. They are fighting against these turrets. Very good plays. Kuchi's commander is very low. He's going for the suicide now. He's probably going to have to back out because he's getting nothing out of it. Unless they get that. No, they won't get it.
But the Janus traded shots with the Rovers, and that let Kuchi come in and trade with Daywalker's own Janus. Right. So nice little exchange there. Kuchi's so low, though.
Still Janus only. And on the other side, we have these pesky grunts that are climbing on top of the hill, and they're completely safe. And this is what Randy likes to play, right? He likes his grunts. And when he gets a chance to abuse their strengths, like, you'd better not be on the receiving end.
So we see some blitzes coming out for X Factor. And they're going to be joining up with this Janus army. So I don't know how well rocket bots or aggravators deal with Janus. And there are 7 of them now.
Not really great. Not really great.
Great D-gun there, getting 3 of those blitzes. But the commander is exposed.
He's exposed, and he's dead. Like, he's dead. Right?
Yeah, it has to be, right?
He's
One
dead.
shot goes off.
He's 100% dead.
Trades all the Janus for them, though. And the commander is out in the middle of, like, pretty much nowhere.
Randy was like, yeah, he's dead. Let me just try to get all the Janus with it. So a little bit of juking left and right. He baited him deep enough to kill all the Janus with it. So at least there's that. But what does Daywalker do in return? Because the economy is pretty much the same for both teams.
Well, Kuchi's going to get on top and start reclaiming this commander.
Yep. I feel like the blue team was set behind by the fact that Daywalker did a beamer and the Dragon's Claw. Maybe if he did only one of those, it would have worked out better, but they wanted to be safe. They think they're the better team here, so it's better to be safe than sorry. Especially against a new strat that you don't really know how it plays out on a new map. But very good game so far. A lot of good decisions from both teams. And the game goes on. Nothing is over.
X Factor is committing to this all in even more. He's not scaling his eco at all. He's bringing his commander forward, and he only has, what is that, 1 con turret and 1 construction vehicle assisting his factory, so kind of continuing this rush here.
Gucci might lose his commander now. It's getting very dicey for him. He's getting closed in this position. He's trying to LLT his way out, but this looks so ugly for Gucci. Is it worth getting that metal and now feeding it back? I don't know. I'm very scared for this is not a situation you see every day, right? This looks really bad.
Yeah, even the medium tank's coming up, so
yeah.
He's gonna be blocked into this little alcove here. He's desperately trying to keep the repair up on that turret. It ends up going down.
Gucci's dead. His commander is toast. He's gonna try to cloak it up in the corner or something, but they don't have enough energy. They don't have enough energy for this. All the energy is tied up in the water, and Gucci is hiding his commander, but Randy's not stupid. He knows the commander is there. There's no problem. We'll,
look at this. I mean, X Factor is going all in. He's got 5 Janus. His commander is walking towards Daywalker's base. I mean, he's gonna try and finish this push. There's 1 commander left.
Yeah, remember the static defense from minute 1. It's still there, and it's very powerful, especially against Janus. Janus can't do anything to this. I mean, they can, but they'll die in the process. That commander? Wait. This isn't happening. Gucci's commander is alive?
Yeah, they left him there. They didn't want to go into that alcove.
They actually thought he'd left. They didn't know. They didn't scout deep enough in.
Maybe he's just baiting, but at the same time,
They were afraid of digging.
yeah. But he was trying to bait it. I guess he needs some Janus to finish that.
Now here we go. He's stepping forward. A couple of Janus shots go off. The Dragon's Ball goes down right away.
Yeah, that was very good. That was very good. Now the beamer is kind of exposed, or completely exposed, actually. How many shots does the beamer take? 4, it seems. But with the stouts? Oh, this might be... Down. This is very close. The Janus misses from Daywalker's side. They might be pushing through. At the same time, though, Randy's pushing on the top side. So this may not be over yet. But it's not looking good for our blue team down here. X Factor is getting the big push. And he's getting all the reclaim, and he's going to reclaim the factory, the vehicle plant as well. He might even capture it if he wants. That would have been a good play, but...
Is this game almost over? Like, there's 2 Janus and a commander. He's going to get all the reclaim from from Daywalker's base. This run-by is getting shut down.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet, but it's not looking good for the blue team, I would say. But they're still all in. They only have 1 factory working. The other commander is a waste of energy, technically. He's still camping in the corner. He's just doing dragon teeth. But, yeah. Very good reclaim from X Factor. That gave them a lot of metal. They've pulled ahead like 1.5k metal.
Andy's expanding in the back though. So bottom left, he's had a single construction bot that's capped a couple of these 3-mech spots. He's got a nice radar on the hill. So this is going to carry them into the mid game. Perhaps take the win.
It's very hard to call these situations. This is all very new to us, right? And we don't see games like this all the time. Very scrappy. Like, everyone is working with single-digit metal income, or most of the players. But Randy is slowly pulling ahead in income because he managed to clear the top side of Team Red.
Kuchi's commander, they can start using again. He's rejoined it with a couple of stouts.
Yep.
He can get on top of this hill, and I mean, there's no army between the blue base and these red tanks.
But these rocket bots can climb on the hill. That's something. But now the red team has a clear way into the whole eco that was the winning play, let's say. Now it's just gonna get destroyed.
Gucci's free to scoop up all this metal here. So, I mean, that's a couple hundred reclaimed going into tanks. They're splitting up these forces, attacking these 3 metal spots, so they're going to take out this LOT and all these mexes. Meanwhile, on the left side, all these mexes are going to get cleared out by the tanks, and then they just have to turn their attention to the main base.
This is looking ugly for blue team. They're being spread. But Daywalker, look at that. He's back in the game. Almost like nothing happened.
Yeah,
Almost.
He's got his mexes capped. He's almost finished a factory. There's 2 tanks in the back, though, dealing a lot of damage, and Andy pulls his grunts back, so these 2 tanks are continuing to hammer on these solars and wins.
Correct. And that's... everything you kill right now is worth double than in a normal game because of how scrappy it is. They still haven't moved eco-wise from like the start.
Look at
Single-digit eco.
Medium tanks coming in from the left. I mean, there's not a lot of grunts here to stop this. There's no LLTs. I think all this eco is going to go down. Oh, nice surround. Really good control there.
But can the grunts kill this?
If he had rotated right, he would have gotten rid of that flanking damage. Looks like these are going to kind of sit here AFK for a second. But, I mean, there's more tanks coming into the center. I mean, just above the main base. Look at this. Reinforcements have arrived. You got 4 Janus, like 9 tanks.
We also have a small base on the bottom right by X Factor on the little island. I didn't even notice that there were 2 mexes. That's very cool. That's going to survive for a long time.
Yeah, and energy converters. So really trying to expand his economy.
Yeah, and this... I don't know if you noticed the wind on this map. It's 1 to 30 with average 20.7. I've not seen anything like that on any other map. It's pretty ridiculous. So again, everything that you kill is worth like double because of that stuff. And you definitely don't want to do solars. That's what you definitely don't want to do.
Definitely not. I mean, I think you could make an argument, don't make titles, but just for the start of the game, they had to make some to get the factory up soon enough. But Gucci needs to take control of this hill, I feel like. He needs to push these rocket bots off of that, and that'll let him leverage his, vehicles into the main base, perhaps. But
Yeah.
Andy's doing a good job. He's spreading out his build power. He's got cons heading across the map to kind of cap mexes away from all this shenanigans going down. And I really think blue and green are consolidating this position on the map.
Yeah. This is Randy's home turf. Like, just play a gigantic map in a 1v1 and just get all the mexes and then play from there. This is where he wants to be. And I don't feel like the red team is comfortable playing a macro game on this map against this team. So it doesn't surprise that they're trying to cheese it. But it seems like it's not working out because they didn't get a kill on Randy. He was in the back and he survived.
He's doing a really nice job recapturing everything in the bottom left behind his base.
Yeah, and some pincers are going to the bottom right island. Meanwhile, nice fight in the middle for the blue team. They're getting a lot of the reclaim. Soon they'll decide to attack full. Probably. And there goes half of their eco. X Factors.
This game is really close. I feel like they have to kind of continue with this all-in attack. Gucci and X Factor. I mean, they're
running out of steam.
They're gonna run out of steam. They need to like double commander walk into Daywalker. I mean, you sack 1 comm and then clean up the rest with the second one. But I don't think they can get through the Janus here. Gucci's army is going down here in the middle. These aggravators are...
Yeah. The main problem for them is that Randy is taking over the whole map. Like, he's even taking mexes on their side. And it's going to be impossible for them to keep the tempo of what Randy can do with his bots. He's transitioning to advanced solars now. I don't think that's necessarily needed on this map, but it just goes to show he's feeling very comfortable. They get the full surround. Kuchi's gonna die now. And that's the middle lost. Now, how to end the game for blue team? Do they just macro up, play defensive, take the middle? They transition to T2. It's T1 vehicles actually for Randy.
X Factor's got a air lab in the bottom right, and he's going for Banshees. Looks like. I think he might make 1 or 2 Banshees and then a transport here, and that's pretty much the only way he can win now. Daywalker's sensing the danger, is getting up anti-air.
You're thinking that they're gonna go full Banshee, kill the commander?
He'll make like 2 Banshees and then an air transport, something like that.
Well, I was thinking like mass Banshee kill the commander, because they're losing anyway. But maybe
We'll have
I'm
to
wrong.
see. I don't know if he can get up that many Banshees in time to kind of defend against this. You just have to hope that the commander is right there at Daywalker's previous base or retaken main base.
Yeah.
And this T1 army is trapped on the hill here, actually. These tanks trapped in here by the Janus.
Impressive that they managed to retake this hill, at least for a sec. But like, where's the reclaim? They're not getting anything out of these fights. Nobody has reclaim. Okay, the blue team has some reclaim. It's waiting to get pushed into the pit of metal in the middle, or the hill. But it seems like, yeah, it's mass Banshee. I think they're going for the comm snipe. I don't know how many you need though.
A lot.
And there's a nettle in Green's base. Because the Banshees have, what, 33 DPS? It will take a while for that nettle to go down. Oh, it only hit 330. Never mind. Maybe not. That anti-air, the T1 anti-air, is very squishy.
Yeah, there's a couple options there for you. Like, so the nettles are cheap and you can get them up quick, but there's like, what, hardened anti-air, and then there's like the long-range anti-air turret. I mean, they cost significantly more, but I mean, at least you can spam these nettles when you need them. And that's what Daywalker's doing. I mean, that pretty much the only way they can lose is through a comp snipe. So, I mean, he's putting up his 4th nettle.
This is all going to come down to this Banshee play. They've invested everything in it. There's 9 Banshees.
He's got a transport.
Yeah. But who wins if it's a comm into comm as the last comms? How does that play out?
It could be a draw, perhaps. I'm not too sure, but here we go.
Yeah. This is the big play. The play on the top doesn't even matter. It's only the Banshee play right now. Oh, nice. Well done by Daywalker. Look at that. So much anti-air. Cloak Commander. Like, get out of my base.
The Janus are coming back here. Janus and medium tanks.
Yeah. X Factor, desperate move. Desperate. Just degunning everything, but he knows that this game is all but done. His base is disappearing, and that's it. Well played by both teams. Very impressive game.
That was so close.
Yeah, that was totally different. A different type of Beyond Our Reason. Like, battle of attrition from the start. Like, super scrappy. No team really knowing how this is going to play out over the long term. And a lot of adaptation. That was great to watch. Well played.
Yeah, just looking at the charts here, guys, with the metal produced, as you were saying, they were able to keep building all the metal spots around the map and took over and metal produced it after doing that.
Yeah.
Kept them in the game.
That was a really good showing from both teams, really.
Right, let's get back in the studio. So, we are seeing some really interesting play here at this level, guys. What we wanted, and we're getting it.
Yeah.
And there's just more to come. Let's have a quick recap of where we are. So, let's get to the tourney standings page. So we've just seen X Factor Live and Kuchi are now going to the third place. That's their $400 locked in. That's nice. And we've now got Pro Randy and Pro Daywalker moving up into the grand finale against Ragnar and Teddy.
Here we go.
So I think they are now going to have a little discussion about whether they want a best of 3 or best of 5. So let's have a look at what maps are we playing for the different rounds. So there's actually I can actually share this, I think, so we can have a quick chat about it. So we've got not Sky Isle, we've got Incandescent, Sabotage Shores, Failed Negotiations.
You can go to the multi
Yeah.
panel. I
Okay.
can show you the maps there.
Great. Thanks, Taku. So first round map will be Incandescent, and we've got some really nice visuals. We've also, if any players don't realise, if you can go on the website and you can see all these maps, and they're all nicely rendered in 3D as well. Something Icewick has worked a lot on doing, and I think he's a lot of the development team involved in that. But Icewick's our sort of graphic design lead, so he'll be glad to have a shout out. Second round, Azurite Shores, 16v16. That's another interesting ice map with some. I think it's ice in the middle. I can't remember if it's water in the middle actually. Do you remember, Barcast?
Yeah, that's in Failed Negotiation there, or Azurite Shores.
Yeah. And then, go to the third one, please, Taku, which is Failed Negotiations. That's quite a big map there. Again, like where we've seen the Straits being played over and some rushing of destroyers. I'm sure that will be a factor in that round. And then, I'm not sure if we're going to have best of 5. Which would then have Pawn Retreat, which is a firm favourite and often used map for 1v1s and 2v2s.
So do we know if it's a best of 5?
I think they're discussing it now.
Mm-hmm.
Aku will let us know as soon as they've decided, I think. Apologies, because you probably can hear my Discord notifications coming through. Sure. Chat will let me know anyway. So as they're discussing that, guys, let's think about what's on the line here. So we've already seen quite a lot of their play. What do you think do you think they're reconsidering any of their strategies now that they know somewhat what's been done in the previous matches?
Well, I mean, I think these guys know themselves, between themselves, like they know each other so good that whatever we say probably doesn't apply, because these guys have been playing against each other almost every day, or practically every day for the last few years. They need to like get in each other's head somehow. They're the best players, and well, I guess we're gonna see all the big strats. I think that's the preparation is going to be key here. Some kind of cheesy play might work.
Yeah, absolutely. There's got to be more cheesy plays coming. I think everyone's been quite inspired by the Janus rush that we've seen, working, especially well in the first instance of its use. Let's hope there's something else to come.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on this Barcast? Who do you think is going to take it?
I might have to fanboy and just say Teddy and Ragnar will, just going off of my own personal preferences. But I mean, it's anyone's series to win, really. I mean, these guys are very close. I'd say at skill level. Hard to get an edge. Like, where do you find an edge against like the pro team? Maybe pick on Daywalker, but I mean, I don't think that's gonna work every time. He's a really strong player, so it's like, how do you pick on someone who's like like probably 50 true skill. I mean, he's obviously not 41 true skill. So
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he showed that he could come back from a bad game or two, and he's been playing really well since. So, but we'll see what Ragnar and Teddy do. They might say, okay, maybe it's not Daywalker's day today. We're gonna ruin it even more. So who knows what they decide to do. Randy has been pretty untouchable today, though, if you think about it. Like, he hasn't lost a single lane yet. Not even close. Like, he's either won or, like, at least stalemated all of his opponents. And he's played against very good opponents, too. So he's obviously on top of his game, and they just need to work together, and anything's possible.
We remember back to the last time these two teams played against each other, and was it round 3 on Comet Catcher?
Mm-hmm.
Every time they broke through or maybe could get an attack to work, the paralyzer drone showed up and shut it down super hard. And then it was shared to Teddy shared him to Ragna, and then he went and attacked with them and took a really good fight. So it's like they have to find some way to deal with those drones and get the game past that like mid game phase, because like I think that's where Andy really shines. It's like going like in these like 30-40 minute macro games. You can see how good he really is.
All right. Seems like we have something lined up.
Yeah, we're going to introduce our finalists for a little interview. Let's bring them in.
Drag them just in.
Hello, hello.
Hey guys.
Hey,
Hello.
good evening.
Okay,
Awesome to have you here.
So let's introduce the guys. So we've got Ragnar and Teddy from the first team to reach the grand final. Hello, guys.
Hey. Hi. Wow, what a game that was on Lavender Bender there, that last game. That was intense, so scrappy, so good. It was a real pleasure to watch. Nice tournament.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's been great. We've also got Randy. Randy, I don't know if your teammate's here. Hello.
He was. I don't know what happened. Hey.
So yeah, we've been enjoying your game so far, guys. Fantastic to see this level of play. How are you feeling? Is it any nerves, stress? Ragnar, how about you?
I think we're having fun on our part. We're enjoying the games. It's going well, so it's pretty fun.
And what about you, Randy?
He's played a lot of games today already.
Yeah, it's just a few more games to go.
Yeah.
And then we get to keep that Viking helmet.
That's what matters, right?
Was there a decision made about best of 3 or best of 5?
Well, that's up to you guys. I think we're gonna have a deciding vote on it. Is that the Taku? What's the actual means of deciding?
You just vote like the both finalists. If they both agree, we go.
Yeah.
Eddie, what do you think?
What are your thoughts?
I'm fine with either. Maybe best of 5.
Let me just consult with my teammate. I don't know.
Do they have strats ready for the all 5 maps? That's the question.
I don't think we practiced the final maps too much. I think we played on Pound's Retreat, which is a best of 5, so I think we'll feel comfortable on that. So we're okay with best of 5, but if you guys prefer best of 3, that's fine with us too, I think.
Could you tell us how the preparation for this tournament went for you guys?
On our part, we actually did not play at all together. We play separately. And our first game ever together was the first qualifier here for this.
Mm-hmm.
We're usually not on the same team, Teddy and I.
I see. Well, it seems like you're doing pretty well for yourselves, with that. But and how are you enjoying the maps that we're playing today?
I guess the first maps were a little bit repetitive, but
I'm sick of Farandel. I'm sick of Comet Catcher. Nice to get to play some other maps.
They're classics for a reason.
Yeah. That's why we lost on Comet. We just wanted a chance to play other maps.
I promise
yeah.
you guys, I'll shuffle them a little bit for the next one. Yeah, they're getting cold to me as well.
What about you, Randy? What about your prep? Did you do anything special?
It's mostly thinking of strategies for the maps. But yeah, so far it's gone okay. Comet didn't go too well, but that's one where it's hard to. Everyone knows how to play that map, so it's nothing to prepare there really.
Mm-hmm. And what are your thoughts on this new strat that we're seeing with the Janus Rush communism on this map? Have you
Yeah, it
seen
was
that
fun.
before?
Well, we saw it just happen to Jazz and Sheep, and we thought they might try it again. And even knowing it was coming, it was still difficult to stop.
Yeah, yeah. It's hard to balance that, and also you have to respect it, right? You're playing against very good opponents.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely. We had no idea if we were ahead or behind at some points in that game.
Yeah.
I was surprised you guys didn't start more in the corner and away from the water.
That could have been an option.
Well, there's
There's
going
a
to be
solution for it.
there's going to be analysis of these games. I think especially after the tournament, there's going to be a lot of interest. The replays will be available, guys. So any viewers that have asked about that in the chat, and there will be a VOD as well uploaded to YouTube of the tournament. So look out for that once it's ready. So have we decided which are we doing? Best of 3 or best of 5? We agreed.
Randy, up to you.
I'd probably go best of 3, but I imagine everyone else wants best of 5.
I think we'd all be happy with whatever happens, really.
Hey, best of 3 if it works for you. Let's do BO3 then.
If we're losing after 3 games, we'll do best of 5.
There's one more game.
All right, let's just decide on one and let's roll with it. Your call, Borg. You're the host, or Tuck.
I think Taku has to
my
decide.
answer.
Go on, Taku. You've made a lot of this happen. It's your choice.
Well, thank you. Well, if I were to decide, and I am to decide, it's gonna be best of 5, guys.
Awesome.
All right, let's go.
Make them earn that money. Let's go. Okay.
Oh yeah, work.
Have fun, Randy and Daywalker.
Yeah, to work, guys.
Okay, so I will roll the trailer, the new Sizzle trailer that we played at the start of the stream, but a lot of players wouldn't have seen. So I'll roll that while the guys get ready for their first match of the grand final, and then we'll be back.
All
So we'll
right.
see you in a couple of minutes.
Good luck, everyone. All right.
All right, guys. So looking at the leaderboard, let's wait for everyone to get ready.
What a day of games, huh?
Just reflecting on that just now. It's just quite amazing that you have seen a game that has, while it's evolved and iterated over time, it's a game that's like very familiar to players of, Subcom or the original Total Annihilation, and yet it still surprises you with like strategies you haven't really thought about, and the attention to detail that the players have managed to apply. It's incredible.
Yeah. And just imagine if this game gets even more popular and people from other strategy games switch over to it, the creativity that they bring with them and the skills, like it can go pretty far,
Yeah, I suppose you've got a lot of experience with AoE 2. What sort of things have happened in AoE 2's, history that you think might be ahead for Bar? Is there anything you can think of?
Well, as people learned how to use certain units, but this happens in every game, but as people learn how to micro better, how to macro better, and especially if the game improves in terms of how it handles unit movement, unit management, etc., the whole meta changes where the devs have to intervene because, again, what we were talking about earlier, breaking the game, right? That happens because players get better and the game gets better. And in AoE 2, pathing got changed a few times. Like they had to adjust the unit balance. Crossbows are too good. Now knights are too good. Now monks are too good. And if you look 2 years back, nobody was using certain units, even though seemingly nothing changed. But like small details getting added to the game. Here, we add features in Bar that don't exist in other games. Like quality of life stuff, unit control stuff that enables plays that don't exist anywhere else. Yeah. So we don't even know what the future is going to bring for this game because it's being pushed to heights that no other RTS games have been at yet. So we're looking forward to the future of Bar.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of change and improvements in a lot of areas, but like I said earlier, guys, it's down to the community to really help drive, what improvements there are out there to bring into Bar. So go to our Discord, get involved. You can join different sort of channels and themes for what you're interested in. Have a look what's going on. There's loads of activity on there. We're nearly at 30,000 Discord members, and when we reach that, we're going to be doing a special event. Almost certainly going to be something like a 30 versus 30 player team match, and also some free-for-all matches with perhaps 64 players. Pushing the limits of Bar, the engine we call Recoil, and our PCs when we're doing that, but that's going to be something to watch, and we'll make sure it's streamed as well. I don't know if both of you guys will want to do something when that happens to make sure people can watch it even if they can't load in. And we're probably going to be doing a dev Q&A as well, so we'll make sure that the community's got the opportunity to ask questions. Like you were saying, Spreezy, about what's changing, what might be coming up in the pipeline for Bar that gets us ever closer to what we hope might be an actual pinnacle for this sort of RTS.
Yeah, I mean, just for example, this Air rework that was done, maybe it's not well received. It doesn't matter how well received it is, but the fact that you can click a button in game, and it's like, now it's enabled. You have a completely different game. You can play it. You can choose to play it, not play it, doesn't matter. But there's one button that you can click, and you have that. And that kind of feature doesn't exist in other games, right? This game is so open to changes, and it's out there for everyone to test, to play around with it. And the more of us are on Discord, the more of us are playing and trying this out, the faster this game will improve and be more fun and succeed.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of those examples out there. We are testing actively, which new features to prioritize, because we can't do everything. Barcast, let me ask you, have you got a particular favourite of these, the mod options or these tweaks you can do that's being trialed at the moment?
I like the custom lobbies where you can play 1v1s against your opponent. I think that's my favorite.
Yeah.
It's obviously being cheeky, but I don't mean to cut you off, guys, but I think we're loaded into the map here, between our two grand finalists.
Okay, let's get into it.
We have some professional strategies being laid out in front of us once you load in. Yeah, look at that.
Loaded in.
This is how the top players communicate, guys. They just draw stuff on the map. Nobody knows what it means, but that's it. That's how it's gonna play out.
Okay, so I don't think we did predictions. We had some kind of cheeky comments from our competitors against each other, but Spreezy, or Board King, what do you guys think is going to happen here in this best of 5 series?
A lot of macro play, I feel. Big games.
I think I would say there's a factor in how familiar not maybe the map specifically, but the types of terrain. I think that'll play in a big component into what happens, because the strategies we've seen that are sort of more unexpected have come from the maps where it's not as commonly played. So I don't expect some crazy strategy in this map, but I think in maybe one of the other rounds we will. So it's, over to you guys to take us through what the players are opening with.
Let's take a look at Ragnar, who's our highest rated player here in the world currently, playing as red. He's opening up Cortex bots, and his teammate Teddy over on the south, he's also opening core bots. It seems like a bot map with a little bit of hills and stuff, so it makes sense. All right.
And their opponents spawning on the opposite side of the map. We have playing as the blue pieces, Pro Randy, and his teammate spawning just above him, playing as the green Cortex commander. We have Daywalker.
So, Cortex on Cortex action all day. And everyone opening bots. This doesn't seem like a vehicle-friendly map.
Not at the start, at least.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to play this top side, on the top right, it's just not doable with vehicles, so...
I thought it was really interesting to see. Ragnar built a radar before his first factory, so he went double max 4 wind turbines radar factory, which I think he was just looking, if you see that just outside of that range, towards the blue base, he was looking to see if a commander was already walking towards him.
Oh wow, they know what they're doing, huh? What a surprise.
Just one of those little adjustments you'll see.
This is one of the games where even the first building they put down it can be different between the different players. That's how fleshed out this game is. Like, no two players are gonna open up the same. Everything can be changed on the fly depending on what you're playing, what map, who you're playing against. The freedom that this game allows is crazy.
Yeah, or even maybe the expressions of play styles too. You see a lot of players play quite differently from each other, just depending on the map or the matchup, or 2v2s or 8v8s.
Yeah. And just the building placement, like, it's different for everyone. For example, Randy is stacking all of his wins together, like he doesn't care about spreading them out, whereas Ragnar's being very careful about not having a single one touch. Like, no adjacent ones for Ragnar. That doesn't always come into play, but sometimes it might. So it's cool to see all these different little details that all the players do.
A little bit of a buy attempt here. I can't really tell. Is Ragnar have only, one con out expanding? It feels like they're maybe focusing a little more on the units here at the start and not quite expanding behind them.
Yeah, so Ragnar had a group of 5, group of 4, and a single grunt. So 10 grunts on the field just running around. So that was his main plan. But I feel like he plays like that almost every game. He goes heavy on grunts and then heavy on constructors. Usually it's like one con, and then he adds 3 or 4 more in the next batch. From what I've seen.
Yeah, it's a good style because if you're able to occupy your opponent on their side of the map, like threatening raids, it's like, well, you can just queue up cons and you're free to expand your build power at that time.
Yeah. Also feels like the playstyle of someone that is very confident in winning late game, no matter who he's playing against. So he wants to play safe and also wants to dominate the map. And he'll also catch up in eco, no problem, very soon. But we do have Randy and Daywalker playing pretty aggressively with their commanders, as you can see. This map is very complicated. Like, look at how many front lines each player has to control. And there's already a big field on the left.
That was a great attack there. I mean, he traded some of the grunts out, but he shaved off some of the build power there, a couple of cons, a couple of mexes, and he's still not getting damage.
Look at this. Daywalker has an LT here. Beautiful. This is the dream. A few grunts running in, doing nothing.
Now,
LT pays off.
On the right side here, we have a bit of a scuffle here. Daywalker finding some damage up against Ragna. He's going to catch one of these construction bots. He's going to grab the mexes even.
Yeah.
That's a nice trade.
Yeah. Ragna also grabbed the mex on top with a grunt, but... Or even more than 1. 2. Possibly 3. 3 mexes. Pretty good.
That's a beautiful trade, yeah.
Question is, who's going to commit to some other unit? Oh, there we go. Ragna's doing rocket bots, and he's doing rocket bots. And at the same time, Daywalker is clearing out this whole right side. It's a barren wasteland at this point. And panic building a laser tower to defend.
I think he's going to still find some damage here. I mean, these wind turbines are going to start going down. 2 go down. Is he going to get a mex? Yeah, so 4 wind turbines and a mex. That was a great pickoff, apart from just, clawing through their side of the map.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to follow. There's so many things going on right now. This is a 2v2 game. You can only be in one place with the camera, technically, zoom in. But units dying everywhere. Turrets being built everywhere to stop all these grunts. But, like, how do you stop these grunts? You can't. You just make more grunts. If he makes a turret, you make more grunts.
Another run-by attempt here on the left side. A self-D on the LOT just gets shut down there. So it died just before it could get its damage off.
I think the main problem right now is Ragnar marching into Randy's base. He's getting dangerously close to D-gun range. And already Randy's losing all of his windmills. And when we're talking about stacking them together, that helps. Uh-oh. Daywalker. Ragnar's commander's gonna survive.
That was a really nice pick off there, taking all the momentum out of the blue team cells there.
Oh boy. And now Ragnar just needs to, very smart, insta guard tower. He knows that if he gets this position, Randy's gone. He's dead. No commander for Daywalker. Randy's stuck in the middle of the map with his commander. Like, he can't do anything with him. And his base is gone. The constructors don't even know what to do. Should they reclaim? Should they boost? What is he gonna do?
Look at this attack, though. The back of Ragnar's base. There's no LOTs to defend this, and there's 13 grunts. 14 grunts. It's gonna catch all the wind turbines.
Amazing attack. But he didn't get the finishing blow. That was a great attack. Again, there's so many things happening. That's why this game is so messy, and maybe that's why Daywalker decided to go for the suicide, because he has a lot of things going on for himself in the back. But that's it for the attacking force. Now our blue team is at the mercy of Ragnar's units, but at the same time...
He was able to get all the reclaim from that commander, so Daywalker fended off this position for now. We see a huge grunt attack about to commence, but I think he did a really decent job there stabilizing the position for them. That was kind of tricky there.
But funnily enough, if you look at the resources, Daywalker's the one with 2k more metal. Probably because he's controlling the stop side, but maybe he got some nice reclaims on the way.
This army's kind of pinched between the two. Oh, Daywalker moved his thugs out of the way. That's gonna give Ragna an out here with these with these grunts.
Well, that was that a self-destruct?
Yeah, self-D range is pretty
good.
big on LLTs, yeah.
Yeah. So Ragna's commander might get caught if Daywalker notices it. I don't think he... Oh, he doesn't see it with the radar in Andy's base. Just barely. He's gonna see it now, but... Yeah, too late, unfortunately. He could have killed that commander and changed the game completely, but he didn't have the info on it.
It's kind of hard to tell what Teddy's doing in the back because his pieces blend into the map so well, but he's pretty much been like unattacked this whole game, so he secured maybe a quarter of the map here on the bottom. Doing a great job of like clearing out Randy from this position here, so it's really forcing Andy back, limiting his position on the map. It feels kind of like a 2v1 at this stage in the game, but Andy's doing what he can. He's trying to build up his build power.
Ragna, where are you going? Are you sure about this? Oh, okay. He's very confident having a low HP commander and 2 LLTs against all of this, but alright. I suppose he knows what he's doing. He's trying to act tough, but he's floating too many resources. He needs to fix his eco right away. He doesn't have a single construction turret. He's just building with these con bots, but that's not enough. He does have a lot. But he really needs to fix his eco. He's been floating for a long time. He's just microing his commander.
Yeah, that's all he can do with the APM right now. He's down to 20% HP. You don't want to trade all these grunts, though. Daywalker doesn't want to sack his army to take out this commander, really, because he's not gaining anything.
2%? He's going down. He's going down, and it's going to be for nothing. What?
Sick dodge. Look at this dodging. That's crazy.
This is one of the toughest things to do, but also 0%? What do you mean? 23 HP. How is he still alive? The grunt came in to kill him. It's like, I'm done with this. I'm going to... That was amazing.
So Daywalker's moved into medium tanks even, so... Grunts do not trade well versus medium tanks, and I really think Ragna's base is under pressure now. I mean, look, it's almost completely surrounded by the green pieces.
Yeah, what base? He has 1 extractor. That's it. Like,
Ragna's moving forward.
Ragna's not happy about this at all. Daywalker's been crushing it. He just has so much more than everyone else in the game. Teddy is kind of trying to keep up.
Yeah, he's gonna force an engagement here too. Ragna feels like pressed to move his grunts forward and deny this 2 bots from getting the reclaim from the commander, but he's trading his army for it.
But these brutes are so crucial here because they're unkillable by this army. And now the next phase. The vehicles. Finally someone switched to vehicles. Someone's ready to win the game. Let's see if Daywalker can capitalize on having the better tech currently. I would also like to see maybe like some bombers from Daywalker. Something like that.
It's hard to tech into that while all this is going on. Finally, I see some res bots have made their way to the front, so this huge reclaim field being camped by this Dragon's Maw turret in the back, and that's even letting Ragna reclaim his own commander, though, so... I mean, just finding as much value as he can in this situation. Yeah, a huge army standing right outside your main base. Teddy's commander finally shows up to the party, gets a D-gun off, takes out a couple of tanks there, but really the story is who can control this reclaim field and, you know, deny this metal from going back into the player's coffers.
Yeah, the pounders are great, but the problem is he only was given 2, and Ragna's on 1 low HP pounder currently. It's not enough. He needs more pounders. But Teddy has his own issues with Randy waking up. Ragna needs income. He needs to do something, he's just gonna bleed out. He's not being given any metal, it seems. He's just being given some units.
They do have their sliders down, so...
Oh, yeah, you're right.
there's
You're
completely
right.
Full communism going on right now, so...
All right.
But, I mean, the story is somehow Ragnar held on, and it was even able to reclaim a lot of metal off that commander. I mean, what is that? That give 1,200 metal on the wreck, so 1,000 metal going right to the bank for him.
Mm-hmm.
Or furthermore, just denying it off of the blue team.
But it's interesting, the other team is not playing with shared metal, from what I can tell.
Looks like they're sharing E, but
Yeah.
yeah, as you pointed out, definitely they're not sharing metal, which is maybe a stylistic choice, or maybe they're just, you know, anti-communist something. I don't know. But I mean, the real story here is like, look at the size of this T1 army. Ragnar and Teddy are trying to contest this reclaim field for now, but I think any moment we'll see Daywalker step forward, gain control of this reclaim field, and start reclaiming all of this metal. It's kind of slowly tightening the noose here. Can't press in too far. That Dragon's Maw in the back, they can be so hard to deal with. I guess like they have great range. They have a lot of health if they go into this kind of bunkered up mode, so pretty hard to push that position.
Yeah, these Wolverines from Randy, they're kind of AFK right now. But they should be going to town on all of this that Teddy has. Teddy is reclaiming his vehicle lab. And the bot lab. It seems like he's going to T2. But where's the T2? He doesn't have a single builder. Ah, he had to pull the builder back to to build the T2 lab. Meanwhile, Daywalker going with a big push. He's done with this game. He says, "This is my game. Get out of my game." He's got so much. Like, look at the amount of units here. What are you gonna kill this with? I guess the turrets, but...
Nah, just not enough. This many LOTs. Yeah, so red team taps out, types GG.
Alright. GG, well, it seems like the better numbers from Daywalker just won the game straight up. The opponent team couldn't keep up with us. He had more resources from the start, basically. Let's just see the graphs to confirm it, but, like, basically from the very start, he just pulled off. Look at that. Yeah, that's a huge advantage in 2v2.
Yeah, even like right around the 5-6 minute mark, so not too far into the game, and he overtook all three other players.
Yeah, I guess he got some reclaim because the graph isn't like completely smooth at the start. He got some reclaim and just snowballed the top side. It seems like the most of the good metal, I guess, is on the top side. And it's also much easier to defend than the bottom because it's up on this hill where there's only one way in. So very good play from Daywalker.
Oh, that was a great team play there, because like, let's not forget, Andy's commander was pretty dicey, or his main base was like under threat there at the start, or a couple minutes into the game. It was a pretty tough position, so Daywalker kind of taking control of the game in some ways, 2v1ing.
Yeah, even with that commander play actually kind of failing, he did stop the push by sacrificing his commander, so pretty interesting one. Azeroth Shores, isn't this an 8v8 map? Or close to that?
Well, I think we learned in Bar you can play a 25v25 on a 1v1 map, so you can do anything in this game.
Yeah. And that 1v1 map that was played in the 25-25, that was made by Ragnar, right?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Which map was that then?
Is it like Frozen Fjords or something like that?
No, no. The one that has like the... It's very small, where it was played with hovers. Hovers only, if you remember that game.
Is it?
Is it Hooked? It has that hill that goes all the way into the opponent's base and the other way around as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. I think that might have been right, that you're right. Yeah, that's a classic which we're trying to replace all the classics, the true classics as we define them, to replace them with, the maps that have much higher quality textures and design, and a lot of thought goes into, the metal spots. And we sort of try and keep on top of the way the balance depends on where the metal spots are and how much value you get from each metal spot. So just trying to standardize that is something that, many years ago wasn't really thought about. It was much more about the dynamics of different types of maps and the way they looked over the functionality and the form, specifically for balance,
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got Azurite Shores next, which I think, yeah, you're right, has got 8v8 capability because it's got 8 starting spots. But it's roughly the same size as the map we just saw, Incandescence. So in terms of scale, it's similar. So let's get into that match. It's just loading up now, guys.
And also the spawn boxes are very small, I guess, in 2v2. That's what I've noticed. So you can only spawn like in the middle of each side, not all the way across. It's nice because it standardizes the game a little bit more, like makes it more predictable. And in that regard, I guess that's good.
Okay, we've got the game. Let's load in.
Wow, this could be a long one, guys.
Hill, water, hill. Yeah.
So it is indeed water in the middle, not ice, as I suspected it might be. I haven't actually played on this one. Beautiful map.
Yeah, looks
Thank
really
you
cool.
to Moose and 123V. Let's talk about the map. So a lot of these crystals you'll see typically have energy. Some of them on some maps will also have metal. You've got to really, as in a lot of maps, have a look for easily reclaimed metal. But these crystals also give you energy. So that's something that there's actually a lot on here. I don't know. We'll have to check once we get in game actually how much there is available to reclaim. And then they've got to cross a river. I mean, it's gonna be difficult to breach each other's beachheads, right?
Yeah, I'm calling this 4x Cortex bots right away. There's no way anyone plays anything else. Oh, actually, never mind. We have an Armada player.
Let's introduce the players then, guys. Over to you.
All right, in the bottom right, we have the red player, Ragna. He wants revenge for last game. He lost the last game. That's first loss of the day for his team. And on above him, we have Teddy as the yellow player, playing Armada, the only Armada player.
And their opponent spawning on the opposite side of the map, representing Team Pro, we have playing as the blue commander, Randy. And his teammate spawning just above him, playing as the green pieces, we have Daywalker. Up 1 game in this best-of-5 series, so looking to extend their lead, put themselves on that match point, and secure $700 split between the two of them. So a really nice purse these guys are fighting over.
Yep. Let's take a look at Daywalker's base. Do you notice something interesting? It's the first time we see this today.
Yeah, he's opening with a hover start here. So,
yeah. Potentially very aggressive, right? Or he just goes for all the mexes on the islands and stuff.
Well, yeah, you can capture the water mexes with the hover. So could give him an economic lead over the opposing team, of course, are getting to that water or even being able to raid on the other side of the map quickly. So we'll have to see how he chooses to leverage this kind of tech path.
I think we're bound to see at least tier 2 units on this map. Like, it's almost a given. Especially with the reclaim, with how far away the players are. This is the furthest away they've been today, by far, on any map. And there's water in the middle, so it takes extra long to cross. So we're up for a longer game, but that's for sure. But we have a Goon opener. The Goon wants to hunt down the res bots. They just want to slow the opponent down as much as possible.
See, Teddy already has some of these ticks. Maybe this is why he chose to open Armada, but he's got 4 or 5 ticks that have made their way up to the shoreline.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
they should be able to scout and like make sure like we'll keep track of these goons making their way.
I'm just
Or-
thinking if the players know that this is going to go for a little bit longer, maybe they want both Armada and Cortex just to have all the tools available, right? Maybe
Oh,
that's one of
absolutely.
the reasons to go for that. And here comes the goon, apparently unscouted. No radars anywhere. Nobody expects the goon, which is gonna run into the commander and die. Maybe not. Maybe not. Never mind.
Yeah,
Never mind.
his turning looks like you're going
All
north.
right.
I mean, he could get a lot of value with this. I mean, there's at least one res bot here. I see another con just above it.
Yeah, very good. Has a very large line of sight, the goon. 550. That's gigantic. So
Yeah, that's
he
kind of
can get a lot of stuff done.
Citizen's arrest. Oh, he's gonna get the repair off on the with the res bot there. So nice control. That tick's gonna show up and shoo this away, perhaps.
Yeah. That resbot with the extra bill power, very dangerous. He can eat your stuff. Oh, more goons coming though. Look at that. It's a bunch.
And it could catch out this other res bot and con here. So there's gonna be a lot of different places to protect on the map, and this hover still hasn't been dealt with. So
I don't like Teddy's opening. Look at how spread he is, and he has no mexes. Like, he's just being danced around. Everyone else is claiming the mexes, so Teddy is super far behind everyone else in the game.
yeah, we can see that in the statistics. The blue team is up about 1.3k metal even. Sorry, 1.3k.
Yeah, but that's pretty big considering the game is only 4 minutes in.
Absolutely.
Just from the build choice, basically, and the good micro with the goon, I guess.
Andy reclaimed his lab. He's just ecoing hard right now. He's building con turrets on the hill. He's got an energy storage up. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a really fast T2 transition from him.
Yeah. It's also nice about the con turrets. When they're AFK, they just reclaim all these crystals around them. They're also technically eco for you right now, especially when they're built like that. So he's gonna do a factory on the bottom under the con turrets, most likely. Something T2 is gonna go down there, it seems. Pretty interesting positioning there. Because you really don't want to build units on this upper floor, right? That wouldn't make sense.
Take too long to get across the map.
We have bombers from Ragna. Ragna thinks he needs to make a proactive play. But Daywalker with the hovers, look at that. That just looks very good. He's taking the water. He's harassing his opponent.
Yeah, you can always retreat back to the water. That's an interesting little interaction between bots and hovers.
Yeah. Oh, there's different sizes of crystals, but there's these blue crystals that have a lot of metal next to the water that nobody has claimed yet. So there's still a lot to reclaim, a lot of free eco available. So we're definitely going to see some good tech this game. And here's the bot lab 2 from Randy on the spot that we were mentioning. And let's see what he goes for. He's just doing con turrets. I feel like this is only for, constructors. This is only for constructors. I don't think that we're going to see any units. Other than maybe ducks or something like that.
that would make sense. We see our red player, Ragna, is moved into the water himself. He's got a shipyard built and a radar, so he's going to start claiming these water mexes. Got a construction ship already built.
Teddy has a wall of ticks. He had enough. But Teddy is still behind. He needs a way back in. Maybe he can play off of Ragnar or something. But yeah, he's had a rough time this game. Who would say that he could be decided like that? But on top, we have bombers sneaking in. Look at that. Bombers at the edge of the map. Coming in. Let's see if Teddy can see them. Teddy can see them now. They're in his vision. But now there's a nettle. That's something. But
He's gonna go for
there's a
the main
lot.
base, perhaps? Yeah, so he's got the scout leading. He's gonna get some good vision here, so we'll have to see how much damage he gets with this run.
Yeah, not the best targets to bomb, but it's better than nothing. Oh, but he's going to Ragnar's base. Hello. That's some good damage. That's... I don't know if this is worth it, but it does disrupt the opponent. Look at that. Ragnar pulled his bombers back, but...
There's a fighter screen up for
Yeah.
Daywalker.
Yeah, probably because of the fighters.
Yeah, it looks like we moved right into ducks even, so we've got 4 or 5 out on the map already. I see just finally now we're getting the T2 cons out.
I think Randy is a step ahead of Ragnar. Ragnar went for bombers, failed. Then he went for shipyard. Now it's about to get absolutely destroyed by the ducks. Because he's on T1 shipyard against the ducks. This is really bad. He doesn't even have a single destroyer. Oh boy. Randy's gonna have a field day right now. Nothing to counter the ducks. Nothing.
See Daywalker's moving into the water himself, so he's getting up his own shipyard while Andy's kind of pressuring. Paralyzer drones have showed up now, so unless they're willing to kind of cover these ducks on the other side of the map with their own air forces, I think this is going to get shut down again. Ducks don't have AA, do they? No?
They can shoot the laser, but it's really not powerful, so... He's trying to go around this, but... Okay, the shurikens are gonna work for now, but where are the fighters? He needs Daywalker to step in with it, like 2 or 3 fighters. Yeah, that would solve it. Even with the anti-air, like, he can still get the kills. But whatever. They got other things to do.
More and more Twitchers coming out. Interesting choice.
Ragnar's raiding pretty well. He can't kill any of the mexes because he doesn't have a single destroyer, and now he's facing submarines. Seems like the blue team has an answer to whatever the red team is doing, pretty much. So far, at least. But what's next? What is next?
T2 looks like our red player is tech to T2 himself. I don't see a transport out to share the comms like the blue team has been doing. They've been moving comms around the map with the transport as they come out.
Yeah.
And they're a few minutes behind, like I see 2 T2 cons already out. He's yet to share one with his teammate. And are a little behind upgrading their mexes.
So what's the situation eco-wise? It's relatively similar. Teddy is still behind. He's still trying to catch up, but at least he's doing good in energy, which is in a 2v2 game. Everything matters. Every little bit matters because you're sharing with only one teammate, so it's relatively even, let's say, eco-wise. And now it's about the unit choices. How do you get across the map? And how do you win? We don't have experimental units enabled, right? So it's not going to be something like demons, but it has to be something pretty big and bulky. Maybe tier 2 ships, eventually.
Maybe. I'm expecting them to go T3 pretty quickly, honestly. This is some really fascinating micro that's going on Andy's base. He's like starting these T2 mexes and then finishing them with the Twitchers.
Yeah.
So he's just like really tryharding upgrading his eco.
Yeah. I mean, a very useful thing to do is just to queue up a bunch of mexes and then you just cancel the last command. Or the first command, and then it just automatically goes to the next one. You don't have to micro it other than just click one button. But he's also using the air transport here, so it's a little bit more complicated.
You can see, like, if we zoom out, just how the extent to which these two teams have made a presence in the water. Looks like the red team's a little bit farther ahead, and I'm kind of worried for blue in some regards. If they get pushed out of the water, how are they going to get back into it? So right now both teams have a foothold, trying to capture the mexes, make some units, but this plays out.
This is very technical. Like, this type of map can only be played efficiently by these players right here and maybe like 10 more players in the world, because you have to play with so many different unit types and factories and all that. Like, it requires a lot from you, a lot of knowledge, a lot of knowing how things play out, and then you have to micro it all. So it's very impressive to see all of this on a grand scale. This is not like there's 2 players playing, it's like 4 or 5 players on each team. That's how it feels when you're watching it.
Yeah, and it shows you like maybe how you can get an advantage or APM tax the opposing team if you have too many things going on in one area. Like, what are you actually focusing on? I really want to say Daywalker's done a really nice job winning the sub fight. So it seems like he's won Navy on his like little half of the map, and kind of freed the pressure up off of him to maybe tech into something else or start pressuring Teddy.
Yeah, but he needs to work on his fusions. Like, he doesn't have a single one, and he's running a lot of T2 mexes that doesn't really pair up too well. But
I mean, they've got the sliders on. Andy already has his second fusion almost finished. So
yeah,
definitely had that overflow. We see Ragnar has one almost done, about 90% done. Teddy just started his first fusion. So many T2 mixes.
I don't know if you see what's happening in the middle with the submarines that are stuck right now. If you just select them, little resurrection submarines, just a little bit above board, behind this little hill. Yeah, you see them. So this happens when you try to reclaim something that is on land, and they just do this. You have to be babysitting these little submarines. They just get stuck in there. But yeah.
Sub battle's finally starting. Pretty good control from our red player. He swung around with one of his subs, got a lot of flanking damage off, and took out most of that sub fleet. So it looks like now 5-5, so pretty even so far.
But how significant is this sub battle in the middle? Look at what's coming out.
Good snowball.
There's a despot coming out, but how's that gonna help against the subs? Why is he building despots? We'll see. We'll see. Ragnar? What is Ragnar doing? Just eco. Nothing else.
Making ships. He's working on a first APHIS, actually, so he's trying to get another conturret, like little ring started. He's making 2 P-gens at the same time, and just finished his anti-nuke, so really concerned about losing to that.
Yep. I feel like Randy needs more conturrets for his advanced fusion. It's like, I think the number is, you don't build APHIS if you don't have at least 16 conturrets building it or something like that, because it's not efficient enough. Oh, there's a bomber run happening on the shipyard, the T2 shipyard. If they make a turn, and they won't. Oh, that was very close. That would have been a great play. But the fighters were just in the right spot to finish them off.
We'll have to see how this Navy snowballs, if it does, because we've split the map in half, of course, but like, what about going T2 mexes in the water? I think that could really tip the scales in one team's favor eco-wise. So yeah, and it looks like Andy has moved back into bot production show, making Sheldons and moving them to the shore. Maybe he was anticipating.
He made something sneaky. On the bottom of the map, we have 2 scuttles sneaking around in the water currently. Let's see how that goes. That's an expensive bomb, but it can make a big boom. But I wonder where he's gonna go. Like, how the hell can he get any damage done here?
More cons flying across the map. He's just trying to keep up with everything. There's so many things to watch and going on the map here.
Yep.
Not including the main base. So it looks like Teddy's building a second APHIS? So he's got one finished. He has another one almost finished. Jeez.
Yeah, and you see what Randy's problem is? Like, okay, he's got the 16 conturrets, but like, it's still not even close to being done. It's taking way too long. He's doing too many things at once probably, but he has this bot lab that he hasn't reclaimed. So he has slowed down quite a bit, and this is where the red team might pull ahead. But I just wonder how this game ends. Like, what's the win con? These two despots are very dangerous. Let's be real. They are going south. Oh, okay. Okay. We see the gantry coming out from Randy. Is it too early for a gantry? I don't know.
Got the metal income. I mean, both these teams are so close on metal. It's within 4K of each other.
Yeah.
So.
But it's crazy that Teddy managed to catch up. I guess it's because he's not doing anything but eco. He hasn't done anything for the last 10 minutes, right?
He's playing Eco Simulator, and he's got his own T2 Air Lab up, so this is where I think the plays are going to start being made here.
Yeah, there's a bunch of radar planes being rallied on the front. Let's see what else happens. So these despots haven't found too much damage other than destroying the shipyard. But the sea is locked down. For the foreseeable future, the blue team is going to be controlling the sea. Now, how much damage can they get done? Wait, the shipyard got destroyed? The T2 shipyard?
Yeah, I think the subs, Ragnar subs came in and finished that off, but right. I think Daywalker is going to be rezzing that here.
It's just a flesh wound.
Just a matter of time. Resistance is futile.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how they leverage this Navy advantage. Maybe these amphibious siege mechs can kind of get across the water easily now. So, I mean, Andy's got the production up, and they've got a path to the other side.
Yeah, I think all the Supreme Isthmus heroes in the chat need to watch this game and learn how to progress from winning the water to winning the game. Let's see how it's done. This is how you would play on Supreme, and you get in this situation on Supreme. Let's see.
He's got a lot of interesting tech units coming out. So he's got the 3 battleships. He's moving into, what is it, the long-range jammer. He's making some anti-air. Finally getting some advanced construction subs out. So he should be capping these T2 mexes in the middle. And I really think that can propel them to like an eco lead, because right now it's so even on metal.
Yeah. And what I'd love to see, I'd like to see a flagship. Just for style points, right? Not if you want to win the game, but I mean, for style points. And we're gonna see, okay, a Basilica, the long-range cannon. I'm just trying to see its actual range, but it's a little bit hard. I can't even... Does it range the whole map? Almost?
I think the red team is kind of running away with the eco in the sense they're up to like their 5th Aphis. See 3. They have a 6-1. 6-1 almost finished. So much build power in the bottom right.
Yeah, but we have Shivas just walking in their base, uncontested. There's nothing to stop them. I don't see anything. We were talking about how Ragnar was just doing eco. Like, he's still pumping out. He's doing hounds now. Like, what are those for?
I've got a Lich out though, it looks like, or sorry, an EMP bomber, so...
So EMP into hounds, I guess. That's the only thing they can do that is fast enough. I guess it's because they're fast. And the bot lab is best positioned to defend this. That's my assumption. He's doing a panic pulsar just to try to fend this off.
Pumping fiends. These Twitchers are so strong at getting things up that where you need them.
Yep. Alright, so that's stopped because the Tachyon owns pretty much anything that these two players have. Alright, here we go. The flagship. It's ready. Or it's not ready, but it will be ready. This is it. This is how we see this game end. Potentially. If he gets some fat hits up the hill, like some stray bullets flying in, well, it could be pretty bad for Teddy.
who's gone up to his own gantry now and he's kind of like pooling up marauders even. So, and I don't know if Daywalker or Andy know about this yet, but yeah, a lot of these T3 units getting pooled up here.
I wonder where these marauders are gonna go, because the subs are covering everything, literally everything. There's a full line of subs from top to bottom, and these marauders have to step into the water at some point. So, are marauders really the play this late in the game? I doubt it. But if he gets enough, maybe there's a chance he can get through. But then again, shurikens that we were talking about. Shurikens are very good at stopping all of these fancy plays in the back line. Just 10 shurikens and everything's shut down. So let's see if these marauders can do something. But the black flag, black hydra, 50%. Clock is ticking. They will be able to make shields. It's not like the game is instantly over, but...
And a big push here on the bottom side. Huge EMP bot goes off, gets a lot of these units.
What a play. These... Oh my god, that's disgusting.
Needs to bring his fighters down here to kind of cover these from the EMP bombers, and all these fiends are just going to destroy these T3 units.
It's insane that the fiends can go ham on these guys. But I guess it was the right play for Ragnar. Ragnar just... He plays this game with intuition, right? He doesn't have to think about this stuff. He had the feel that the fiends were the play. What's
Never
the
realized
eco
the marauders,
situation?
Marauders kind of swim through the water. They like retract their legs. I just noticed that they've come up on the beach here on the top side of the map.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good. Let's see if the shurikens can stop this. Daywalker's trying to bait him in, I guess, as deep as possible, but the marauders... You need a lot of shurikens to beat marauders because they shoot back. Okay, and here we go. The fiends to clean it up again. What the hell? Wow, the shuriken's dead. That's not good.
No, definitely not. It looks like an air battle is going to take place, but T2 air versus T1. So that's not going to be too favorable for the green player, but...
I'm just curious how much of a setback this is. The Black Hydra is up. It's ready to go. Let's see what the plan is. On the opposite side, we also have a Basilisk, but these Marauders, they can't be stopped. This team was not ready for this. The submarine wall was... It was AFK. The Daywalker did not react to the Marauders coming in, actually.
That happened pretty fast, though. I mean, they swim very quickly.
Yeah, that's true.
You got more Marauders moving across the map, this time heading towards Randy's side.
Yeah, Randy's a little bit more ready, but he still can't defend this. He's making a Karganeth, but like, he needs more than one. We have a long-range battle of these cannons, but that's literally insignificant and it's really not important compared to all of these Marauders from Teddy. Look at them. A good third of the top, the whole top is gone, basically. But the Hounds are desperately trying to get back in there and try to defend.
Ragnar has a Ragnarok. 30%, 35% done.
That's a little bit more game ending, yeah?
I think so. Oh, this build power is going to go down. That was a really big trade there. Taking out these long-range cannons even.
Yep.
He's got to make use of this flagship, really. I mean, he can get it in range of this building rag if he knew that was going up. Those Marauders did so much damage, and Teddy reclaimed his... He reclaimed the gantry, is just continuing to make Aphis. What is the next play here? I think they're just kind of pooling their resources, trying to get this rag up.
Yeah, but they're lacking build power. That's their main concern right now, which is a good thing to be lacking. But he's just trying to build as many turrets as possible to keep this going.
The mines even coming up from a red player, and I guess this is the win con, right?
Yeah, but this is risky, isn't it? They're not doing nothing but this. And on the other side, there's a juggernaut being made. It is risky, but they do have a giant economy now. That's 10 aphises, 11. That's enough for a Ragnarok, right?
I'm not sure.
10k energy per shot. 2.6 shots per second. Or how many? Yeah.
0.4, so yeah, 2.5.
Yeah, let's see. 10.
You need 26k.
26k?
Yeah,
Alright,
for
they have more
full
than
speed.
enough then. I think. They don't do much else. Yeah, and this this flagship, unfortunately, doing absolutely nothing. That's why I said, like, if you want to lose the game, go for the flagship. If you want style points, you go for a flagship, but...
Might get a lucky bounce on these deflections. I mean, what if it like goes back and lands on all the con turrets here in Teddy's
That's
main?
true. That's true. Oh my god, the destruction. Oh yeah, that's not... That warning, when you hear it, you just want to
exactly
leave.
where to target too, actually. So
Yeah.
just instantly goes for the Aphis on the other side.
And it's about to explode. It's gonna be a gigantic explosion.
He's trying to
Ragnar-
get up a plasma deflector, but I don't think he's gonna have time.
Ragnar's... He has no mercy. Look at that. And also Tuliche's bombing Daywalker. Daywalker's commander is on 1 HP. If this Liche can make the turn... Oh my god! No! The cloak commander ran away, but Randy's base is gone. We missed the big boom. But we won't miss the boom here on the gantry. Here we go.
Deflector is doing what it can, bouncing these shots off.
Yeah, but it's only one. You need like 5, 6, and that's the GG call. That's how you end this game. You build the Ragnarok. That makes sense, right? Wow. I guess if the Juggernauts didn't get delayed, this would be a different game, but very hard to fight this Ragnarok. It's just, it seems like the best play in the end. If you can get to it, just survive to it. Well played.
So we're gonna get tied up there, 1-1, moving back to a best of 3, I guess.
Yeah, they get their best of 3 after all. They did the warm up. Okay, let's go back to the studio.
So we're playing a best of 3?
No, I mean we've already done 2, so it's almost like we're best of 3 now.
Okay, yeah.
So next map that we're playing on is going to be Failed Negotiations. I think we've got that up on the...
This is the map that a lot of the people in chat played, I'm pretty sure.
So
This is a great map.
This is much bigger map. Obviously, the playable area perhaps is a lot of ocean on the outskirts, so perhaps not so big in that way. But we're going to have a real mixture of these straits where ships, some small ships can pass through the strait and interact with land units, like we've seen in the what was the earlier map in the earlier rounds. Shallow Straits, I think it's called. Yeah, Shallow Straits, where we saw, early destroyer coming out, didn't actually shut down the middle island in that case. On this one, however, it's the one strait crossing and that island. So maybe the destroyer might be a bigger factor in able to shut down any crossings. What do you think?
Yeah, from what I'm seeing in the lobby, it's that both players have to start on this plateau. You see this light green plateau. So they have to start up there. So it really depends on where they're going to build their factories and their shipyards and stuff like that. Because you have these shallow waters in the middle where half of the ships can't even go. I'm not sure how much strip gameplay we'll see in the middle. It's more going to be about controlling the mexes, I think, and controlling the map in the long term. And how much people are even going to afford that. But Yeah, this is very interesting in a 2v2. I can't really picture how this is going to look in a 2v2.
We should see everything land, sea, and air in this match.
Yeah.
I'd imagine they'd split the two islands in half, and we'll have kind of no man's land and that middle channel that'll force players to move into sea. I mean, but until that happens, I'd imagine we'd have like even T2, so T2 land.
All right, game's
I
loading
gotta
up,
say,
guys. Yeah, carry on.
Oh, I was gonna say I kind of much prefer this style of map where you have like a landway to interact with your opponent.
Yeah.
I feel like that previous match, maybe if both teams had more experience harassing and attacking on a map like that, could have gone on for a much longer time. But here we are in game 3.
All right. Well,
Let's load
I
it
guess
up.
that type of style of map is more for casual games, I would assume. In general, because when you have a huge wide sea in the middle, it isn't easy to end the game, right? You had to wait till Marauders to have something that would kill it. But yeah, here it's different. Here you have shallow water in the middle. Okay, so in the bottom left, we have the red player, and currently 1-1 with the opposing team. Have Ragnar, and to his right on the plateau, we have the yellow player Teddy.
And their opponents spawning on the other side of the map. Representing Team Pro, we have Andy and Daywalker playing as the blue and green pieces. And this is failed negotiations.
Yep. So this is usually what we play in like 8v8 map rotational lobbies, and this map is pretty cool. So again, it will be interesting to see how this plays out because there's so many uncontested mexes here, and you see these islands in the corners, like you have to get to them somehow. I don't even know if it's going to be air constructors, hovercraft, combinations of ships and transports, air. Like you could do it in multiple ways. It's just a matter of what is the most efficient way and how do I not die in the process right here. Because this eco is going to be insane for everyone. Because this is a gigantic map.
But there's a lot more areas to spend it in too, so I mean, of course, we should see all 3 theaters, land, sea, and air here. So it's like how much of your resources or APM even do you commit to particular tech paths or locations on the map even.
Yeah, I think we should see all bot openings, but maybe someone changes it up. You see, Teddy is going for vehicles. I think Teddy is the frontline player here, and Ragnar is going to be the macro player.
Pretty mirrored builds.
Exactly, yeah. So it seems like both teams kind of know what this is supposed to look like. But they still need to find a way to get control of water ASAP. Not necessarily control. This is a big map, so you can't really control it. But get as much going on in the water in terms of mexes and production as possible.
The Daywalker is opening two scouts first, 3 scouts. So I mean, he's even continuing to make them. So no build power just yet. It's like Andy shared a res bot with his teammate even too. So really good job sharing resources or giving them access to the metal reclaim we see spread out mostly in the middle. See, Teddy was able to get a couple of rovers over to the other side of the map even. So trying to hunt down any kind of res bots or early cons. Ragnar doing a good job of shutting down this rover harassment. So it's moving across the water on the left side, and a couple of grunts are going to catch those. We can see a shot now of all the metals sitting on the map, about 5k metal, tons of energy reclaim.
Yep. Well, that was very lucky for Ragnar to have those rovers run straight into the grunts. But he also reacted in time and pulled them back and just got like just the edge of that last hit.
Nice catch there, cleaning up that green scout.
And now, how do you get control over the middle? How do you stop the opponent from constantly crossing and harassing you? It's a gigantic front line, so I don't think that's going to happen at any point, like complete security. We're going to see leaks all game, most likely.
I think that it kind of adds to the intensity of the matchup. We're playing at the skill level. It's like you can't, be everywhere at once, protect everything at once. So you have to find a way to stop the bleeding, make the damage as light as possible.
Yep. I don't know if you know, sometimes in 8v8, you go very aggressive. You attack like 2, 3, 4 different players, and then you get crushed because you didn't kill your lane opponent, so he's stronger than you and then he kills you. Well, here, when you're playing in the 2v2, every little bit of damage influences how strong your opponent's going to be, because there's only 2 people. So here, if you go hyper aggro, it usually pays off in Beyond Our Reason, in 2v2 and 1v1. So it feels a lot better when you get these nice harasses in on the extractors and everything else, compared to 8v8, where it just might mean that you're gonna get out of the game because you overcommitted and not killed your lane opponent.
Yeah, it's much more late game focused. I'm not sure if I'm kind of phrasing that right, but these 2v2s play much more like 1v1s even, where the game is decided in the early game, or you get the momentum in the early game. Like the raiding Tech 1 phase is much more important and lasts a lot longer.
By the way, Daywalker getting control of this middle island is very, very important, because there was 1.3k metal on it. He already claimed half of it. He's just making sure he claims all the metal first, not the palm trees or the ferns. And that's like the first step to winning this map, getting more of the reclaim. Nobody committing to water yet. They just can't afford it, right?
I think they're just more concerned about securing their initial islands and kind of stalemating in some regards in this middle lane before they commit to another theater.
Yeah, this grunt on top doing a lot of work. That's
so much value.
Because look at how much the next constructor is gonna have to walk to get there. It's just like 10 minutes away from building all the mexes now.
This hero grunt's still getting damage done.
Yeah. And the grunts can get pretty beefy. Look at that. Max health plus 45%. And the reload speed reduced 18%. That thing is... that guy's deadly. It's a shame he's half HP, but...
Like, doing a good job of rezzing that lost construction bot, and kind of a big attack here from Ragnar on the left side of the map. He's leaked a lot more grunts onto the Blues island here, so we should be seeing some more counter damage, and he's just hiding them all over the place.
Yeah, this map is a leak fest, and that's how we like it. It's action-packed games. It seems like the red team just has a lot more control currently. There's not a single unit on their... there's one rover on their island currently. So...
It looks like the blue is getting ready to attack, so he's got a lot of grunts heading towards the other side here. Trading against blitzes too, so just has to flex on that little range advantage for a bit before, committing to moving onto the island. But there's a lot of red here, right outside Daywalker's base. How did this happen?
Ragnar's focusing hard on just getting as many grunts out as possible, but we've seen that from him quite a few times. We've seen that from Randy quite a few times. And they're both playing that. So let's see who's the better grunt master here.
The Daywalker is committing to making some LLTs in the center here, really locking down that middle part of the island. It's going to let the blue team rotate around this and into Red's island, we can already see that there's a group of pawns here, or group of grunts, kind of idling for a moment.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with these LLTs. Like, the opponent can just go around. What's the point? Maybe I'm not seeing it, but I don't know what they're for.
Definitely maybe protecting the radar, protecting the position. So,
That could be the radar that is important, yeah. I could see that.
I mean, if you drew a line between Teddy's main and Daywalker's main, you can see it kind of stops any direct attack through the middle. So, but I would kind of agree, like my intuition tells me, hey, maybe your metal could have been spent on units like raiding or stopping these raids, so like where they're getting you on your peripherals, right?
I guess they're protecting the mexes. These mexes are 4.8. Now I saw it. So 4.8, that's a lot of metal for a mix. So it makes complete sense that he's protecting this.
See, Ragnar's moved his commander on the opposite island and is getting a foothold there. So he's putting down some LLTs. I'm wondering if he's going to commit to some kind of factory over here, but Andy's got a lot of grunts here trying to find some damage. So looks like we have blitzes on either side defending him. Doing a good job being in position, really stopping these attacks from happening.
Borg, could you make the minimap larger by like 50% or something? Might be better for the viewers. Just type in minimap. Oh, yeah. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. There we go.
Yeah. Here we see the paralyzer drones coming back into play. It's going to force Andy to make his own air lab too, so really good job shutting down this harassment here.
Yeah. So what do you think Ragnar's plan is on the left?
I'm not sure. I feel like he's kind of falling behind economically in some regards, but lucky for him, he's done such a good job raiding that, you know, Daywalker is kind of, it seems like at an even position to him.
Eddie is going crazy on macro. Look at that. Like, he's all over the place. He's got 54 income.
Yeah, they're up about, what is that, 20% on eco? Trying to keep track of that. And look at the statistics. They're just about 2k behind, maybe 1.6k behind. So not the worst deficit. You know, definitely manageable.
Mm-hmm.
So we see a bombing run here. Looks like coming from our red player. He's traveling around the south side of the map. He's got an air scout leading the charge here. I'm wondering if Andy's going to be able to kind of sniff this out or even get up his own fighters to deflect against this. Now he sees it. Has to know this is coming.
Well, one fighter shuts this down. He's just not making any. Not a single one. Oh, there we go. First fighter from Andy. And, some damage will be done. But not a lot.
Comes the first run here, targeting the wind turbine, so pretty
good.
Right there, yeah.
I'd be satisfied with that, I guess. And a few more here, but forces out some fighters, forces out some anti-air. Not that bad. Okay, so Ragnar's doing a bot lab on the left side of the island. I was just curious, like, what are all these LLTs, man? What's that going on? Is that a nuclear reactor there or something? But it's a bot lab, and he might do a... What is this? Is this gonna be a T2 bot lab here? I think so, because he's doing the con turrets as well. Can he afford that?
Surprised we don't see T2 yet from any of these players, but I imagine Teddy might put one up pretty closely. They've secured pretty much their island. Got tons of eco. I don't think they're at risk of, you know, dying here anytime soon. They've got a foothold on their opponent's island. They've got control of the mid, so I'd imagine it's a perfect time to go T2 pretty soon here. Just have this big threat of grunts on the right side from our blue player. Still trying to find some damage. Big push here in the middle. Tons of blitzes.
This looks stalematey to me in the middle, or yeah, it's hard to call this one. These Wrestlers are useless. They're dead weight, so it's all about who gets the reclaim.
They're gonna protect the army from the paralyzer drones too.
Yeah, that's very good use, yeah. But nothing much happened. But the island has been taken by Teddy. Teddy is now the big player with the most eco. Like, his metal income is about the same as the opponent's whole team, but offset by Ragnar's very low income. It's not that impressive in the end of the day, but
I mean, they've got the sliders on those, so I mean they're doing a good job of sharing resources. And yeah, you called it, T2 Lap going up on their island.
Well, it makes sense because they're gonna, yeah, it's Sheldon's and Sumos, so he's going for like a hard push. He's gonna start going uphill here, and he's gonna want to push from the top side. It seems. I would assume.
I'd like to see a couple more res bots from either team. There's still so much reclaim sitting on the map. It looks like there's an aircraft, a construction aircraft, kind of sweeping up this reclaim for now. Both these commanders could shuffle around and grab some of that. But yeah, I think the real projection of where this game is going is Ragnar's foothold on their island. How are you going to push him off of that, right?
Well, Randy is doing a bot lab T2 as well. He's training the constructors right now, so he's not still decided on what he wants to do after this. Maybe he skips this completely, reclaims the lab, and just does some eco, but I'm not sure they're satisfied with this situation. Can't they even see what Ragnar's doing? Yeah, they can't see part of it. Yeah, just they don't know. They don't know what's coming. They just see some LLTs, like, what the hell, whatever. They see like 3 or 4 LLTs.
Yeah, I think they knew that with there. I mean, you can park some arty up on that high ground and really target that advanced bot lab. It'd be hard pressed to defend that from, with the high ground just above you. So
yeah,
bit of a blunder there.
It is pretty far away from their production. So Ragnar's kind of capitalizing on the fact that whatever they try to do, it's going to take forever to do. So he's doing the sumos first, I guess, to make sure that this base doesn't die. And then he's going to also send them, and the Sheldons are faster than the sumos.
Big Teddy's even gone T2 himself, so he's got 3 T2 cons going around, capping mexes, or upgrading mexes rather.
Teddy's just been hard focused on eco, and he's very good at it. He's very good at it, other than that last game where he was set behind by his opening and the opponent's opening. But other than that, he's been an eco monster. He's been playing really well.
Speaking of eco, I see a T2 advanced geothermal going up in Ragnar's main base, so that's going to really fix their E problems on this wind map. See, wind's actually kind of crapping out at the moment, sitting at 8.9, but that actually evened the income difference between our two teams. Right now it looks fairly close, but as soon as the wind picks up, which it's diving right now, you would see the difference between the energy incomes between these two teams.
Funnily enough, the metal income is exactly the same. Very impressive how close these teams are. Anyone can win, even in a best of 5.
So it looks like the sumos were revealed, 5 of them now, but wind is dying at the moment. It's at 5 wind, and these sumos need E to shoot. So
correct, but it's they're about to get the big boost from the geothermal.
Yeah, it's 99%. It's about to finish. Finally turns on. You can see that energy production spiking up.
Yeah, Ragnar's signaling the second geo, so I take it ASAP. That's our shortcut to more energy. So now they have to respect Ragnar. They've turned most of their forces to just try to defend this push, and Ragnar has the best army on the field. There are some Sheldons coming, but it will take time for the Sheldons to destroy the sumos. At the same time, if Oh, Daywalker isn't watching. Daywalker needs to turn around. He's just donating some units. That's 1,000 metal. Just a donation for free. Beldons seem to be pretty good against sumos, especially once their count is up.
What, are you seeing those sumos target the gunships that are shooting at him?
Yeah. Not ideal. Where's the... Okay, there's some AA bots, so they're coming. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's a big grunt run by happening. The Sheldons have to run. They're going to have to kites. Let's see how well they can do against the grunts. I don't see this that often. Pure grunt versus pure Sheldon. Oh yeah, fiends. But the Sheldons may still die, because these fiends die to grunts, funnily enough. Wow. This is so close. I don't think the Sheldons can take this.
That was a nice little trade there.
Yeah, that's so worthwhile for Randy. I think he just took the official Grunt Master title again. We need some grunt plays for Ragnar now. A late game. Some nice harassment with those fiends on the top.
Yeah, there's nothing to stop them too from running up that beach. I think they can run through that straight as well. So
there's also Daywalker on the bottom right or on the right side doing a platypus play of some sort. But the platypus cannot destroy metal extractors. They're underwater, right?
Don't believe they don't have... Well, no, they have a torp, don't they? Or they don't have anti-air, they have torpedoes.
No, they have anti-air and lasers. They don't have torpedoes.
Excuse me.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, they're useless for getting all these mexes, but they can get the small island that Teddy's on and stuff like that. Fight in the middle ends up with, well, not much happening.
These gunships are doing a good job cleaning up the fiend run by here. So they just get a couple of mexes. I think they're gonna go down shortly enough, but the real push here is in the middle. Teddy found a way to get some of these Tachyon mobile turrets out, starlights. Like, how do you deal with these here at the...
This is looking pretty good for the red team. They finally have a force that can push out with these mobile tachyons. Even though they're not like the ideal unit to push with, and they also don't have the best targets to attack, but it's still good enough because Randy mostly only has Sheldons. Sheldons are not on the stronger side of T2 units overall. It's an interesting army composition coming from Daywalker. He's playing Banshee Platypus. And these fiends are a little bit uncontested, if you ask me.
Just a lot of damage coming in here, and I guess the real testament to how far behind they are in some ways is none of these are T2 mexes even. So
yeah,
on the opposite side of the map, they have most of those are capped T2, whereas they're raiding T1 mexes. Big air fight coming in here, trying to clean up these gunships for now. I think they're all going to go down. That was a really nice catch there. The air players were a little bit out of position there.
Yeah, but those gunships are kind of a non-factor at this point, I guess. Overall, like they were just a remnant from some past time. But I want to just take a brief look at the current metal income. Eddie is out of control. What is going on? 230 metal? Wow. The fusion reactors, the T2 stuff being pumped out now, Jaguars.
He's got a huge push just right outside the doorstep. I think this game is close to being over. I mean, how do you stop these T2 units here? The Starlight's in the back. We have Jaguar lightning tanks.
Randy made a huge mistake with his rally point. Do you see where his mammoths are? Huge mistake.
Oh my gosh.
They'll never join this fight. His rally point is down on the beach. Yeah, that's probably costing them the game right here. 2 mammoths would help a lot. The starlights do exist on the map, but they would still help. But with them being in no man's land and never joining the fight, this is a huge push for Ragna and Teddy. What a weird mistake, right? It's not something that we see from...
Yeah, a bit of a blunder for sure.
Yeah.
These bombers did a great job of taking out these starlights. Even Ticks finding their damage here. A great counter.
Yep.
Great counter to these kind of slow moving, slow firing units.
Now we have some welders joining the fight, but Teddy doesn't really care. He's just expanding his lead still. Still getting more and more and more income.
T2
He just has the whole map.
T2 bots found a little bit of a hole here, but Ragnar was able to spam up a lot of these twin guard turrets, so can't
Yeah,
buy these quick enough.
it's crazy amount. Oh, Geo. Can they get it down in time? Uh-oh. But at the end of the day, this will matter that much.
Yeah, I mean, they're already doubling the wind income here.
Man, Teddy is just all over the place. He has a platypus push coming from the outside as well. Look at that.
Yeah, that's going to clean up the top right island here for our blue team. Looks like I have gantry is up for day here. And they did a good job of stopping this push in the mid, and there is just a lot of reclaim all over their side of the map, so perhaps that might, you know, even out this difference in metal produced here, sitting at about 50k difference in metal, so. And Ragnar's moved into ship production even, so feeling confident with the damage he's done or securing a foothold. He's just spamming up these Scorpion T2 defenses on their opponent's side of the map. It's just such a great...
Yeah, but look at this Daywalker with the Razorback. He says, you know what? I want to take this front line back. I'm done with your stuff. And we have Mammoths being pumped out by Ragna. And Mammoths being pumped out by Randy. So the current army composition, not really looking great for our red and yellow players.
I think they've got an opportunity. Yeah, Blues definitely has a tech advantage at this point. I wonder if they can get these mammoths, get these razorbacks over across to their opponent's island. Like, look at Teddy's eco and his base. It's kind of sitting right there on the beach. So I mean, they just, if they knew all that infrastructure was there, maybe they would feel a little more pressured to kind of get across just over the water there.
We do have to give credit to Teddy and Ragnar. They're really choking their opponents. Look at this, like 70% of the map is theirs, if not more. And rapidly shrinking for the blue team as well. The platypus attack from the back on fight. They're just cleaning everything up. Randy's gonna lose like half of his production soon. And that's going to be painful. All those tier 2 mexes they work so hard for. And a huge force going to the right side. What do the does he really want to march straight into the opponent's base? Is that going to happen? I don't know how... Can the Jaguars even climb up here? Huh. This
Finally,
is strange.
He's gonna be able to take... Yeah, you can't get up that hill with vehicles. A little bit of a blunder there. The platypuses can definitely walk up there.
Can they? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're bots. Right?
Jaguars. Nope. You realize what's happening is just gonna get melted now. Oh no, this is a massacre. Huh? What about the mammoth? Doesn't the mammoth just kill everything? No, it's only one, I guess. Oh, there's a second one. This is not going to achieve as much as you'd hope.
Nah, so he's going to get a lot of these wind turbines. I think he can run by. It's going to be close.
Nah, it's nothing. Maybe if he gets this advanced geo. Yeah, he's probably going to get the advanced geo. Alright. Ragnar's helping us out. He just made the gantry. And there's a behemoth Okay, this is a little bit disrespectful, I must say, just a little bit, but it is also a decent play considering how close to the enemy base this gantry is. But just the fact that it's here, it's a little bit disrespectful.
Yeah, I definitely had. I mean, you could have made 15 Chivas, something like that, and ended the game. So I think he's kind of styling a little bit in some ways.
Yeah. But I do kind of like the play because the Behemoth, contrary to popular belief, it's not an expensive unit. It's 20k metal. Juggernaut is 29k. Even though a Behemoth beats like, I don't know how many Juggernauts. But it's about the move speed of the Behemoth. That's why you don't see it as much.
Nice catch here on the right side. Ragna finding this Marauder run by.
But again, look at the metal income. This is getting very desperate for our blue team. It's triple now for the red team with no end in sight to their misery. They can't push. They have these slow units in mammoths. They're gonna run into razorbacks and other stuff. This is looking very dicey.
And they're even starting to produce their own Marauders or Razorbacks even. So firmly in this T3 phase. Still no Navy really. I mean, I think Daywalker tried to start a lab, but it's interesting they're just relying on these platypuses to harass the water.
Oh, these Marauders are gonna get something done. How much? They're gonna run into the commander. Teddy's commander is positioned pretty well to defend us. Although I'm not sure. Yeah, he's just setting this up. He's trying to funnel them into the commander, and it's gonna happen now. He has no clue that the commander's there.
To keep an eye on this D-gun. Is it gonna go off? He's stopped for now, just a little bit.
Oh, he's controlling it. He's controlling it, and he's gonna run straight underneath. Well played, Teddy. Again, Teddy is out of control this game. Nobody can stop him. And the Behemoth on the other side is done in like 5 seconds. And I'm not sure what the blue team can do against that. Obviously, they need to bring in the commander, right? But other than that, like... But I guess the main fight right now is this Razor versus Behemoth and Razor.
Yeah, we have a big fight forming here in the center of the map, just outside Teddy's base.
There's too many Razors. Teddy's just... He's got too much. How are you gonna beat this? It's impossible. It's like the last-ditch effort by Randy, but he also knows that his units are way too slow. So, like, there's no way to surprise your opponents with 10 mammoths. It's just not gonna happen. They're even getting harassed by the EMP bombers, but Razors are pretty good at defending against shurikens, EMP bombers, etc. By the way, those platypus in the bottom left are still alive. The green ones by Daywalker. Yeah, it's been like 5 minutes since they've been there. They're gonna get killed by the shurikens. Believe it or not, the like 1x1 damage ticks or something. Wait, they don't even do damage. How did they die then? I don't know. Oh, it's the shurikens getting killed. Never mind. This is gonna turn.
These anti-air shots are gonna go off. Yeah, finally cleans it up.
Oh, okay.
I mean, but look at this Behemoth, man. It is just slowly waddling.
Yeah, what are you gonna do to it? Like, you can't stop it with tachyons. How many would you need? 30? 50? I don't know. This thing has 330,000 HP.
And he just reclaims the gantry and switches into grunt production.
Did you see what happened to the platypus now? Ragnar's just memeing me. he sent 50 shurikens to take care of that now. Alright. Yeah, the Behemoth is deadly. To reclaim the gantry and just grunts. Yeah. And this one Karganeth to make sure that the commander doesn't come in. Does he have radar coverage? He does not. Uh-oh. Oh, he does now. He does now. He does now. He sees the commander. He sees the commander, and he kind of knows that the behemoth is dead. Right?
Oh, he has to know.
Yeah.
G-gun goes off, takes it out.
Yeah. Well played by Randy. Not a good play by Ragnar. That was a little bit disappointing, unfortunately, but maybe he needed a little bit more support in T3 units or different positioning. It is hard to play Behemoth and always be covered.
Yeah, most of those higher tech units, you really need to support them to get the value.
And now he's sending a bunch of grunts to their death. This is a little bit weird. Against the best grunt killer in the game, arguably. Oh, this is probably the best grunt killer, right?
I think that's the best T3 unit. I'm not sure what you think about it, but the Razorback just seems so stable.
Very versatile.
Speaking of Razorbacks, look at this push on the right side of the map. Teddy's finally had enough. I think he's ready to end the game. There's like 12 Razorbacks just cresting this hill.
Yeah, he knows that the commander's on the opposite side of the map. We might see the GG now. Even though the game is like not technically over, but I think Randy's has had enough of being completely destroyed for quite a long time now.
He's flying his commander over. This is gonna be interesting.
But it's too late. It's Razors. It's not easy to degun them at all. But oh yeah, that's the GG call with a little bit of a bang at the end. Well played. 2-1 for Ragnar and Teddy, and we have potentially 1 or 2 more games to go.
Kind of a reverse sweep. That's interesting. I thought Team Pro might have had a little bit of momentum on their side winning the first game, but you know, after seeing them play on these 2 larger macro maps, I want to say,
look at that graph. That's disgusting.
Teddy running away with it. Twice the eco of the 2 opponents combined.
Oh my god, Teddy. Well played.
Well match. Right, let's get back to the studio. I mean, it's awesome to now see these, you know, different T3 units being used to their full. Interesting, like you say, you use the Behemoth, which is really that unit that you just have to bring out if you really can't smash through massive defenses. It's like what we used to call the pork strategies death knell.
Yeah.
So porking. I don't know if we actually use porking that much anymore, but it was porcupining.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting. What was the main thing I think got the win for Ragnar and Teddy, apart from what became the Eco lead? Was there anything else?
Go ahead, Bart.
I think that there's the foothold Ragnar got on his opponent's island. I think that really threw them off their game, and they for the rest of the match were just oscillating between guarding the mid and then dealing with the threats coming from Ragnar.
I also feel like the Mammoth was possibly the wrong unit choice for this map. It's just too slow. This map is gigantic. If it just can't deliver the objectives. And you saw the counterattack. By the time his Mammoths finally rolled over to the opponent's island, there were 10 Razors. Like, yeah, this game could have gone differently, but at the same time, you can play around these Mammoths as your opponent can play around them. And maybe that was the wrong thing to play. But I think the main thing was Teddy just being better at macro than anyone else and dominating the game with just pure metal income and more units. He was just throwing units all game. Like here's the bot lab, here's the vehicle lab. Now I'm gonna make Jaguars. Now I'm gonna make Starlights. Now I'm gonna. He just kept them confused. Like what's happening? What unit do I make against that? So that was pretty good.
Yeah, really effective. And also, yeah, I think that the ability to just keep the enemy in the dark, as we saw, and I was showing the player view a few times, where you know, the team, Randy and Daywalker, didn't know about Ragnar's T2 factory until basically the sumos came out, and then they realized. I think they just scouted it just before they started attacking. But you know, that's where information is so key to winning these games, and it's really nice to have these examples for all the audience to see that in action, because that's something that it can be obvious to a lot of players who are veterans. But when people join like 8v8s and they just kind of rely on the information that's naturally available by, you know, a wide front covered by, say, at least 4 players, it's not necessarily a natural thing to think about, is it? But yeah. Great game.
There's a lot of little details that you would also notice if you would just go and watch the replay again. These are the best players that we're watching right now. Everyone here is like in top 5, top 10 in the world. So there's so much that goes into it, and we can only follow like one screen at a time, let's say. But it would be nice after the tournament, someone to analyze, like Barcast. We'll probably analyze a replay or two, I suppose, and so we see how good they actually are. Because we know they're very good, but once you get into the little details, you realize, oh man, I'll never be at this level. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's what's really interesting is how they seem to have the ability to manage so many things at once. Like, we call it actions per minute in a lot of games, but it's not just that, is it? It's the contextual awareness of the front line. I've moved those units now. Now I'm looking back at the base. I've also got another attack that's flanking. These players are demonstrating that tremendously well.
Yeah.
What else? Like, can you talk a little bit about how someone might get to that way of playing? Like, a lot of players will just think, "Oh, I'm never going to be that good," but it is achievable. What do you guys think? Barcast, what do you think?
I think it just takes a lot of years of experience and practice to, apart from having the intuition about what good decisions to make. I think it's just like, well, if you're so practiced microing while you're macroing, I think that just comes with a lot of experience, being able to have the awareness, have the intuition, and execute, really.
Yeah. You need to get mechanically good at the game. That's the first step. Like, you cannot think about, oh, what does this button do? Where's my attack move? Where's my fight? Where's my this and that? What's the hotkey for building this building? If you have to think about that stuff, you need to first work on that stuff, because everything else comes after that. These guys, they've been playing with the same hotkeys, the same game for a few years. They've been playing games like this for who knows how many years. They don't have to think about the stuff that 95% of players have to think about. So that's already such a gigantic difference, and they have the foundation that most other people don't. But like Barcast said, it comes with time. You just have to play a lot. There's no shortcut to being good at a strategy game. You just have to invest the time in it. How efficient you are, that's a different thing, but you do have to invest a lot of time in it. The game is ready.
Yeah, games have started. Let's go over to the match.
Yeah, lucky for us, we don't have to pay that price practicing so much to observe these great games and watch these fantastic players go at it. So I think we're a little spoiled in that regard.
Yeah.
So this is Pawn Retreat. 8v8 map. It plays well in team games, like smaller team games. I think we've seen a few 1v1s on this map before in some tournaments, so...
It feels a lot smaller than the last one, but it is an all-ground map. No water.
Like this dry riverbed splitting these two higher grounds, higher levels. A lot of mexes spread out all over the map, and plenty of trees to reclaim, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a few res spots in the early game here.
As we can introduce the players. In the bottom left, the red player, Ragna. And also on the bottom, a little bit behind him, yellow player, Teddy. These guys are looking for the match point right now. They're in the lead 2-1.
Their opponents spawning on the opposite side of the map. Playing as a blue pieces, we have Pro Randy. Looks like he's opening vehicles first, and his teammate spawning just above him, playing as the green pieces. We have Daywalker. And they're currently down 1-2 on match point, so we just have one game potentially left before we crown a champion here. Or champions, rather.
Yeah, I mean, we would obviously love to see game 5, but it may or may not happen. So, vehicles, bots, vehicles, bots.
Pretty flexible, I think. You get the best of both worlds.
Yep, but the positions are reversed. Whose vehicles, whose bots, so that might be interesting for us.
Yeah, it's interesting you note that. I see Ragna's opening bots where we see Andy's moved into vehicles even, so a little bit of a switch up like you said.
Yep. And well, obviously all these players can play all the builds. I think that's we don't have to question that. So it's not like Randy is worse with vehicles. I think he's pretty good with vehicles. It's just that he tries to keep his opponent guessing as well. Like, you don't want to be too predictable.
Yeah, definitely want to have a wider range, especially at these levels of play. You can't do the same thing or attack the same way, make the same unit composition. So just mixing it up.
But they surely have comfort picks when it comes to the openings, but the percentage, let's say there was a win rate for their openings, it would be like 80% with bots and 78% with vehicles, something like that. It's not a huge difference, I'm pretty sure.
That was a nice little bit of a micro battle there. We saw some of those walls go up, these dragon teeth, but I don't think it's gonna matter. He's gonna get 2 of these cons. That's a really nice catch. 2 cons right to start at the early of the games.
That's on Teddy, who's usually very macro focused, and that's gonna hurt him a lot. He's probably a little bit shaken now. He's got 16 blitzes queued. We'll see if he adds any construction vehicles.
Look at the greed from our red player. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 7 cons, 8 cons out now. He's got another one on the queue, and what is this? 3 grunts, 4 grunts. I see.
This is some special strategy.
So greedy. Maybe he just knows Andy's gonna be busy, kind of doing the same thing himself on the other side of the map.
Yeah, but it's a weird map where this canyon is very close to Ragna. So I don't know how much that affects him. He also needs to protect this whole backside with some laser turrets before some of these run-bys come in, because Daywalker is very aggressive this game.
Speaking of run-bys,
it's kind of working for him, let's be real. So if he gets these constructors that are going up the hill eventually, that's going to be pretty ugly for Ragna, because the whole strategy is going to go down the drain. And it seems like that's about to happen.
Another con's about to go down even, so got micro battles going on all over the place right now. Con in the middle is going down. Daywalker is moving his grunts up onto the high ground. I think he's splitting them up. Really great call there. Ragna is moving away. I think that's a bit of a blunder here. He had some grunts moving in tow to try and cut this off. But yeah, Daywalker found an opening here. He's going to get several cons.
Wow. Daywalker killing Ragna's cons that we were saying earlier. This is very bad for Ragna. But he'll survive. He'll manage. But Teddy is in a rough spot. He's on 8 metal. I don't even know how he recovers from this. There's Randy's units everywhere on the right side of the map, so they're controlling that. They know that Teddy hasn't expanded. They know that Teddy is boxed in. Teddy has this pretty sizable blitz army, but I don't know how much damage that's gonna get in, because the grunts are kind of in the way, backed up by more blitzes.
Yeah, he has a really nice radar built already. He's gonna be able to get some grunts and blitzes in position to shut this down. Ragnar's doing a really good job locking up real estate on the map. So he's moved into this kind of dry riverbed here. He's making exploiters. He's got resbot or construction gangs all over the place, expanding. But it's like, is the blue team ahead? I think so.
They should be. They should be, but slightly. I wouldn't call this over by any means. But Teddy is struggling because he's just rallying units into fights that he probably cannot take. He cannot afford. Look at his blitzes. They got stuck and then they all died on the top. Just fed a lot of metal. That's going to get reclaimed in a sec as well by the constructor that's right nearby.
Nice little run-by attempt here from Ragnar. He's got a couple of grunts moving in. He's found a little bit of damage.
Oh, Randy is trying to throw the game. He made Centurions. He even made two of them. He made 2 of them. Oh my god.
I think there's a lot of room for growth in Armada bot play. I think this is a really underutilized unit, actually. I mean, it's anti-swarm, right? I mean, how many grunts does it take to kill a Centurion?
Yeah. Who knows?
But yeah, you really don't see arm bots being played at this level, at least in like 1v1s, right? It's like you don't see core bots versus arm bots in a lot of matchups.
It's just that the pawn is just worse than the grunt, and that's a weird interaction right there. And like, how do you counteract that with the bots on Armada side? I don't know. There's a reason why we haven't seen pawns in more than like 2 games today. And they didn't do that well. Like, they would immediately switch to maces or something.
Oh, well, I get a chance to see these Centurions. I think Andy's stepping forward. He's got a couple of maces leading the charge here. Ragnar's commander is right in tow. Centurions outrange commanders and move faster than them. So they're definitely commander sniping units. But I don't think Ragnar's going to give him the chance to do that.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be a huge mistake by Ragnar to be that far out that he cannot run away from them while taking the damage, but we'll see. Teddy is recovering. Daywalker's still has a lot of mexes to claim. He's been slacking on that part a little bit this game, but Teddy has recovered. The fact that they share all the resources means that, okay, Teddy is not doing great, but at least I can give him half of my stuff if I'm his teammate. So it doesn't really matter if he doesn't have the extractors if I have them.
Ragnar's been doing a great job of pulling Randy back. He has what, like 2,000 metal worth of tanks chasing 5 grunts. So finally now turning them around. Looks like he's going into the other side. I think if he just committed to an attack on Teddy, he just rotated around, he could wipe out that main base. I mean, look at how many tanks he has. Too bad there's a lot of pressure here from Ragnar, who's got a bunch of aggravators here, kind of peppering this position for now. It's under threat. He could step forward with this commander and degun this factory soon, and I think that might force Randy to come back up the hill and defend this position.
Yeah, and here's why you don't play Centurions. And yeah, what are they gonna do against these rocket bots? Unless the rocket bots are AFK, but okay, they're turning around now.
Look at
Centurions,
this push.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, this just pushed towards Teddy. We see Daywalker's got medium tanks on the left side. Andy's got a bunch of tanks climbing up the hill in mid, so depending on which direction he chooses, I don't think he knows exactly where Teddy's commander is, but I mean, if he just beeline towards the main base, he could take this out.
Teddy's commander is in a horrible spot, let's be real. Like, it's in the corner of the map almost, at the edge. It shouldn't be there at this point in the game, I think. But Teddy is a much better player than me, so maybe he knows why it's there, but it's not contributing. Oh, he's building a bot lab on the right. What is that? He wants to do some tick harassment, apparently. Ragnar won the middle battle where Andy had his nice outpost. And yeah, he started with vehicles and then made Centurions and Maces and then just died to rocket bots. Literally, rocket bot spam. That's what he died to. Pretty rough for Randy.
Yeah,
Maybe
there was
he
a
needed
commander
to-
though, like kind of assisting and repairing the units.
Yeah, but I mean, he also had his, right? It's just, it wasn't, it was just the wrong unit choice. Ragnar recognized what he had to do, I suppose. But, because you build a forward lab, you're supposed to do something with it. But he just made some units and then stayed AFK at his plateau and then died. That's the summary of what happened. And maybe he needed something else there. Teddy is making these pawns on the right side, and let's see if that can get anything done. He is showing them right away, which may or may not be the right play, but
He's so
what
down
happens
on
when these
army.
brutes come in?
Yeah, there's what, a dozen medium tanks heading right towards his position. So unless he gets a couple of lucky D guns off, or is able to cloak his commander, I don't think that's gonna happen though. And Ragnar moved into T2, so he's got his T2 lab up. He's got a T2 con upgrading his mexes, a Twitcher coming out. So he's definitely has a transition lined up, but I don't think they're gonna have the time really. Daywalker's moving into air. He could really pressure some of the economy here. And just look at this surround coming from our blue player. I mean, Ragnar might have moved back up on the hill, right? But now he's kind of completely surrounded.
They just have more. Randy has more, and he has the better units now. It's full brute. That's not easy to beat with anything. On the other side, though, Teddy getting this around on the brutes of Daywalker, but how good of an idea is that? I don't know.
Those grunts in the back cleaned up, did so much damage.
Yeah.
Takes a really nice fight.
Oh, that's a nice reclaim field, and the constructors are right there already reclaiming. That's hard for Teddy now. And Randy on the left side pushing in. He doesn't care about the rocket bots. Who would? They're really weak once you have any unit on top of them. So the brutes are doing a very good job. So Randy kind of realized, okay, this bot lab idea, it's trash. Let's just go with vehicles where we started from, and it's working out. But look at that, fiends from Ragnar. That's why Ragnar didn't do anything. He was transitioning to tier 2. I guess we could have expected that, but very early transition.
Yeah, you got to make plays somehow, and getting ahead economically is perhaps one way they could have gotten back into the game.
Yeah, but I'm just looking at this situation that Teddy is in. He's just spamming pawns and spending all of his metal on that. But on the other side, even if the pawns make it through, look at all the exploiters. Like he has so much to go through. It's just he's never gonna get through. And Teddy's base. Goodbye. Goodbye, Teddy. That's a game 5, guys.
Yeah. What?
That
Really?
is a game 5.
Really good game.
Yeah, they just a lot of times and beyond a reason, the team that has more units wins, and this was that game. Randy and Daywalker, they just had more throughout the whole game. They kept harassing. They had more. Ragnar had a good moment there, claiming the hill, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. All right.
Yeah, just looking at the active units graph on the end game screen, that sort of highlights that Teddy had so many fewer units. Obviously, it's not weighted by what type of units they are, but it gives you a really good idea.
Barcast was pointing out that the 2 constructors that got killed at the start, you commit to 2 constructors as your first 2 units, let's say, and then they both die, and then you send the 3rd one, and that dies too. Like, you have to be super far behind of your opponent, and yeah, it just snowballed.
Yeah, that's like half your starting metal and the foregone eco that would have fed into your economy, right? It's like all of your plans are kind of shut down at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about
Alright.
opportunity cost. If you invested in
Yeah,
that one thing and then lost it, which is actually like a big factor in, as we were talking about earlier, the way players have to think about the strategies as they're playing them and reacting to the things that are happening. That's
Yeah.
always a calculation, isn't it? I make a decision here over a different decision, and the opportunity cost of doing that I need to remember, because my opponent might be doing the opposite.
Yeah.
So it's much more
And also-
complicated than you might think at first glance. Yeah, go on.
Also, these top players, they don't they punish these mistakes. Like, you lose 3 constructors at minute and a half in, like, you're gonna get slammed the next 10 minutes, because these guys know how to capitalize on these mistakes. They'll get you for sure.
Why I like to recommend players play 1v1s in that regard. It's like you'll get the fundamentals of like defending your expanding cons and making radars and putting units in the right spot. You'll learn that, or I guess be forced to learn it a lot quicker than maybe in some of the other matchups.
Yeah, but we also saw, I think, in the first game of the day or something, or maybe when we were doing the test cast, the bar cast, we had Randy build like 10 radars in a row as he was pushing. And you might think, oh my god, they're all overlapping and stuff, but that's the mechanical thing that you need to do always. It doesn't even matter if it's the optimal thing. It just matters to have that fundamental down, so you don't make a stupid mistake in some game where you didn't build the radar and you lose like 3 cons. It's better to be safe than sorry, and be on a reason for sure.
Yeah, radars are cheap. I mean, they're like 30 metal, something like a grunt.
They're like 60 metal, I think. But yeah, regardless, they provide a lot of value. It's like something that you can't measure, like info. How do you measure info? If you see some unit coming in from 200 meters away, what is that? Is that worth 500 metal to you? I don't know. I mean, it could be. So it's very hard to measure how good that is.
That's where the intuition comes in. Like you were saying, it's the feel for the game. Ultimately, you've learned the value of that indirectly, and then being able to judge when to do it and when to not.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you could do a hell of a lot of, just analysis straight up on like what valuable units there are and what strategies have worked out. But even more, just studying. Maybe I wouldn't quite say it's Sun Tzu's Art of War, but it's getting along those lines, isn't it?
This is a grand strategy. Like, this isn't a small strategy game. This isn't, I don't know, Dota, where you play one hero. You play hundreds of units, probably even like thousands of units sometimes, let's say. So you have to use these grand concepts that have been used for hundreds of years for sure.
Right, guys,
Yeah,
they've
just-
loaded up. Yeah, carry on, Barkas. I'm going to load up.
Oh, I was just gonna say about to connect it to Sun Tzu. We saw Ragnar stepping forward with like a 50% HP commander against all those res bots, like or rocket bots, like no fear. You know, you gotta act strong when you're weak,
Yeah.
gain weakness when you're strong. All those things.
Yeah, that must have been quite demoralising seeing his commander dodge all those rockets. That was on the first round of this grand finale, wasn't it?
That was.
Wasn't it on?
Yeah, it was incandescent. Yeah.
Incandescent, yeah.
Yeah.
So loaded
Well,
into
here
the
we
game. We've now got Art Simcat's Valley. It's based on another classic that's been remade by Beowulf, one of our longest serving and like main developer and admin of Bar. So he deserves a lot of love from chat, and when you talk to him in Discord, if you see him, doesn't get much chance to play the game, but he does sometimes. Right, guys, do you want to have a look at what our players are doing to start off?
All right, let's go to Ragnar. Our red player looking for that big win. And his teammate, Teddy, right above him. They're both on this plateau. Teddy in yellow.
And their opponent spawning on the opposite side of the map. We have playing as the blue pieces, Pro Randy. And his teammate just below him, playing as the green pieces, we have Daywalker. And this is the final match in our grand finals here. One of these teams is going to be crowned the winner. One of them's going to go down, and we get to witness it.
And cry themselves to sleep because it's been a long day.
There's a lot to invest. I mean, they have some consolation, I suppose. Was it $300, $400 going towards the second place team? So,
but you don't get the crown, man.
The crown. Well, what did it say? Andy said he's gonna keep the crown, right? So we'll have to see if he's gonna live by those words.
Actually, $500 for second place, so it's not bad.
Yeah, but
it's alright. But the crown, man.
The crown, you can't buy the crown with money, right? You gotta earn that. So I like to see those floating around the bar. It's pretty cool to see.
Just showing an example to the stream now of the helmet that Ragnar already has on from winning a previous tournament.
So, what do we have from the openings? Bots. So, Ragma's same as last game. Teddy going bots as well. Core. Daywalker going core bots. And Randy going Armada vehicles. Uh-huh. He's like, yeah, this is my jam. Let's do it again.
Did a good job of getting some rubbers across the field, so I'm just gonna get some nice scouting information. Maybe a little bit of damage. We'll have to see.
Yeah, but Teddy has that defender with a grunt. Very good defense. Easy. That's why grunt is so good. He did get one.
Nice value.
Yeah. Randy switching into blitzes now.
Got an idle factory at the moment. Okay, just finally turned on, making another constructor, and he's moving out of the main base with his commander.
Early move out, but I guess this map allows you to move out early and be safe still.
Yeah, he's got that nice plateau, a really good radar position there, just below the hill, so we can see units kind of incoming. You can easily get something in position, and you have a bot player on your flank, so hypothetically that can defend you a little bit better than another vehicle player.
We don't see any LLTs here on the bottom of this hill or on top of the hill of the plateau. Curious.
I see one queued up, but it's just a testament to these players who are more reliant on defending themselves with units and radars than with statics. I mean, you'll see a couple in like great locations, and one thing I notice about these high-level players is they're so good at placing LLTs.
Yep. They don't place too many, but the ones that they've placed, they're very good. Although we've seen some very turtly games today, let's be real, for some of the players. But sometimes you also see like a clump of 3 LLTs and then you just get run over by like 5 brutes. It's like whatever for the brutes. So it really depends on what's happening in the game, how many LLTs you should be putting down.
There's a medium, of course. I don't think there's anything that beats good information, right? So it's like you see these radar positionings our players are making on these like high grounds, right? That just give them access to the knowledge of incoming attacks. It's like, well, you can get units in the right position over just gambling, essentially gambling. Oh, I'm going to put metal here in the form of LLTs and just hope that I get value out of this at some point.
There's also a point to why these players are not making too many construction turrets and they opt for a lot more construction bots because of how dynamic the 1v1, 2v2 matchups are. It's better to have construction bots that are mobile, that you can move around, that you can use to fix things around the map. Whereas if you had a bunch of con turrets, they're more vulnerable and they don't move. So
Yeah, definitely. Maybe a stylistic choice in some regards, but for sure having the flexible mobile build power. It's like, I mean, you can respond to res fields more quickly. You can respond to replacing, like, expanding engineers more quickly. So definitely an advantage to relying more on the construction bots and vehicles.
yeah, like Ragnar has 7 right now, but he has at least 7 every game, from what we've seen. It's just, I mean, he's one of the best. He knows why he's making 7, and it's working out, I would say. Not the most cost-efficient thing, but
Single grunts came through and got a lot of damage there. I think they might get a construction vehicle, but ticked off a couple of radars and mexes, and I mean, both players were there, and Ragnar's like split those up so well just to find the little bit of value he could right there before going down.
yeah, the final game, nobody's taking any risks. Everyone's playing very safe, very methodical. There's a lot on the line, other than like $200, whatever the price difference is. It's the crown and the glory of the big win, especially against opponents like this.
It was a nice catch there from Andy, defending that run by, but the construction vehicle is going to go down. So despite taking the fight, still loses the con. That's a nice pickup from Teddy.
Yeah, Ragnar's doing a cool move through the middle. He might get a lot done. Take a look at that. That's a big grunt army. And this is why the LLTs don't matter at all. That's why they don't commit to them, because they know someone's going to run in with 20 grunts. Or 30 in this case.
This is
What
a
are the
huge,
LLTs going to do?
huge moment here. He's trying to save one of these cons, and is he running right towards Andy's base?
Oh boy. He's not going to get too greedy, I think. He is splitting this, so the right side will most likely die. Panic LT in the base.
Good choice. I mean, he doesn't want grunts getting up over that hill. And grunts
Actually,
even...
very good defense, I think. Yeah.
I think so. I mean, he got what value he could from the grunts at this stage in the game. And you see he's actually reclaimed his factory and his main base. He's focusing on producing medium tanks. And I thought it was pretty interesting he made... Hold on, we just had a commander go down.
What? Oh
yeah,
my
and
God.
he just lost his commander on the right side of the map. Goes down, and that's going to let Teddy spill in with some units here, and we have Ragnar still running around behind lines here, catching these undefended mexes and radars.
Yeah, but this really changes the game, right? Being down a commander this early for seemingly no reason. Teddy used the lack of attention from Randy, and now Randy is super far behind, it seems. Look at that. Teddy's gonna get full control of the map. This is very ugly for our blue team here.
And he's gonna get control of that wreck field there. So 1.2k metal. He's got a resbot already on top of it, reclaiming this commander. So
oh my God, sneaky resbot. Yeah, this is very, very, very bad for Randy and Daywalker. They'll need a miracle to come back from this.
resbot got most of that metal. These two blitzers finally gonna catch it, but I mean, got 900 of that 1200.
Yeah. And now the second phase for Teddy. He really likes these incisors. I don't know what the deal is, but he really likes them. He makes them every time he makes the vehicle lab. He likes to play them a lot. I guess they fare well against the blitzes with micro. They're like the grunts against pawns. It's the same matchup, I guess.
Blitzes have a little easier time getting away from the incisors, I think.
Mm-hmm.
or trade better once you get on top of him. But I mean, blitzes have a lot of DPS, so if you can, get on top of the incisors, it can go your way.
Look at Randy. He doesn't exist on the map. There's a huge hole where his base was, or well, his extractors were. He still didn't get to reclaim all of this stuff because he's too busy rebuilding his base. He lost all of his builders. He lost his commander. Ragnar is trying to get into that base again. But he just might make it because he has the faster units now. But technically, are they even faster?
2 D-guns
They're
missed.
not
That was
fast.
wild.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Blue team in big trouble. Ragna's doing a good job harassing this middle. Casually building an LT in all this.
Get this push from Teddy coming on the right side. He's got grunts and incisors threatening the flank of Daywalker.
Yeah, but look at the difference here. When you lose your commander in a 2v2, Daywalker cannot participate in this fight. He just can't. He's forbidden. Ragnar just casually reclaiming everything. He doesn't care. Even if he loses his commander, like it's, let's say, worth it. But reclaiming this much metal, what does the stats say? The stats say 10k more metal for Team Teddy and Ragnar. Wow. 10k.
Big difference here. I think the writing's on the wall here. Ragnar's got a good position on Daywalker. He's got this high ground. He can cut off these mexes over here on the left side. Teddy's pushed right up to Andy's base. He's moving in with incisors and grunts. These Janus are kind of keeping him alive for now. And we have paralyzer drones showing up on the front line here. So just swinging this battle more in favor of our red player.
Yeah, that's how you capitalize on an advantage like this. They realized that they had a lot going for themselves, so let's make it even more complicated for our opponents. So let's get better trades, and paralyzer drones probably the best way. And there we go, Daywalker walking into his death here against the brutes. All he needs to do, all Ragnar needs to do, is get in range of Daywalker's commander. Can he do that? Can he do that? That's the win. Oh my god, that's gonna be very close. I don't know if he's gonna explode. Yes. What a way to win the final. Wow. What a great play by Ragnar to end that game. Wow. Well played.
Good game. Well played, yeah.
That was so close in the end. It could have turned, but just close enough.
Incredible. What a finish.
All right.
That was a great finals. That went to game 5. I don't know what more you can ask for in a series, but yeah, well played.
Yeah. We had some great games. We had some macro games. We had some fast games. We had some cheeses earlier as well. So we kind of saw everything that we wanted, I guess, from this tournament. What a great tournament.
And congrats to the victors too. Ragnar Teddy taking it down.
Yeah, look at the leaderboard. Amazing. Now we have our finalists in their pole position with 2 wins. And so, well, Ragnar will keep his helmet. Teddy will gain a Vikings helmet. And there's the payout of $700 US. Thanks again to OP Man for a massive donation that went towards the overall prize pool of $2,000 plus. And runners up still get $500, so that's not, they don't win the crown or the kudos of winning, but that's a nice consolation prize. And same for the runners up, X Factor Live and Kushi. They get, I think, $400. It's very nice. And then we have in 5th place in this tournament, don't forget Kung Fu Panda and Zhao, who were, let's not forget, guys, all the qualifying matches all of these players have been through to get to these positions. And 6th place, Nanak and Lost Dead Man. So what a tournament. Let's reflect. I think we're going to have a little interview with the winners, but before they join us, guys, what's your reflections on what made the difference for Ragnar and Teddy throughout this tournament? Spreezy?
I think they were just the most solid team with like the least mistakes overall, and then add on top of that the best macro. I think we can say hands down the best macro plays.
Yeah. What about you, Blackcast? What was your element?
I
of
was
anything
really
else?
impressed. I was really impressed with the paralyzer drone micro. Like every opportunity they had to show them or make like capitalize on them, they had them in the right place at the right time. So I just think that in and of itself won them a lot of games, or just won them small advantages in their games that got them the victory at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, I think as well the aggression that allowed Teddy to ease off, just focus on the eco. The aggression from Ragnar, which was not at all times, but for quite a lot of the games, was able to distract two players, which makes a massive difference. It's a lot of trust between the two players, knowing that they can commit to one of those two strategies in concert. So that's really cool to watch. But gotta say that Randy and Daywalker are no slouches. They really gave them a good run and gave us all the benefit of the full 5 matches of the grand finale, which is fantastic. There we are, crowned winners on the leaderboard now.
Cool effects.
Fancy graphics as well. Nice job, guys, with using Figma there. There's a lot of effort gone in to keep track of all this. So we've got to again say thank you to Pataku for putting this together. Loads of organisation. I know there's guys in the background also helping. I think loads of the guys looking at the actual matches, making sure, even if we weren't able to keep an eye on the matches, that someone was looking in and saying it's all fair fights and no issues. So thank you to all of those guys as well.
And thank you for casting, guys. I think you have done a wonderful job over here. And I've got the 2 winners and the interview queue. So if you want to pull them up, I can do it right now.
Yeah, bring them in. Sure. Nice one.
Here we go. Welcome, Teddy. Welcome, Ragnar. And congratulations.
Well done, guys.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah,
Congrats. Great games.
So it's been quite a long day, but I suppose with adequate compensation, would you say, Ragnar? $700 and the kudos of winning.
It'd be a good use of my time, even if there was no winnings. But I would say huge thanks to Opman for sponsoring this tourney. This has been super fun.
Yeah, we've really enjoyed watching you guys play. Teddy, what was your favourite moment in this grand finale of 5 that you think sealed the deal for you?
Maybe decanning all the Marauders. It's like 10 Marauders.
Yeah.
What happened in the last game? We missed it on stream. You got the commander, but how did you get it? Unfortunately, we missed that play.
Randy's, the same time.
That's around a
combo.
You mean the last commander, right?
No. The last commander we saw, but the first commander, Randy's commander, when Teddy got it.
Yeah, I flanked it with the grunts. I almost got decanned, but I think he didn't have energy for decan, so I managed to take it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we were just saying how you two played together so well, being able to also focus on slightly different strategies. Was that really a conscious thing you did, or was that just natural to your playstyle?
Yeah, I think we discussed a bit, and I think my style is more like macro oriented, and Ragnar is more focused on like strong push. So that's what we did. Use our strengths.
Yeah, I think we've noticed quite a bit throughout the whole tournament that Teddy has been probably the best macro player today, and he's been pulling ahead in every opportunity. Even from behind, he would get ahead. Even on that the third game with the sea in the middle, the Arctic one, whatever it's called.
Were we behind there?
Yeah, Teddy was behind quite a bit because of the goon rush.
Oh yeah.
But you managed to get back. Maybe I could ask about that game specifically, since that one went for a while. Like, what do you think is the win condition on that map, usually?
Yeah, I think C is a little bit of a trap. I wanted to contest it a little bit to make it seem like it should be something to be fought over, but yeah, I think it's such a big eco map. There's so much metal on your sides.
I think that was a mistake for Dayworker to make the flagship. I think it pretty low eco, but it spent a lot to make a flagship, and instead of that we made advanced fusions, and we just got better eco that way, I guess.
Yeah. The flagship seemed like it's not gonna do much, right? It's just that the cannon's a little bit too weak, and the map goes uphill as well on the other side, so it's very hard to target. Yeah.
I see a question in the chat here. What are you guys gonna spend your prize money on? You have any plans for it, or?
Yeah, I just bought a flat, and there's still a lot of renovation, so probably on a nice floor, helping fund the floor or some sofa or something like that, or projector maybe.
Very sensible.
Not a Lamborghini, all right.
No.
What about you, Teddy?
Yeah, Lambo, maybe a model Lambo.
Only 1,000 more wins.
Part of it goes to coffee, I guess, and some kebab and stuff.
Who knows where bar might go, guys? We're growing rapidly, and future tournaments might be, even more money if we have the generosity like OP Man shown. I'm sure there'll be others as well. So I'll mention now again the fact that we're about to hit 30,000 members of our Discord. Just we've actually only recently marked 25,000, so growth is becoming exponential. It has been for a while, but these things really take you by surprise. So I want to just thank all the viewers of the tournament as well. Like, there's been loads of you watching today, and loads of hype about it building up. All the players that took part, not just the ones we saw in our official stream, but there were players playing all the qualifiers that came into this to get their places, and there's been loads of streamers streaming the game, sharing the love as well. So thank you to all the community that actually took part in this. It's been amazing.
Another announcement, by the way, I believe that Barcast has a tournament coming up.
I'll be hosting a 1v1 tournament here in February. So the finals of which would be played on the last Saturday, the 27th. If you're interested in participating or want to, get involved in the qualifiers, those are going to be played on the 10th and the 11th of February. So there's still plenty of time to, sign up, get registered, start practicing, look at the map pool, maybe. So it should be a lot of fun. I've got a Discord. Maybe y'all can find it at some point for that Bar Pro League is what we call it. And yeah, it should be just a second season, the second iteration. Shout out Teddy. Teddy won the first one, actually. So maybe he'll make another run at it again. But, all these guys here, I'm sure will make deep runs in it.
Awesome. And I know you do some supporting through the academy sort of stuff as well, Barcast. Is that right?
Yeah, so I'm involved in the Bar Academy, which is in the main Discord, which is a great program. There's plenty of mentors there. We're actually going to be starting a new series on that, Sundays at the Bar. So we'll just be covering some of the open mentor tickets and maybe talk about some of the more fundamental things that new players maybe could improve on. Or, I mean, we all can improve on the fundamentals, right? But yeah, it should be fun. So Saturday night, hopefully those are recorded and you guys can kind of catch them after the fact if you can't miss the broadcast.
Yeah, there we go. We have a link on the stream right there.
Excellent. Yeah, that's
thank you.
There's going to be a lot more to talk about. I'm sure there'll be things in this tournament that people want to ask about, strategies and viability. So that's your place to go, guys, in the academy in our main Discord. And we thank Barcast and all the others that help all the new players there, and some of the veteran players as well. Because as we've seen, there's still new strategies to be found in this game to surprise your opponent. So,
I have a question for Ragnar while he's still here. Do you have any tips for people that are starting out this game or been playing for a while but struggling to improve? How do you become the next Teddy or the next Ragnar?
Well, we've been playing for quite a while, I guess, so that certainly helps. But besides that, 1v1 helps a lot, I think. If you play a lot of 1v1, you can improve your game in 8v8 even, I would say. simply because you have to do more all at once, so you get more in the habit of doing several things at once. And I would also say, I think something that I see a lot is be able to spend your metal, for being able to foresee to spend your metal. So make enough build power really early on.
Yeah,
because,
we've noticed you're making like 7 constructors every game super early.
Yeah, I see a lot of fights happening in the middle of a map, and one side has spent all of their metal and the other one hasn't. And even if you've made more metal at that point, total, if you haven't spent it, it's not on the map yet, and then you can kind of snowball an advantage on the map already.
Yeah. Well, some good tips.
Awesome. Right, I think that's it then, guys. So my final thank you is to Spreezy and Barcast TV for being epic co-hosts with me and giving everyone some great commentary and insight during the matches. I tried to keep up with the camera, so blame Ball King if the camera work wasn't up to scratch.
No,
No, it was great. It was
you did
great.
well.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep up with these guys, though. I mean, 2v2 and the players are so... they're controlling so many different parts of the map. It's hard to keep track. So we did our best, guys. Hope you enjoyed. And that's goodbye from us, I think. Thank you very much. See you next time for more epic Beyond All Reason tournament play.
Thanks,
See you in
guys.
the
See y'all,
Discord.
guys.